Oh no, I don't. I'll be the bloody gun.
It's streaming on YouTube already. They're both recording, so they don't need any other. The only thing it needs doing is ready to go. You go and press the pause button on the Sonos spot. Oh yeah, yeah, I'll do that. Yeah, see you later. All right. Have a good day. Yeah.
There's the light in it as well, I just want to keep it on, so it's not so down. That's better. Happier here.
Why did you put your charger into the actual? Don't you touch my head. I'll say.
You see if yours goes wrong.
It's live on there. Easy live.
It is live at the moment, it's live for you. It's not touching any buttons.
No. You're streaming on YouTube and everything already as well.
Is that on?
Yeah.
You're streaming live at the moment.
Oh, that's all right.
So don't no swearing.
No, okay.
We've only got a minute left.
Yeah, one more minute. One more minute.
Live destination. You're a live destination.
Seconds, I expect.
That's all right.
It's fine,
Yeah, you?
Okay, gents?
Yeah, yeah.
Good. A very warm welcome to you all on this bright sunny day. Welcome to Royal Wootton Bassett Auction Rooms. The next auction will be on the 4th of June. It's another interior sale. It is Will be taking over from me later on, and just to make you aware, it is his first time in the chair, so treat him gently. Okay, some of you would have seen him on the gas sale. He's more than capable, but it's a bit different when you're up here, and I'm sure he will do a superb job. So, without further ado, we always start at lot 1. It's the pair of ready Macintosh Art Nouveau cufflinks. Start me at 20. Start me at 20. At 20 I have. We're looking for 2 now. At 20 looking for 2. At 20 looking for 2. At £20. At £20 looking for 2. At £20 at 22 now. At 22 at 22 looking for 5. At 22 looking for 5. At 22. At 25 now. At 25. At 25 looking for 8. At 25 looking for 8. At 25. At 25. At £25 and away, I'm selling at £25. 25 to bidder 573. Costume jewellery, and we can come straight in at £22. Looking for 5 now. At 22, at 23. I'll let them have this little fight out on the internet at the moment. We're up to 42 now. At 42, looking for 5. At 42, looking for 5. At 42, at 42, at 42, looking for 5. At £42 and away, I'm selling at £42. At 42, 2646. Costume jewellery again, and we can start straight in at 10, looking for 12, at 10, 12 now, at 12, 15 I'm looking for, at £12, at 15 now, 18 I'm looking for, at £15, at £15, at £15, 18 in the room now, at £18 looking for 20, at 18 at 20 now, looking for 2, at £20 at 22 looking for 5, at 22 in the room at 25 now, at 25 looking for 8, at 25 looking for 8, at 28 now, at 28, 30 I'm looking for, at £30 and 2, at £30 and 2, at £30 at £30 and away I'm selling at £30. 2621. More costume jewellery, and start me at 80, start me at £80 at £80. £80 I'm looking for, at £80 at £80, 60 if you like, at £60, at £60 I'm looking for, at £60 at £60, 40 then no less, at £40 at £40, at £40 I'm looking for, at £40, no interest at 40, see us after, not sold. Lot 5, I lost my screen.
Lost your screen.
Okay, it's changed. Lot 5, it's the watches start me at £20, at £20 I'm looking for, at £20, at £20, at £20, 10 if you like, no less, £10 I'm looking for, £10 I'm looking for, 10 I have, now looking for 12, at £10 looking for 12, at 10 looking for 12, at £10 and away I'm selling in the room at £10. 190. Thank you, sir. Lot 6. Quartz rich swatches. There we go. Several of them. Start me at 30. At £30 at £30. At £30 at £30. At £30 at £30. At £20 then. At £20 I'm looking for. At £20 at £20. 10 if you like then. No less. 20 I have now looking for 2. At £20 looking for 2. At £20. At £20, at £20 and away I'm selling on the net at 22 now, just in there now at 25, little battle now at 25 looking for 8, at 25 looking for 8, at 25 at 25 selling and away, at £25, 680, lot 7, and we can start straight in at £10, 12 I'm looking for, at 10 looking for 12, at 10 looking for 12, at 10 looking for 12, at £10, at £10, at £10 and away I'm selling at 12 now, looking for 15, at £12, 15 I'm looking for, at 15 now, 18's the next bid, at £15 and 18, 18 I'm looking for, at £15 selling and away, at £15, had your chance, 550. Lot 8, watches again, start me at 20, at £20 at £20, at £20 at £20, 10 if you like or less, at £10 I'm looking for, £10 I'm looking for, 10 to an arm, looking for 12 now, £10 in the room, looking for 12, at 10, at 10, at 10, at 10 and away, yours sir, at £10, 190, thank you, lot 9, collection of watches. Keep that paddle up, you might want to bid on this one, sir. And we start straight in at 150. At 150, 160 I'm looking for. At 150, 160. At 150, 160 now. At 160, 170. At 170, 180. At 170, 180. At 170. At 170, 180 I'm looking for. At £170 and away I'm selling at 170. 670. Lot 10, vintage costume jewellery, and I can start straight in. At £10 looking for 12, at 10 looking for 12, at 15 now, at 15, at 20, at 25, at 30 now, at £30 looking for 2, at £30 looking for 2, at £30 looking for 2, at 30, at 32, just ahead of the internet, in the room at 32 looking for 5, in the room at 32 looking for 5, At 32, at 35 now. At 35, looking for 8. At 38 now. At 38, in the room at 38, 40 I'm looking for. At 38, 40 I'm looking for. At 38, 40 now, looking for 2. At £40, looking for 2. At £40, at £40. At £40 in a way, I'm selling at £40. 2, 6, 70. 2 pocket watches. 2 pocket watches. And silver cased. And we can start straight in. At £10, looking for 12. At £10, looking for 12. At £10, at £10, 12, thank you sir. In the room at 12, 15 I'm looking for. At 15, 18 sir. 18 now. In the room at 18, look for 20. At £18, 20 I'm looking for. At £18, in the room at £18. At 18, 20, was that a bid, madam? At £20, look for 2. 2 sir? At £20, look for 2. In the room at 20, he's back at 22. 25, at 22, looking for 5. At 22, looking for 5. At £22 and away, I'm selling at 22. You're sir at 22, 208. Thank you. Lot 12. The nurse's buckles start me at £80. £80 I'm looking for. At £80, at £80.
65.
At 65, thank you. At 65, 70 I'm looking for. At 70 now. At £70, looking for 5. At £70, at 75. At 75, 80 I'm looking for. At £80 and 5. At £80 and 5. At £80 at 85 now. At 85, 90 I'm looking for. At 85, 90 I'm looking for. At 90 now, looking for 5. At £90, looking for 5. At 95, 100. 100 I'm looking for. At 100, 110. At 110, 120. At 110, 120. At 110, 120 now. At 120, 130. At 130, 140. At 130, 140. At 130. Look for 140. 140 now. At 140. At 150. 160 I'm looking for. At 150, 160 I'm looking for. At 150. At 150. At 160. At 160, 170 now. At 170, 180. At 170, 180. It's on Easy Live. At 170. At 170. At 180. At 180. At 180. 190 is the next bid. At 190 now. Easy Live. 190. 200 I'm looking for. At 200 now. At 200, at 200, at 200, 220, at 220, 240 I'm looking for, 220, 240, 220, 240, at 220, at £220 and away. 240, no I'm not, hammer's still up, 260, good battle going on, at 260, 280, at 260, 280, at 260, 280, 280 now, at 280, 300, at 300, 320 I'm looking for. At 300, 320, 320. At 320, 320, 340 I'm looking for. At 320, 340. At 320, 340 now. At 340, 360 I'm looking for. 360, good battle. At 360, 380 I'm looking for. At 360, 380 I'm looking for. At 360, last time of asking. At £360, hammers down. At 360, good battle.
SR 224446.
Thank you. 224446. Silver presentation buckle and other bits and pieces, and I can start straight in. At 45, looking for 8. At 45, looking for 8. At 45. At 45, at 45, at 45, at 45, selling it away. At £45, 2537. Lot 14, Art Deco. Oh, I like this set. Start me at 40. Start me at £40 at £40. At £40 at £40 at 20 then. At £20.
22 we've got. 22.
22. 25, 28 now. That's more like it. Looking for 30. At 28, looking for 30. At 28, at 28. At 28, 30 I'm looking for. Selling it away.
32.
32 now. At 32, 35. Bids are coming in fast now at 35, 38 I'm looking for.
38.
38, at 38, 40 now at £40, looking for 2. At £40, looking for 2. At 42, at 42, 5 at 45. At 45, looking for 8. At 45, at 48 now. 50 now, looking for 5. At £50, looking for 5 at £50.
55.
At 55 now, at 60, looking for 5, at £60 at £60, 65 I'm looking for, at £60, at £60 and away, I'm selling at £60. Good battle, 6, 4, 6, easy line. Lot 15, silver plated items, good lot this, start me at 40. Start me at 40, at £40, at £40. At £40, 20 then if you like. £20 I'm looking for, at 20 I have, looking for 2. At £20 looking for 2, at 22, at 25 now. On the internet, 25. 28 now, in the room at 28. At 30 looking for 2. At 32 now, in the room at 32, at 35, 38. No, at 35 at 35. At 35 and 8. At £35 and away, I'm selling at £25. 2 easy live at 6, 4, 6. Lot 16. And we can start straight in at £12. 15 I'm looking for. At £12, 15 I'm looking for.
50,
At £12
18,
at
20.
20 now. At 22.
25.
At 25. Looking for 8.
28.
At 28, looking for 30. At 30 now, looking for 2. At 32, at 32, looking for 5. At 32, looking for 5. At 32, at 32, 32 and away. Selling at 32,
38 pounds.
35, 38, 40. 40 now, looking for 2.
42.
At 42, at 42, at 45. They want to come back in. At 48, I'm looking for. At 45, at 45.
48.
At 48. At 50 now. At £50, looking for 5. At £50,
55.
at 55 now. At 55, 60. At £60, 65 I'm looking for. At 65, 70 I'm looking for. At 70 and 5.
75.
At 75 now. At 75, 80 I'm looking for. At 75, at 75. At 75, looks like the bidding has stopped. At £75, selling and away at 75.
SR 25225.
25225. Thank you. Lot 17. And we start at £10, looking for 12. Good lot this. At 10, looking for 12. At 10, looking for 12. At 12 now, 15 I'm looking for. Still a good lot at 12, 15 I'm looking for. At 12, looking for 15. 12, looking for 15. At £12. At £12. At £12. I'm selling it away at £12. 670. Lot 18 is a Burwell tea caddy, sorry. And I can start straight in at £55. At 55, 60 I'm looking for. At 55, 60 I'm looking for. At 55, 60 I'm looking for. At 55, at 55. At £50. At 55 I'm selling at 55. 2635. Telephone bid on the next lot. Are we connected? Thank you. Start me at £40. Start me at 40. Start me at 40. Start me at 40. 40 I have, looking for 5. On the net at 40, looking for 2 now. 42 I'm looking for. At 42 on the telephone. At 42 looking for 5. At 42 looking for 5. At 45, 48. At £48 on the phone, we're looking for 50 now. At 50 now with 5. At 55, 60 I'm looking for. At 55, 60 now with 5. At 65, on the phone at 65, 70, at £70 and 5. At 75, at 75, on the telephone at 75, 80 now and 5. At 85, at 85, 90 I'm looking for, at £90 and 5. At 95, at 95, 100 I'm looking for, at 95, 100, 110. At 110 on the telephone, good battle. At 110, don't let it go away. At 110 on the telephone, 120, 130. At 130 now. At 130, 140 I'm looking for. At 130 on the telephone, looking for 140. At 130. At 130 on the telephone. At 130 pounds, no 140, they're back. At 150 is the next bid. At 150 now. At 150 on the telephone. At 150. 160 I'm looking for. At 150 pounds and away. Selling at 150. On the telephone.
Lewis, C6923.
Thank you very much. Lot 20. And miniature portrait there. Start me at £80. Lovely portrait this. £80 I'm looking for. £80, £80. £80, £80, 60 then, no less. £60. £60.
Yes, £60.
50 I have, 60 I have now. At 65. At 65, 70 I'm looking for. At 65.
70.
At 70 now, looking for 5.
75.
At 75, looking for 80. At £80, 85 now. At 90.
100.
At 100 now. We're looking for 110. At 100.
110.
110 now, 120 is the next bid.
120.
120, 130 I'm looking for. At 120, 130. At 120, 130. At 120. At 120 pounds. Hammer's coming down.
130.
At 130, no it's not.
140.
At 140 now. Looking for 150. At 140, 150. At 140, 150. At 140 pounds. At 140, had your chance. 140.
SR 1693899.
Thank you. Lot 21. Pewter domes. Start me at £10. £10 for the domes. They're good for putting fires out. £10. All I ask is 10. No interest at £10. No interest at £10. Not sold. Lot 22. It's all the fire set there. Start me at £50. At £50. At £50. At 50. At 30 then. £30 I'm looking for. £30 I'm looking for. £30, 10 if you like, no less. £10 I'm looking for. 10 I have, looking for 12 now. At 10, looking for 12. At £10, at 12 now, looking for 15. At 12, 15 I'm looking for. We're at 15, thank you madam. At 15, 18 I'm looking for. At £15, 18 and 20. At 20 now, in the room at 20, looking for 2. At £20, looking for 2. At £20, at 22, 25. At 22, on the internet, Easy Live at 22, looking for 5, selling it away at £22. 657. Lot 23, and start me at 40. Start me at 40. At 40. At 40. At 40. At 20 then. £20 I'm looking for. £20. 20 then, looking for 2. At £20, looking for 2. At £20, looking for 2. At £20, in the room at 20, selling it away at £20. 208. Lot 24. Start me at £50. £50 I'm looking for. £50. At £50. At £50 at 30. At £30 at £30. At £30 at £30. £10 then no less. £10 I'm looking for. £10. 10 to an arm, looking for 12. At 10, 15, 18, 20 now. At £20, looking for 2. At £20, looking for 2. At £20, 25 now. At 28, at 30, looking for 2. At £30, looking for 2. At £30, at 32 now. At 32, looking for 5. At 32, at 32. At £32. No further bids at 32. £32. 2589. Lot 25. The brass weights, there we go, start me at £40, at £40 at £40, at £40 at £40 at 20 then, at £20 at £20, at £20, 10 if you like, or less.
Yes, bidding 10.
10 I have, looking for 12, at 10, 12, just ahead, 12 here, 15 sir, at 15, just ahead of the internet, it's in the room, it's now at 20, £20 2 sir, no, at £20 looking for 2, at £20 at 22, at 22 looking for 5, at 25 looking for 8, at 25 looking for 8, at 25, at 25, 28 I'm looking for, at £25 selling it away, at 25 to 670. Lot 26, the copper tray, start me at £30, at £30 at £30, at £30 at £30, at 30 a half, looking for 2, at £30 looking for 2, at £30, at £30, at £30 and away I'm selling opening bid at 30, 684, lot 27, the bronze plaque, start me at £50, at £50, at 50, at 30, at £30 at £30, at £30 at £30, at 30, 20 then, 20, 22 and a half, thank you, 22, 22, 25, 25, 28 and 30 and 2, at 32 and 5, at 35 and 8, at 35 and 8, in the room at 35, in the room at 35, at 38 and 40 sir, at 40 now, at £40 looking for 2, at 42 and 5, at 45, at 45 looking for 8, at 45 looking for 8, at 45, at 48 and 50 sir, at £50 looking for 5, at £50 looking for 5, at £50, at £50, at £50 at £50 and away I'm selling to the room at £50. Yours sir, 224, thank you. All the handcuffs, and I have to start with me at 110, 120 I'm looking for. At 120, thank you. At 120, 130 I'm looking for. At 120, 130 I'm looking for.
150.
At 150 now, 150, 160 sir, 160. At 160, 170 I'm looking for. 170, 180. At 170, at 170 to the sale room. At 170, I'm selling it away. You're all out at 100. He's back at 180. At 180.
190.
190 now, 190. At 190. 200 sir? No, at 190. At £190. 200 now. At 200, 220 I'm looking for. At 200, 220 I'm looking for. At 200, 220 I'm looking for. I sell them away at £200 to 500. Easy life. Brass log bucket, there we go. And I start with me at 30, looking for 2, at £30, looking for 2, at £30, looking for 2, at £30 at £30, at £30 at £30, at 32, 35 with me, at 35 with me, at 35, 38, 40 with me, at £40 at £40, at 42, commissions are out at 42, looking for 5, at 42, looking for 5, at 42, at 42, selling it away, at £42.
SR 1684269.
1684269. Thank you. Ship's Bell. Start me at £40. At £40. At £40. I'm looking for £40, £40, 20 then. £20 I'm looking for. At £20 at £20. Thank you, 20. Looking for 2 now. In the room at 20. Looking for 2 at 22. At 25, sir. At 25, in the room at 25, looking for 8. At 25, 28, 30. No, at 28. At 28, at 28, at 32 now. At 35. At 35, looking for 8. At 38. At 38, 40 now, looking for 2. At £40, looking for 2. At £40, at £40, at £40, and away. At £40, selling on the internet. Easy Live, 40, 589. Lot 31, and this super horn start me at £80, at £80, at £80, at £80, at £80, at £80, 60 then, at £60 I'm looking for, £60 I'm looking for, £60, 40, no less, £40 I'm looking for, £40, 40 I have now, looking for 2, at £40, looking for 2, at £40 at 42, 45 sir, at 45 now, in the room at 45, 48, 50, it's only another bid sir, at 48, 50 I'm looking for, at 48, at 48, at £48, selling it away, at 48, easy line, 48 to 589, the copper jug now, and I start with me at £30, at £30, looking for 2, 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 at £30, 32, 35 with me, at 35, at 35, at 35, looking for 8, at 35, at 38, 40 with me, on commission, at £40, at £40, looking for 2, at 42, looking for 5, at 42, looking for 5, at 42, at 42, at £42, to 685. Lot 33, coinage, and I start at £10, looking for 12, at 10, looking for 12, at 10, looking for 12, at 10, 15 now, 18 in the room, at 18 in the room at 18, 20 I'm looking for, at £18, 20 I'm looking for, at 20 now, at 22, 22 now, at 22 looking for 5,
25.
at 25, 28, at 25, at 25, at 28 now, easy live at 28, looking for 30, at 30 now, looking for 2 at 32, easy live at 32, looking for 5, at 32, looking for 5, at 32, at 35, at 35, sell room, at 35, 38 I'm looking for, at 35, at 35, at £35 and away, at 38, I'm not, at 38, 40 I'm looking for, easy live at 38, at 40 now, sell room, at 40 looking for 2, at 42 looking for 5, at 42 looking for 5, at 42 at 42,
45.
at 45 at 45 looking for 8, at 48 and 50, at 48 and 50, at £48, easy live,
50.
at 50 now, looking for 5, at 55, 60, at 55, easy live, at 55, 60, at 60 now, sell room, at 60, looking for 5, at £60, looking for 5, at £60, at £60, selling it away, at £60, 60,
SR 159 3129.
thank you, 1593129. All the coinage, and I can start straight in, easy live, at £300, 320 I'm looking for, at 300, 320 I'm looking for,
320.
at 320 now, sell room at 320, 340 I'm looking for, at 320, 340,
You got 340 in the room.
at 340, at 340, thank you sir, 60 I'm looking for, at 340, 360 is the next bid,
360.
at 360, 380 sir, at 380, at 380 in the room looking for 400, at 380, 400, at 380, 400, at £380 in the room, at 380, 208, thank you sir, lot 35, coinage again, and I can start straight in, at £18, 20 I'm looking for, at 20 I have and 2, at 22 looking for 5, at 22 looking for 5, at 22, at 25, at 25 looking for 8 now, at 25 looking for 8, at 25, at 25, 28 I'm looking for, at 28, thank you sir, in the room at 28, 30 I'm looking for,
30.
at 30 now and 2 sir, at £30, at £30 looking for 2, at £30, at £30 selling it away, sell room at 30,
SR 159 3129.
29,
29.
29, thank you. Lot 36, there we go, coins again, I start straight in. At £60. At £60. At £60, looking for 5. At £60, looking for 5. At 70 now. 80 now. At £80, bids are coming in. At £80. At £80, 5 I'm looking for. At £80. At £80. At £80 and away. 2565. Lots 37. Coins again. Start me at 50. At £50. At £50. At £50. At £50. At 30 then.
40 I've got.
40, I'll take the 40. At £40, looking for 2. At 42 now. At 42, at 45 in the room. At 45. At 48 now. 50. At 50 now. In the room at 50. At 55, 60. At £60 in the room. At £60, looking for 5. At £60, looking for 5. At 60. At 60. At £60, selling and away. At £60. To 151. The coins there start me at £20. At £20. At £20. At £20. 10 if you like. No less. £10. £10 I'm looking for. £10. No interest at £10. That's that one. Lots 39. Coinage. And I start straight in. At £22, looking for 5. At 22, looking for 5. At 25, at 28. At 28, looking for 30. At 28, looking for 30. At 28, at 28. At £28. All out at 28. 2550. Come to the frame, World War 1 and 2 medal group. Start me at £70. At 70. At 70, at 70, at 70, at 50 then, at £50, at £50, at £50, at £50, 35 then, no less, half the estimate, 35, thank you, at 35 looking for 8, at 35 looking for 8, at 38, 40 sir, at 40 now, at £40 looking for 2, at 42, 45, 45, at 45 looking for 8, at 48 and 50, at £50 in the room, at 50 looking for 5, at 55, 60, at £60 in the room looking for 5, at £60 looking for 5, at £60, at £60, scared them off, at 60, selling it away, at 65, sorry they've come back, 70, thank you, at 70 looking for 5, at £70 looking for 5, at 70 and away at £70. To 190. Lot 41. We start at 600, looking for 650. Looking for 650. At 650. 680 with me, 700. At 700, thank you. At 700, in the room at 700. At 700, 50 I'm looking for. At 700, 50 I'm looking for. Good set of medal these. A good set of medals. At £700, no further bids at 700. Thank you to 190. Lot 42, medals again. And I start at 65, 75, 80. At 75, 80 I'm looking for. At 75 I have, 80 I'm looking for. At 75, 80 I'm looking for. At 75, at 75, at £75 and away, at 75 to 589. Lot 43. Telephone bid on this. And I can start straight in at 180. 190 I'm looking for.
Yeah, 190.
190 on the telephone. 220 now easy live. 220. 240 is the next bid. At 220, 240. 240 I'm looking for. 240. Have to be quicker. At 240. 260. 260. 280. At 260. At 260, on the telephone, at £260, I'll sell it away At 260.
It's C499. Sorry, C6499.
C6499. Lot 44, telephone bidder on this as well. And I start, you want this as well? I start with me at £90. Easy live at 95 I'm looking for. At £90, 95 on the telephone. 100 now. At 100, 110. At 100, 110. 110 on the telephone at 110. At 110, 120 I'm looking for. 120 I'm looking for. It's with you at 110. 120 I'm looking for.
Give it him as 120.
Am I up to 120? Okay, 120, sorry, I've thrown there. 120. 130? No, at 100, 130. At 130. 140, 140, 150, 150 now on the telephone at 150. At 150, 160 I'm looking for. At 150. At 160, 170. 170 now. At 170, 180 I'm looking for. At 170. At 170. Last time of asking. At £170 and away.
C6499.
Thank you.
Yes, that's what
Lot 45, and I start at 160, 170, 180 I'm looking for. At 170, 180 I'm looking for. At 170, 180 I have. At 180, at 180, 190 I'm looking for. At 180, 190 I'm looking for. At 180, 190 I'm looking for.
190.
At 190 now. At 190, 200. At 200, 220 I'm looking for. At 200, 220 I'm looking for.
220.
At 220 now. At 220, 240. At 240, 260 I'm looking for. At 240, 260.
260.
At 260 now. At 260, 280. At 260, 280. 280, 300. At 280, 300. 300. At 300, 320. At 300, 320 I'm looking for. At 300.
340.
At 340 now. At 340. Next bid's 360. At 340. To the sale room. At £340. Hammer's coming down at 340.
SR 761581.
761 581. Thank you. Magic Circle medals, and I have to start at 40, at 45, 48, 50 I'm looking for. 50 I'm looking for. 50 I'm looking for. £50 I'm looking for. £50 I'm looking for. £50. No interest at 50. Not sold. Unfortunately, see us after. 4 Buffalo medals. Start me at 50. At £50. At £50. At £50. At £50 at 30 then. £30 I'm looking for. £30 I'm looking for. £30. 20 then. 20 I have now, looking for 2. At £20 looking for 2. At £20 at £20 looking for 2. At 22, 25 sir. At 25. In the room at 25 looking for 8. At 25 looking for 8. At 25 at 25 selling it away. At £25 in the room. 2190. Lot 48. These bowls here start me at 40. £40. At £40.
95.
95. I'll take 95. Looking for 100. At 95. At 100 now. At 100. 110 I'm looking for.
110.
110 now. At 110, 120. At 110, 120. At 120 now. At 120, 130. 130 I'm looking for. At 130 now. At 130. 140 I'm looking for. At 130. At 130. Last time of asking. At 130 pounds. No, at 140. At 140, 150 now. 150. At 150, 160 I'm looking for. At 150, 160 I'm looking for. At 150, selling it away at 150.
SR 23899.
Lot 49. Lot 49 at the Moorcroft, and I start straight in at £30, looking for 2. At £30, looking for 2. At 32, looking for 5.
65.
At 65 now.
75.
At 75. At 75. 80 I'm looking for. At 75, 80 I'm looking for. At 75, at 75. At £75. At £75 and away, selling at 75.
SR 1742068.
1742068. Ladro figures. Start me at £30. Start me at £30. At £30. At £30. At £30. £30 I'm looking for. 10 then, no less. £10 I'm looking for. 10 I have, looking for 12. At 12 now. 15, sir. At 15 now. At 15, 18, I'm 18 and 20. At £18, 20 I'm looking for. At 20 now. To the sale room. At 20, looking for 2. At £20, at 22, looking for 5. At 22, at 25. At 25, looking for 8. At 25, looking for 8. At £25, at 28 now. 30 I'm looking for. Easy line at 28. 30 I'm looking for.
30.
At 30 now, sale room. At 30, looking for 2. At 32, looking for 5. At 32, looking for 5. At 32, at 32.
35.
At 35 now. At 35, looking for 8. At 35, looking for 8. At 38, 40 now. 40 I'm looking for. At £38. At £38. At 40 now. At £40, looking for 2. At £40, looking for 2. At 42, looking for 5. At 42, looking for 5. At 42, easy line. At 45 now, sale room. At 45, looking for 8. At 45, looking for 8. At 45, at 45. At 45, 48 now. 50 if you like. 50 I'm looking for. At 48, at 50. At £50, looking for 5. At £50, looking for 5. At 50. At 50, at 50, at £50, selling it away at £50.
SR 1898701.
1898701. Lot 51, and we start straight in at £70, looking for 5. At 80 now, at £80, at 85, at 85, 90 I'm looking for. At 85, at 85, at 85, at 85, at 85, 90 now, at 90 looking for 5, at £90 looking for 5, at 95, at 95, at 95, 100, at 100, 110 I'm looking for, at 100, 110 I'm looking for, at 100, at 100, at 100, at £100 and away I'm selling to Easy Live at 100, to 685. Lot 52, the teapot, and I start at £10, looking for 12, at 10, looking for 12, at 10, looking for 12, at £10, 12 now, at 12, looking for 15, 15 I have, at 15, 18 I'm looking for, at £15, 18 I'm looking for, at £15, at £15, selling it away, at £15, to 685. Lot 53, Wedgwood figurines there. Start me at 6, I can start straight in at 50, sorry, 60 now, at £60, looking for 5, at £60, looking for 5, at £60, at £60, 5 I'm looking for, at £60, at £60, selling it away,
Yeah, 65.
at 65 now, 70, at £70, looking for 5, at £70, looking for 5, just pause, at £70, looking for 5, at 75, At 75, 80 I'm looking for. At 75, 80 I'm looking for. At 75, at 75. At £75, roll out at 75.
SR 1898701.
Lot 54, the Sonnet vase there. And start me at £50. Start me at 50, at 50, at 50, at 50, at 30, at £30, at £30. £30 I'm looking for. £30, 20 if you like. £20, 20 I have, look for 2 now. At £20 looking for 2. In the room at 22, 25. 28 sir. No, at 25 looking for 8. At 25 looking for 8. At 25 at 25. At £25, had a chance at 25. 28 now. At 28, 30, you bid him madam, 30 just ahead of the net. At £30 in the room, 32, 35, it's nice bars, at 35, thank you. At 35 looking for 8, at 35 looking for 8, at 35 at 35, at £35 in the room, at 38 now, at 38, 40 madam, one more bid, at 38, you sure? At 38, at 38, it's only money, it's only another £2. At £38, selling and away, at £38, selling to the net, 38. 2589, lot 55, Beswick Penguins. Start me at 30, start me at 30, at £30, at £30, at £30, 10 then, no less, £10, the whole group. 10 I have, just ahead of the net, 12 now, 15, 18, at 18, 20, 20 now in the room, at 20, at 22, at 22, 25, 25 now, in the room at 25, at 28 and 30, at 30 on the net, at £30 looking for 2 at 32, at 38 now, at 38, at 40 now, 40, 42, at 45, they're just ahead of you, at 45 looking for 8, at 45 looking for 8, at 45 at 45, at £45, selling and away at £45, 2685. Lot 56, lot 56, the Worcester figures, there we go, start me at 100, start me at 100, at 100, 50 there no less, £50 I'm looking for, £50, £50, 50 I have, looking for 5, at 55 now, at 55, 60 I'm looking for, at 60 now, at 65, at 65, 70, in the room at 70, in the room at 70, looking for 5, at £70, looking for 5, at 75, 88, at 80 in the room now, at £80, at £80, at £80, at £80, in the room at 80, at 80, at 80, 5 now, 19, in the room at 19, at £90, looking for 5,
95.
100,
Oh, I've got 95.
105,
No, 95.
oh 95, sorry, 95, 100, we've got 100, at 100, 110 I'm looking for, at 100, in the room, at 110, 120, 120 now, at 120, at 120, in the room, at 120, at £120, selling and away, in the room at 120, 2151. Lot 57, Moorcroft, and start me at 100, start me at 100, at 100, at 100, at 80 then, at £80, at £80, 50 then no less, 80 I have, that's fine, 80 looking for 5, at £80, at 85 now, at 90, looking for 5, at 95, 100 I'm looking for, at 100 now, at 100, 110 I'm looking for, at 100, at 100, at 110, at 110, 120 I'm looking for, at 120 now, at 120, 130 I'm looking for, at 120, 130, at 120, 130, at £120, selling and away, 120 to 544, lot 58, Moorcroft, and I start straight in, at 130, at 130, 140 I'm looking for, at 130, 140, at 150 now, At 150, 160. At 150, 160. At 150. At 150 pounds. Selling and away. At 150. 544. Lot 59, Moorcroft again, we start straight in. At 140. At 140, 150 I'm looking for. At 150 now. At 150, 160 I'm looking for. At 160 now. At 160, 170 I'm looking for. At 160, 170. At 160 pounds. Selling it away. At 160. 544. Lot 60. It's the, I can start straight in. At 120, 130 I'm looking for. At 120, 130. At 120, 130. At 130, 140 I'm looking for. At 130. At 130 pounds, selling it away. At 140 now. At 140, 150 I'm looking for. At 140, 150 I'm looking for. At 140. At 140 pounds, selling it away. At 140 to 615. Moorcroft again, and I start straight in. At 120. 130 I'm looking for. At 120, 130. At 120, 130. At 120, 130. At 130 now. At 130, 140. At 130, 140. At 130 pounds, you've had your time. At 130 pounds and away. At 130 to 615. 62 commission bids, they're already out. And I start at 150. At 150, 160 I'm looking for. At 150, 160. At 150, 160. At 150. At 150 pounds and away, selling at 150. 615. Telephone on this one. And we can start straight in. At 220, 240 I'm looking for. 220, 240 I'm looking for. At 220, 240, thank you. In the room at 240. At 240, 260 I'm looking for. At 260, 280 madam. At 280. At 280, 300 I'm looking for. In the room at 280, 300, 320. At 320. In the room at 320. At 320, 340 I'm looking for. At 320 in the room. At 320. At 320. We're out on the phone. At 320 pounds. Hammer's coming down. 216. Lot 64, Moorcroft, and I start straight in. At 110, 120, 130. At 130, 140 I'm looking for. At 130, 140. At 140 now. At 140, 150. At 140, 150. At 140. At 140 pounds. To 661. Moorcroft again. And we start straight in at 200. At 200, 220 I'm looking for. At 220 now. At 220, 240. At 220, 240. At 220. At 220 pounds and away I'm selling at 240 now. At 260 now. Good battle now. At 260, 280 I'm looking for. At 260, 280. At 260, 280. At 260 pounds, 280. At 280. At 300. At 300. 320 I'm looking for. At 300. At 300. Last time. At 300 pounds. 2544. Lot 66, Moorcroft again. Start me at 80. At 80 pounds. At 80, thank you. At 80 pounds, I give a 5. At 80 pounds, I give a 5. At 85 and 90. At 90 now, ahead of the net. At 95, 100. No, at 95. At 100 now. At 110. Looking for 120. At 110, 120 I'm looking for. At 110, 120 I'm looking for. At 110 pounds. Had your chance at 110. 2615. Moorcroft again, and we start straight in at 220, 240 I'm looking for, at 220, 240, at 220, 240, at 220, 240, at 220, at 240 now, 260 I'm looking for, at 240, 260, at 240, 260, at £240, and away, at £240, 660. Moorcroft again, and we start straight in at 140, at 140, 150, at 150 now, at 160, at 160, 170, 170, at 170, 180, at 170, 180, at 170, 180, at £170, at 180 now, at 180, 190 I'm looking for, at 180. Selling and away at 180, 190, 200. Just keep going. At 200, 220 I'm looking for. At 200, at 200, at £200. Selling and away now. 200, 2611. Moorcroft again. We start at 130, 140. At 140, 150, at 150 now, at 160, at 160, at 160, at 160, 170, at 170, 180, 190, at 180, 190 now, at 190, 200 I'm looking for, at 190, 200, at 200, 220 I'm looking for, at 200, 220 I'm looking for, at 220 now. At 220, 240 I'm looking for, at 220, at £220 and away. On the internet at 220.
SR 1897394.
Thank you. Moorcroft again, and we start at £80 at 90, 100, 110. At 110, 120, 130. At 130, 140 now. At 140, 150. At 140, 150. At 140, 150 now. At 150, 160. New bidder in the room. 160 in the room. 170, 180. At 180 now. At 180, 190, 200, 200. At 200, 220, 240. At 240, 240 in the room. At 260, 280. At 280 now. In the room at 280, 280. At 280, 300 I'm looking for. In the room at 280. At £280. Selling it away at 280. 216. Thank you. Lot 71. Moorcroft again, and we start straight in. At 90, at 90, at 90, at 95 in the room now. At 95, 100, 110, 110 now. At 110, 120, 130, 130. At 140 now. Room bid at 140, 150 at 150. At 140.
130. Room bid 130.
It is, that's what I thought. It was thrown there, but we're up to 150 now. 160, sir? You sure? At 160, at 160, at 170, at 170, at 170, at 170, 180 I'm looking for. At £170, 180 now. At 180, 190 I'm looking for. At 180, 190 I'm looking for. At £180. 685. Thank you for that. Lot 72, Moorcroft, plate, and we start straight in. At £80, looking for 5. At £80, looking for 5. At £80, at 90 now, at £90, looking for 5. At £90, looking for 5. At 95, at 95, 110, 120. At 120, 130 I'm looking for. At 120, 130. At 120, 130. At £120. At 130, 140 now. At 140, 150 I'm looking for. At 140, 150 now. At 150, 160 I'm looking for. At 150, 160. At 150, 160. At £150, selling and away. At 160 now. At 160, 170. At 160, 170. At 170 now. At 170, 180. At 170, 180. At £170. At £170, selling and away. At 170. 180. At 180, 190 I'm looking for. At 190 now. At 190, 200. At 190, 200. At 190. At £190, selling and away at 190. 2680. Taza, Moorcroft, starting at £60. At £60 a ham, looking for 5. At £60, looking for 5. At £60, looking for 5. At £60, at 65 now. At 70, at 70, looking for 5. At £70, looking for 5. At 75, 80 I'm looking for. At 75, at 75. At 75, at 80 now. At £80, at £80, looking for 5. At £80, looking for 5. At £80, at £80, I'm selling it away at £80. 2683. Moorcroft again, and I start at £70 with me, looking for 5. With me at 75, 80, 590 with me. At £90 on commission. At 95 I'm out. At 100 now. At 110. At 110, 120. At 110, 120 now. At 120, 130. At 120, 130 I'm looking for. At 120, 130. At £120, selling it away at 120. 2661. Lot 75, and I start at 85. At 85, at 85, 90 I'm looking for. At 85, 90 now, at 95. At 95, 100, 110, 120. At 120, 130 I'm looking for. At 120, 130. At 120, 130. At 120. At 130 now. At 130. At 140. At 140, 150 now. At 150, 160 I'm looking for. 160 now. At 160, 170 I'm looking for. At 160. At 160, 170 now. At 170, 180. At 180, 190 I'm looking for. At 180, 190. At 190 now. At 190, 200 is the next bid. At 200 now. At 200, 220 I'm looking for. At 200, 220. At 200, 220. At £200. At £200. At 200 and away. 200. Oh, I'm going to have to leave that open. It was called as the hammer came down. It's at 220. At 220. At 220. At 220. I'll take 230 if it helps the other person. At 220. Looking for 230. At 220. At £220, selling it away. At 220 to 680. Lot 76, Moorcroft again, we start at 65, 75, 85. At 85, 90, I'm looking for it, 95 now. 110, 110, 120, 120 here. At 120, 130, I'm looking for. At 120, 130. At 120, 130. At 120. At 130 now. At 130, 140 I'm looking for. At 130, 140. At 130, 140. At £130 and away I'm selling at 130. 2660. Lot 77, Moorcroft. And start me at 150. Start me at 150. Start me at 150. 100 then.
120.
120 I'll take. At 120. Sell room. At 120, 130 I'm looking for. At 120, 130 now. At 130, 140 I'm looking for.
140.
At 140 now. At 140, 150 now. At 150, 160 I'm looking for. At 150, 160 I'm looking for.
160.
At 160 now. At 160, 170 I'm looking for. At 160, 170, 170 now. At 170, 180 I'm looking for. At 170, 180 I'm looking for. At 170 pounds. At 170, 180 now. At 180. At 180, 190 I'm looking for. At 180, 190 I'm looking for. At 180 pounds, selling and away. At 180.
SR 174 2068.
2068.
Yeah.
Thank you. Moorcroft again, and start me at 100. Start me at 100. Start me at 80. At 80 pounds. 80 I have. 85 now. 90. At 5. At 95. 100 I'm looking for. At 95. At 95. At 95. At 95. 100 I'm looking for. At 95. At 95. Selling and away. At 100 now. At 110 now. At 110. At 110. 120 now. At 120, 130 I'm looking for. At 130, 140 now. At 130, 140 I'm looking for. At 130, 140. At 130. At 130. At 130 pounds selling and away. 661. 79, Moorcroft again. And I start straight in at £70, looking for 5 at 75 now, in the room at 75, at 80 and 5 at 85 now, at 90 and 5 at 95, at 95, 100, 110, at 110, 120, 120 now, at 120 in the room, at 120, 130 I'm looking for, which with you sir at 120, at 120, at £120 he's finally got one, at 120, 210. Thank you. Lot 80. Telephone bid on this. We connected. Who's on the telephone?
Must be Gareth. Is he on?
Are you on? Start me at 150. 150 I'm looking for. 150 I have. At 150 in the room. 160 I'm looking for. 160 now. 170. At 170, 180, 190, 200. At 200, 220, 200. At 200, no? Yes, 220, ahead of the net. In the room at 220, 240, 240, 260, 260 now. At 260, in the room at 260, 280, 300. At 300 now. In the room at 300. At 300, 320 I'm looking for. At £300. At £300. At £300 and away. Had your chance at 300. To 216. Thank you. Moorcroft again. Start me. I start at 60. Looking for 5. At £60. Looking for 5. At 65, 70, 75, 80. 5. At 85, 95, 100. At 110. At 110. At 110, 120 I'm looking for. At 110, 120 I'm looking for. At 110. At 110. At £110, selling it away at 110 to 683. Moorcroft, other bits there. Ball and pottery as well. Start me at 50. Start me at 50. At 50. At 50. At 30 then. At £30. At £30. At £30. 10 then, no less. £10. £10. Thank you. 10 I have, looking for 12. At 12. 15. 15 now. In the room at 15, 18 I'm looking for. At 15, at 18 and 20. At 20 now. At £20. At £20 looking for 2. At 22. Hang on, I've got 22 here. 25 in the room at 25. 28. 25 here. In the room at 25 looking for 8. At 25, looking for 8. At 25. At £25, selling it away at 28 now. At 28. 30 now. At £30, at £30. In the room at £30, looking for 2. At £30, at £30. selling it away at £30. 151. Lot 83, snuff taker, there we go. Start me at 40, at £40, at £40, at £40. 20 then, £20, £20, 10 if you like, 20 I have, sorry, £20 I have, looking for 2. At £20, looking for 2. At £20, at £20, I'm selling it away at 20. 653. Lot 84, Royal Evesham, there we go. And I start straight in at 150, 160 I'm looking for. At 160 now. In the room at 160. At 170, 180, 180 now. In the room at 180. 190 I'm looking for.
Is it room 180?
Yeah, this lady here at 180. 190 I'm looking for. At 180. 190 now, 200 madam. No, at 190. At 190. 200 I'm looking for. At £190. You sure you're out? At 190. One more bid. 200 now. In the room at 200. Might be enough. At 200. At 220. At 220. 240 I'm looking for. No. At 220. Selling it away. At £220. You sure? At 220. 2504. Lot 85. The studio pottery, start me at 200. Start me at 200. At 200. At 200. At 150 then. At 150. At 150. 100, no less. 100 I'm looking for. 100 I'm looking for. No interest at 100. Pass that lot. Lot 86. Start me at 40. At 40. At 20. At 20. At 10 then. No less. No interest at 10. Thank you. At 10. Saw you there. At 10, finally. At 10, 12 I'm looking for. At £10 and away. 142, thank you. Lot 87, Charlotte Reed, etc. Lots of bits there. Start me at 40. At £40. At £40. At £40. 20 then. £20. 10 if you like. £10 I'm looking for. £10. No interest at £10. 10 I have, looking for 12. At 10, looking for 12. At 10, 12 now. At 12, 15. At 15, 18. At 18 now. At £18, 20 now. Looking for 2. At £20, looking for 2. At 22, looking for 5. At 22, looking for 5. At 22, at 22, selling it away. At £22, 25 now. At 25, 28 I'm looking for. At 28. At 28, 30 I'm looking for. At £28. At £28 and away. At £28. 2685. Lot 88. Gold figures. There we go. Start me at 40. At £40. At £40. At £40. At 20. At £20. At £20. 10 then. No, yes, £10. 10 I have. Number 12 now. In the room at 10. 12. 15. At 15 in the room. At 15. 18 I'm looking for. In the room at 15, 18, 20, 22. Come back to you in a minute. At 25. At 25. 28. 28. 30. There's a battle going on now. At £30. Looking for 2. At 32 in the room at 32. 35. 38. At 38. 40. At £40, 42, at 42 in the room. In the room at 42, at 45, at 45, at 48, 50, 50 now. On the next at 50, looking for 5. At £50, looking for 5. At 55, 60 now. In the room at 60, looking for 5. In the room at £60, looking for 5. At £60, at £60, selling it away. At £60, 151. Lot 89. Lot 89, the Japanese vase there, and I start straight in at 38. At 38, looking for 40. At 42 now, 48 at 55. At 65, at 65, 70 I'm looking for. At 75, at 75, 80 I'm looking for. At 75, 80 I'm looking for. At 75, at 75, at 75 pounds, at 85 now. At 85, at 85, 90 I'm looking for. At 85, 90 I'm looking for. At 85, at 85, selling it away. At 85 pounds to 650. Lot 90 Royal Worcester figurines there. Start me at 80, at 80, at 80 pounds, at 80 pounds, at 60 then, at 60 pounds, at 60 pounds, at 60 pounds, 40 then, no less. 40 pounds I'm looking for. At 40 I have, 42 now, 42, 45, at 45, in the room at 45, at 48 and 50. At 50 now, in the room at 50, looking for 5. At 50 pounds, looking for 5. At 55 now, 55. 60, 60 in the room. At 60, looking for 5. At 60 pounds, looking for 5. At 60 pounds.
Yes.
65. At 65. 70 now, in the room at 70. At 70 pounds, at 70 pounds. At 70 pounds, looking for 5. At 70 pounds in the room, selling it away at 70. 151. Lot 91, Royal Worcester, there we go. Start me at 50 pounds, 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 at 30 then, at 30 pounds, 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 10 then, no less, 10 pounds I'm looking for, 10 pounds, I've got 12, 15, 18 in the room, at 18, in the room at 18, at 20, looking for 2 now, at 20 pounds, looking for 2, at 22 in the room, at 22, looking for 5, at 25, looking for 8, at 28, in the room at 28, 30 I'm looking for, at 28, at 28, 30 I'm looking for, at 28 pounds, at 30 now, at 30 pounds, at 30 pounds, 32 now, at 32, at 32, looking for 5, at 32, at 32, looking for 5, at 32 pounds, 35 now, at 35, looking for 8, at 35, looking for 8, at 35, at 35, selling it away, at 35 pounds.
SR 1898701.
Thank you. Lot 92, the jug there, start me at 50 pounds, at 50 pounds, at 50 pounds, at 50 pounds, at 30 then, at 30 pounds, at 30 pounds, at 30 pounds, at 30 pounds, 10 then, 10 pounds I'm looking for, no less, 10 pounds, 10 I have, looking for 12, at 10, looking for 12, at 12 now, head, it's 18 now, 20 now, at 20, looking for 2, at 20 pounds, at 20 pounds, at 22 now, at 22, at 22, looking for 5, at 22, at 22, selling it away, at 22 pounds, 681, lot 93, lot 93, there we are, the spirit barrels, start me at 40, 40 pounds, 20 then, 20 pounds I'm looking for, 20 pounds, 10 if you like, no less, 10 pounds I'm looking for, 10 I have, at 10 pounds, looking for 12, at 10 looking for 12, at 10 pounds, at 10 pounds, at 10 pounds, 12 now, 15, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry, 15, 18,
No.
right, at 15, 18 I'm looking for, at 15 pounds, 18, 18 now, in the room at 18, 20 I'm looking for, at 18, 22, at 22 now, at 22 in the room, at 22 looking for 5, at 22 pounds, at 25 pounds now, no, at 25 pounds, selling it away at 25, 685. And we start, this is the Blanc Chine Otter, and I start at 180, 190, 200 I'm looking for, at 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 190, at 190, at 190, not quite there with that one. Lot 95, and we start straight in. At 55.60 I'm looking for. At 55.60 I'm looking for. At 55.60 I'm looking for. At 55, at 55 pounds, selling it away at 55. 2664. Lot 96. And start me at 50 pounds, at 50 pounds, at 30, at 30, at 30, 10 if you like then, 10 I'm looking for, 10 to an arm, thank you, looking for 12, in the room at 10, looking for 12, at 10 pounds, at 10 pounds, at 10 pounds, selling it away, at 12 now, 15 sir, 15, at 15. In the room at 15.18, I'm looking for at 15 pounds. At 15 pounds, selling at 15. No, I can't see the numbers, so sorry. 224. Lot 97, Royal Albert figures, nice start. At 40 pounds, looking for 2. At 40 pounds, looking for 2. At 40 pounds, at 40 pounds. At 45 now. At 45, looking for 8. At 45, at 48 now. At 48, 50 I'm looking for. At 48, 50 I'm looking for. At 50 now. In the room at 50, looking for 5. At 55, 60 I'm looking for. At 55, at 55. At 60 now. In the room at 60. At 65, 70 I'm looking for. At 70 now. At 70 pounds, looking for 5 at 75. At 75, 80 I'm looking for. At 70, 80 now in the room. At 80 pounds, looking for 5. At 80 pounds, at 80 pounds. At 80 pounds, at 80 pounds, selling it away at 80 pounds. 151. 98. Just beware there. Cheese diamond cover. Start me at 30. Start me at 30. At 30 pounds, at 30 pounds.
I've got
10,
10.
thank you. At 10, looking for 12. I'll take that. At 10, looking for 12. At 10, looking for 12. At 10, looking for 12. At 20 pounds now. At 20 pounds, looking for 2.
25.
25 now. At 28, I'm looking for. At 28 now. At 28, 30. At 30 pounds. At 30 pounds, looking for 2. At 30 pounds, looking for 2. At 30 pounds, at 30 pounds, looking for 2. At 30 pounds, selling it away at 30.
SR 162411.
Thank you. Lot 99. Moorcroft, Taza, start me at 60 pounds. Start me at 60, at 60 pounds. At 60 pounds, at 40 then, at 40 pounds, at 40 pounds. At 40 pounds, at 40 pounds, 30 then, no less. 30 pounds I'm looking for. 30 pounds I'm looking for. 30 pounds I'm looking for. We're at 30, thank you sir. 30 looking for 5. In the room at 30 looking for 2, sorry. At 30 pounds looking for 2. At 32, at 35, at 35 now. In the room at 35, 38 and 40. At 38, 40 I'm looking for. At 38, at 38, selling it away. At 38 pounds, at 42 now. At 42, at 45. At 45 looking for 8. At 48 now. At 48, 50 I'm looking for. At 48. At 48. At 48 pounds, I'm selling it away. At 48 pounds, selling at 48. 2639. Lot 100, Royal Albert, Country Roads. There we go, lot for your money there. And I start at 80, looking for 5.
110.
At 110, at 110, 120 I'm looking for. At 120 now. At 120, 130, 140. At 140, 150, 150, 160 now. At 160, 170 I'm looking for. At 170.
180.
At 180. At 180, 190 I'm looking for. At 190 now. At 200. At 200. At 200, 220 I'm looking for. At 200, 220, at 220 now. At 220, 240, 240 now. At 240, 260 I'm looking for. At 240, 260. At 240, 260. At 240, at 260 now. At 260.
280.
At 280. Battle going on the internet. At 280, 300 I'm looking for. At 280. At 300. At 300. 320 I'm looking for. At 300. Easy Live at 300. 320 I'm looking for. At 300 pounds. At 300 pounds, selling it away. At 300 pounds. to 504. Lot 101, Moorcroft Collector Club magazines. Start me at 40, at £40, at £40, at 20 then, at 20, at 20, at 20, 10 if you like, 10 thank you, at £10 in the room, looking for 12, at 10 looking for 12, 12 I have, 15, 15 now, at 15, in the room at 15, 18 and 20, at £20, in the room at 20 looking for 2, at 20, at 22, at 25 now, in the room at 25 looking for 8, at 25 looking for 8, 28 and 30, at £30 looking for 2, at £30 looking for 2, at £30, at £30, at £30, 32 now, at 32 at 35, at 35 at 35, at 35 looking at 35 looking for 8, at 35 at £35, selling it away, at 35.
38 on the hammer.
I'm going to have to take it because it's called, I'm sorry, at 38, 40, at £40, it's still open at 40, be quick on the net, at £40, at £40, at £40, at £40, selling it away at 40, got it this time, 216, sorry about that. Lot 102, and we start at 35, 38, 40 I'm looking for, at 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 38, at 38, not there. Lot 103, this is the Martins Brothers jug, and I start at 160, 170, 180 I'm looking for, at 180, 360, 360, 360, sorry about that sir, that was a big jump, at 360, 380 I'm looking for, 380 I'm looking for, at 360, 380 I'm looking for, at 360, at 360, at £360, you're all out at 360.
SR 197264.
Thank you. Lot 104, these lovely vases here, and I start at 180, 190, 200 I'm looking for, at 190, 200 I'm looking for, 190, 200 I'm looking for, at 190, 200, at 190, 200, at 190, 200, at 200, thank you, at 200, 220 I'm looking for, at 200, 220, at 200, 220, at £200, selling it away, at 200.
SR 1278139.
Thank you. Lot 105, tucked in where? There we go. Start me at 20. Start me at 20. £20, 10 if you like. No less. £10 I'm looking for. They used to make a lot more than this. £10 I have. Looking for 12. At 10, looking for 12. At 10, at 12, 15 I'm looking for. At £12, 15 I'm looking for. At 15 now. At 15, 18 I'm looking for. At £15, at £15. At £15. At £15, selling it away. At £15. 2681. 106. Royal Worcester. There we go. Start me at £80. At £80. At £80. At £80. At 60 then. At £60. At £60. At £60. £60. 40 then, no less. £40 I'm looking for. Well worth it at 40. £40 I'm looking for. No interest at 40. Lot 107. And we start straight in. At 25 looking for 8. At 25 looking for 8. At 25 looking for 8. At 25. At 28, 30 now. At £30 looking for 2. At £30 looking for 2. At £30 at £30. At £30 at £30 and away. Selling at 30. 504. 108. Goble and Beswick figures. Start me at 40. Lot there for your money at £40 at £40. At £40, at £40. At 20 then. At 20 pounds. 10. At 10, I'll take it 10. 12 I'm looking for. 12 I have. At 12 I have in the room. In the room at 12.
15.
15 now. At 15, at 15. 18. In the room at 18. At 18.
20.
At 20 now. At £20. At 22. In the room at 22. It's ahead of Easy Live. In the room at 22. 25. 28. In the room at 28. In the room at 28. 30. 32. 32. In the room at 32. At 32 at 32. At 35 at 35 at 38. In the room at 38. At 38 at 38. At 40 now. At £40, looking for 2 at 42. In the room at 42. At 42 at 42. Looking for 5 at 45. At 48 at 48. At 48 at 48. At 48, 50 I'm looking for. At £48. At £48. At £48 in the room. At 48, selling at 48. 151. Lot 109. Leaflet Lane, there we go. Start me at 30. At £30. At £30. At 30 I have. Looking for 2 at 32. At 35. At 38 at 40. At 42 at 45. At 48, 50. At 60 now. At 65. At 65, 70, 75, 75, 80. At 85. At 85. At 85, 90. At 95. At 95, 100. At 100, 110. At 120, 130, 140, 150, 160. At 160, 170 I'm looking for. At 160, 170, 170 now. At 170, 180. At 180, 190 I'm looking for. At 180. At 180. At 180 pounds. You're all out at 180, 190 now. At 190, 200. At 200, 220 I'm looking for. At 200, 220 I'm looking for. At £200, 220 now. At 220, 240, 240. At 240, 260 I'm looking for. At 240, 260. At 240, 260 now. At 260, 280. At 280, 300. At 300, 320. 320, 320, 340 I'm looking for. At 320, 340. At 320, 340. At 320 I have. 340 I'm looking for. At 340 now. At 340, 360 I'm looking for. At 360 now. At 360, 380 I'm looking for. At 360, 380 I'm looking for. At 360. At 360. At £360 I'm selling it away. At 360. 634. Lot 110. Leaflet Lanes again. Start me at 30. £30 I'm asking. £30. At 30 I have, looking for 2. At 32. At 35. At 42. At 42. 45. At 48. At 48, 50. At £50 at 55. 60. At £60 looking for 5. At 65. At 75. At 75. 80. 5. At 85, 90, 5, 100, 110, at 110, 120, 130, 140, 150, 160, 150, 160 now. At 160, 170 I'm looking for. At 160, 170 I'm looking for. At 160, 170 I'm looking for. At £160, you're all out at 160. 634, same buyer. Lot 111, Pocket Dragons, and we start at £10, looking for 12, at 10, looking for 12, at 10, looking for 12, at 25 now, 35, 40, 5, 50, 60, 70, at 70, 80, 90, 100, at 100, 120, at 120, 130, at 130, 140 I'm looking for. At 130, 140 I'm looking for. At 130, at 140, at 140, at 140, 150 I'm looking for. At £140, selling it away at 140 to 639. 112, Crown Derby, there we go, I start at 22, looking for 5. At 25, thank you sir, just ahead of the net. 28, 28, 30, 30 now. At £30, looking for 2. In the room at 30. At 30 in the room at 32, at 35. At 35 in the room at 35, looking for 8 at 38 and 40. At 38, 40 I'm looking for. At 38, 40 I'm looking for. At 38, selling it away. At £38. 2639. 113, Rule Dalton, vases, there we go, start me. I can start at 10, looking for 12. At 10, looking for 12. At 12 now in the room at 12. £12 in the room. 12 in the room. 12 looking for 15. 15 I'm looking for. At 15 now, 18 sir. At 18, 18 thank you. In the room, it's 20 now, looking for 2. Got a room with a 22, it was 20. Yeah. 25 now, don't worry. 25. At 25, looking for 8. At 25, looking for 8. At 25. At 25, on the internet. At £25, selling it away. At 25. 2681. 114, the L glasses, and I start at £10. At 10, looking for 12, good luck this. At 10, looking for 12. At 12, thank you. In the room at 12, 15 I'm looking for. At 12, 15 I'm looking for. At 12, 15 I'm looking for. At £12, at £12, at £12, at £12, selling it away. At £12, 224. Lot 115, and we start at 10, looking for 12. 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 At £10. At £10. Easy live at £10. I've looked over there as well. I can't. No, I'm not. I keep turning now to make sure. I continue the bidding at 12. Are you sure?
Yeah. Thank you.
Lot 116. Wine glasses. Start me at 60. At £60. At £60. At £60. At £60. At 40. At 40. At 30. £30 or less. £30 I'm looking for. £30 I'm looking for. £30, £30. No interest at 30. 30, thank you sir, at 30. At £30, at £30, I'm selling it away. At 30 to 224. Lot 117. Glasses there, start me at 40. £10 I have. At 10, 12 I'm looking for. At 10, looking for 12. At 10, looking for 12. At 10, looking for 12. At £10. At £10, 12 now. At 12, 15. At 15, 18 I'm looking for. At £15, 18 I'm looking for. 18 now. At 18, at 20 now, looking for 2. At £20, looking for 2. At £20. At 22?
Yes.
At 22. 25. 28 I'm looking for. At 25. 28 I'm looking for.
28.
At 28 now. At 28. The sale room. At 28. 28. At £28, selling it away. At 28.
SR 146 4590.
118. Diamond cup decanters there. Start me at 70. Start me at 70. At £70. At £70. At 50 then. £50. £50. £50. 30 no less. No interest. Pass the lot. 119. The Lilith bookends. And we start straight in. At £42. At 42, looking for 5. At 42, looking for 5. At 42, at 42. At £42. At £42, selling it away. At 42 to 541. Lot 120, Waterford crystal glasses, super lot this. And I start at 130. 140 I'm looking for. At 130, 140 I'm looking for. At 130, 140 I'm looking for. At 130. At 150 now. At 150, 160 I'm looking for. At 150, 160 I'm looking for. At 170 now. At 170, 180 I'm looking for. At 170, 180 I'm looking for. At 170. At 190. At 190, 200 I'm looking for. At 190, 200. At 190, 200. At 190 pounds. Selling it away at 190 to 685. 121 WMF. There we go. And I start straight in at 65.
130.
At 130 here. At 130. At 130, 140 I'm looking for. At 140. At 140 in the room. At 140, 150 I'm looking for. At 140. At 140. Hurrah. Honestly, I turned myself that way so I could see you. Oh God, I'm off the hook. Am I off the hook now? Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you. 122, and I start straight in. Hat £10. I'm going to keep looking at you now. Hat £10. 12, 15. At 15, 18 I'm looking for. 18 I have. 20 now. At 20, look for 2. At £20, look for 2. At £20, look for 2. At £20, at £20. At £20 and away, selling at 20, 667. Lot 1, 2, 3. The Art Deco, start me at £10.
10.
10 here, 12,
15.
15, 18,
20.
22, 25? No, at 22, at 22, at 22, at £22, 22, 25, 28, at 28, saw your bid again, at 22 in a row, how about that? At £28, at £28, selling it away, at 28, 189. Lot 124, there we go. At lot 124, start me at 20, lot for your money
12.
there. 25.
12.
12. At £12. At £12, 15 I'm looking for. At 12, into 15.
18.
15 now.
18.
18 now. At 18, 20 I'm looking for.
22.
At 22. At 22 now. At 22. At 22. On the sale room.
28.
28 on the sale room. 28 on the sale room. At 28, 30 I'm looking for. At £28. At £28, selling it away.
30.
At 30 now.
And 2.
At 30, 32. At 32, 35 I'm looking for. At 32, 35 I'm looking for. At £32, you're all out at 32.
SR 991006.
991006. Thank you. Lot 125, Baccarat, the decanters, super lot this. Start me at £50. At 50,
40.
40 I have. At £40, looking for 2. At £40, looking for 2. At £40, looking for 2. At £40, at £40. At £40, at £40. Selling it away at £40.
SR 119762.
Thank you. Lot 126. The Tantalus, start me at £60. At 60, at 60, at 60, at 40, at £40, at £40, at £40, at £40, 30 then no less. £30 I'm looking for. £30 or less. At £30, at £30, at £30. No interest at 30. See you after. Lot 127. The runners start me at £60. At £60. At £60. At £60. 30 then no less. £30 I'm looking for. £30 I'm looking for. Won't go any lower. At £30, thank you. At 30, looking for 2. At £30, looking for 2. In the room at 30, looking for 2. At £30, at £30, selling it away at 30. 2, 2, 4, and 30. Lot 128, Waterford Crystal. Again, start me at 30. At £30. At £30. At £30. 10 then. £10 I'm looking for. 10, thank you. At 10, looking for 12. At 12. 15, 15, 15, 18, 20, 2, 25, 28, 30, at £30, at £30, at £30, at £30, selling it away, at 30. I'm getting really good now. Really, I'm on a roll. The Waterford Crystal Ships Decanter, getting brownie points now. Start me at £40, 10 I have. 12 now. At 12, 15, 20. At £20, looking for 2. At 28.
28.
At 30 now.
And 2.
32, 35,
38.
38, 40,
42.
42. At 42, on the sale room, at 42, looking for 5.
48.
48, looking for 50 now. At 48, 50 I'm looking for. At 48, at 48, at £48, selling it away. 48,
SR 1900703.
thank you. Lot 130 is withdrawn. The canteen,
Let's go.
lot 1331.
Hold on.
Just having a little technical, just bear with us.
Yeah. 131.
Right, 131, canteen and cutlery, start me at 50,
I have 40.
40 I have, looking for 2 now, at £40, looking for 2, at £40, looking for 2, at £40, 42, looking for 5, at 42, looking for 5, at 42, at 42, at 42, at 42, at £42, at £42, 691. Lot 131. No, sorry, hang on, 691. So I've written it in the wrong box. In the withdrawal one. Lot 132, World Spoons, and I start at £20 in for 2. At £20 in for 2. At £20, I have £20. On the 22, I'm out now. Just ahead of Easy Life, in the room at 22, 25, 28, sir? No, at 25, Easy Life at 25, at 28 now, at 28, 30 I'm looking for, at 28, 30 I'm looking for, at 30 now, looking for 2, at £30 looking for 2, at 32 looking for 5, at 32 looking for 5, at 35, at 35, at 38, at 38, 40 I'm looking for, at 38, 40 I'm looking for, at 38, at 38, at £38, selling it away at £38, 660. Lot 133, taxidermy, start me at 80, at £80, at 80, at 80, at 80, at £80, 60 then, £60, £60, £60, 40 then, no less, £40, no less, £40, thank you, 40, looking for 2, at £40 in the room, looking for 2, at £40, looking for 2, at 42, 45, at 45 now, in the room at 45, in the room at 45, at 48, 50, no, at 48, Easy Live at 48, at 48, at £48, I'm selling it away at 48, 2657, lot 134, hardwood plant there, start me at 50, at £50, at £50, at £50, at 30 then, at £30, at £30, at £30, at £30, 10 then, no less, £10, 10 I'm looking for, £10 for this carving. No interest at £10. Lot 135. The Coromandel figure there. Start me at 60, at £60, at 60, at £60, at 30 then, half the estimate, no less. £30 I'm looking for, £30, £30, £30 I'm looking for, £30. No interest at 30. Lot 136, the hardwood bus, etc. Start me at £30. Start me at £30. Start me at 30. At 30. At 30. 10 then. £10 I'm looking for. £10. No interest at 10. After George Lawson, this bronze, going to start with me at 220, 230, 240, 250 I'm looking for. At 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 240, at 240 I'm looking for. 250 I'm looking for. At 200 and 250, thank you. 260 I have. 280 I'm looking for. At 260, 280 I'm looking for. At 260, 280 I'm looking for. At 260, at 260, selling at 2.
Hang on.
At 260, we're at 260, at 260, at £260.
SR 584 treble 8.
Thank you. After Gaston, there we go. With me at 140, 150 I'm looking for. 150 I'm looking for. 150 I'm looking for.
Yep. Bidding.
At 150, thank you. At 150, 160 I'm looking for. At 150, 160. At 150, 160. At 150, 160. At 160 now. At 160, 170 I'm looking for. At 160, 170. At 170 now. At 190. At 190, 200 I'm looking for. At 190, 200. At 190, 200.
Bidding.
At 200. At 200, 220 I'm looking for. At 200, 220 I'm looking for. At £200. At £200, selling it away at 200.
SR 686545.
Thank you. Lot 139. Start me at 80. At £80. At £80. 60 then. £60. 65, thank you. At 65. At 65, 70 I'm looking for. At 65, 70 I'm looking for. At 65, at 65, 70 I'm looking for. At 65,
75.
75 now. At 75, 80 I'm looking for. At 75, 80 I'm looking for. At 75 £75 I'm selling it away. At 75.
SR 1 treble 8 827.
Thank you. Lot 140, spells a figure. And I start at 10, look at 12. At 10, look at 12.
60.
60.
60.
60. At 60, £60, looking for 5. That threw me a bit. sorry out there. At £60, looking for 5. At £60, looking for 5. At 60, at 60, at £60, selling it away at 60.
SR 105 9230.
Thank you. Lot 141, spelt a figure again of a bull. Starting at 40, at £40, at £40, at £40, at £40, at 20 then, £20, £20, 20 I have, look for 2. At £20, look for 2. At 20, at 20, at £20 and away. Selling at 20 to 681. Lot 142, Greyhounds, and we start at 20, looking for 2, at £20, looking for 2, at £20, looking for 2, at 25, at 25, looking for 8, at 25, looking for 8, at 30 now, at £30, looking for 2, at £30, looking for 2, at £30, selling it away, at 30, 2589. Lot 143, bronze sculpture there, and I start straight in at 85, 90 I'm looking for, at 85, 90 I'm looking for, at 85, at 85, at 85, 90 now, 90, easy live at 90, 95 I'm looking for, £90 I'm looking for.
Got 90.
Is it easy load 90 or is it salary?
Well, I've got showing on the screen 90 is easy live.
No, we'll find it's taking longer.
95.
95 now on the sale room at 95. On the sale room at 95. At 95, 100 I'm looking for. 100 easy live. At 100, 110 I'm looking for. At 100, 110 I'm looking for.
110.
110 now. At 110, sale room. 120 I'm looking for. At 110, 120 I'm looking for. At 110, 120 I'm looking for. At 110. At £110 I'm selling it away at 110.
SR 743 060.
Thank you. English school. There we go. Starting at £30. £30. 10 then. £10 I'm looking for. £10 I'm looking for. £10. No interest at £10. Lot 145. Start me at 10. 10 I have. At £10, look for 12. At 10, look for 12. 15 now. At 15, 18 I'm looking for. 20 now. Easy live at 20. 25 now.
22.
25 easy live. 30 now. Easy live. At £30, look for 2.
32.
At 32, sell room. 40 easy live. 42 easy live. At 42, looking for 5. At 42, looking for 5.
45.
At 45, sell room. At 50 now, easy live at 50. 55 I'm looking for.
55.
At 55, sell room. At 60 now, easy live at 60, looking for 5. At £60, looking for 5.
65.
At 65, sell room. At 65. At 65. At £65. At 65 and away.
SR 177 85 94.
94. Black and white etchings, there we go. Start me at £10. Start me at 10. Start me at 10. Lot 146. Start me at £10. £10 I'm looking for. £10. No interest at £10. Pass that lot. Lot 147. Start me at £10. £10 I'm looking for. £10. £10. £10. No interest at £10. Lot 148. Aqua tint overprinted etchings. Start me at 30. Start me at 30. At £30. At £30. 30 I have. Looking for 2 now. At £30. Looking for 2. At £30. Easy live at 30. Looking for 2. At £30. At £30. Selling it away at 30 to 573. Lot 149, start me, I start at 10, looking for 12, 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 at £10, at £10, selling at 10 to 708. Lot 150, and I start at 10, looking for 12, at 10, looking for 12, at £10, at £10, easy live at 10, at £10, selling it away at £10, 708. Lot 151, and I start at £10, looking for 12, at 10, looking for 12, at 10, looking for 12, at £10, at £10, selling it away at 10, to 708. Lot 152. At 152, £32. Easy Live at 32, looking for 5. 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 At 32. At £32 and away, selling at 32, 708. Lot 153, start me at £10. Very much in Larry style. Start me at 10. Start me at 10 I have, looking for 12. At 10, looking for 12. At 10, looking for 12. At 10, looking for 12. At £10. At £10, selling it away. At 10, 708. Lot 154. Start me at 10. £10 I'm looking for. £10 I'm looking for. £10, thank you. 10, 12 I'm looking for. At 10, 12 I'm looking for. At £10 in the room. At 12 now. 15 I'm looking for. 15 now. In the room at 15, 18 I'm looking for. At £15. At £15. At £15 and away I'm selling at 15. 2147. Lot 155. Helen Bradley. Start me at £10. £10 I'm looking for. £10. £10. 10 I have. 12. 12 now in the room at 12. In the room at 12. 15 I'm looking for. At £12. 15 I'm looking for. At £12. Selling it away. 15 now. 18. At 18 now. In the room at 18. At 18. 20 I'm looking for. At £18. Selling it away. At 18. 2147. 156. Helen Bradley again. Start me at £10. £10 I'm looking for. £10. 10 I have. 12 I'm looking for. At £10. 12 I'm looking for. At £10. Selling it away. At 12 now. In the room at 12. In the room at 12. 15 I'm looking for. At £12. 15 I'm looking for. 15. 80. Coming back, sir. At £15 I'm selling it away. At 15. 708. Lot 157. Adam Bradley, start me at £10. £10 I'm looking for. £10. 10 I have. 12 I'm looking for. At £10. 12 now. In the room at 12. 15 I'm looking for. At £12. 15 now. 18. At 18 now. In the room at 18. 20 I'm looking for. At £18. 20 I'm looking for. At £18. Selling at 18. 2147. Lot 158. Start me at 10. £10 I'm looking for. £10 I'm looking for. 10 I have. 12 I'm looking for. At 10. 12 now in the room at 12. 15 I'm looking for. At 15. 18. At £15. 18 I'm looking for. 18 in the room now. At £18. At £18. At £18 and away I'm selling at 18. 147. Lot 159. Helen Bradley. Start me at 10. £10 I'm looking for. At £10. At £10. At £10. £10 I have. 12 I'm looking for. At £10. 12 now. 15 sir. At 15. At £15. 18 I'm looking for. At £15. 18 I'm looking for. At £15 and away I'm selling. At 15 to 147. Lot 160. And I start straight in at £30 with me. At £30 in for 2. At £30 in for 2. At £30 in for 2. On commission at £30, 2 I'm looking for. At £30, 32, 35 with me. At 35 looking for 8. At 35 looking for 8. At 35 at 38, 40 with me. At £40 with me. 42 I'm looking for. At 42 at 45. 45 with me, looking for 8 now. At looking for 8 at 48. For 8, 45, 48 I'm looking for. At 48, at 50 I've got 55 with me. At 55, 60 I'm looking for. At 55, 60 I'm looking for. At 55, 60 I'm looking for. At £55 and away I'm selling at 55 to C6916. Lot 161, tapestry, start me at £60. Start me at 60, at £60, at £60, at £60, 40 then no less. Half the estimate at 40, £40 I'm looking for, £40 I'm looking for. No interest at £40, no interest at 40. Lot 162. Start me at £10, 10 thank you, 12 I'm looking for, at 10 looking for 12, at 10 looking for 12, at 10 looking for 12, 12, 15, 15, 18, at 18, 20, 20, 22, at £20 looking for 2, at £20 looking for 2, at £20 at £20, selling it away at 20 to 170. Lot 163. And start me at £30, start me at £30, start me at £30, at £30, 10 then, £10 I'm looking for, £10 I'm looking for, no interest at £10. Lot 164, start me at £10, start me at 10, 10 I'm looking for, £10 I'm looking for, no interest at £10. 165, Stephen Cox, and start me at £40, start me at 40, start me at 40, start me at 40, £40 at £40, £40 at £40, 35 then no less, 35, 35 I'm looking for, 35 I'm looking for, no interest at 35. Lot 166, and I can start straight in at 100, 110 I'm looking for, 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 at 100, 110, 120 with me on commission, at 120, 130 I'm looking for, 130 commissions are out at 130, 140 I'm looking for, at 130, 140 I'm looking for, at £130 selling it away, at 130,
SR 8172.
8176,
72.
72, sorry. Lot 167, start me at £40, start me at 40, start me at 40, at £40 at £40, at £40, 35 no less, 35 I'm looking for, 35 I have, looking for 8 now, at 35 looking for 8, at 35 looking for 8, at 35 at 35, selling it away at 35, 2224, lot 168, start me at 30, at £30, at £30, at £30, at £30, at £30, 10 then, £10 I'm looking for, no interest at 10, pass that one. Lot 169, start me at £40, at £40 at £40, at £40 at £40, at £40 at £40, 35 no less, at 35 I'm looking for, 35 I'm looking for, at 35 at 35, no interest at 35, pass that one. Lot 170, and start me at £40, at £40 at £40, at £40 at £40, at 35 no less, at 35 no less, at 35 at 35, no interest at 35, lot 171, and I can start straight in at £80 looking for 5, at £80 looking for 5, at £80 at £80 looking for 5, at £80, at £80, at £80 and away I'm selling at £80, 2697. Lot 172, start me at 40, at £40, at £40, at £40 at £40, at £40, 35 no less, 35 I'm looking for, 35 I'm looking for, no interest at 35. Lot past that one, 173, the Buccaneer, There we go, start me at £40. At £40 at £40. At £40 at £40. At 35 at 35. At 35 at 35. At 35 no less. No interest at 35. Lot 174. Spitfires in flight. Start me at £40. Start me at £40. £40, £40, £40, 20 then. £20 I'm looking for. £20 I'm looking for. 10 then. At £10 or less, £10 I'm looking for. No interest at £10. Lot 175. Did you bid, sir?
Right at the end. Sort of
Right at the end. Okay, 215. Thank you. £10. Lot 175. Start me at 300. 300 I'm looking for. 300 I'm looking for. 300 I'm looking for. 300 I'm looking for. Lot 175. 300 I'm looking for. 300 I'm looking for. No interest at 300. No interest at 300. Past that one. Lot 176. Start me at 100. Start me at 100. Start me at 100. Start me at 100. No interest at £100. Past that. Lot 177. And I can start straight in at £18. 20 now at 22. Look for 5 at 32 now. At 32 at 38. At 38 at 42. At 42 at 55. At 55. At 55 at 60 now. At £60, looking for 5. At £60 at 65. At 65, 70 I'm looking for. At 65, 70 I'm looking for. At 65 at 65. At £65 I'm selling it away. At £65. 2567. Lot 178. Start me at £10. Start me at 10. Start me at 10. £10 I'm looking for. No interest at £10. Last the lot. 179. And start me at £30. Start me at £30. Start me at 30. Start me at 30. At £30 at £30. 10 then. £10 I'm looking for. 10, 30 I have. At £30 looking for 2. At £30 looking for 2. At £30 at £30 at £30. Selling it away. At £30. 573. Lot 179. 179. 180 now, sorry. Lot 180. Start me at £40. Still live. £40. £40 at £40. £40 at £40 at 20 then. £20 I'm looking for.
Yep,
£20, 20 I have. Looking for 2 now. At £20, looking for 2. At 22. At 22, at 25 now. At 25, looking for 8. At 25, looking for 8. At 28. At 28, 30 I'm looking for. At £30, looking for 2 now. At £30, looking for 2. At £30, looking for 2. At 32 now. At 32, looking for 5. At 32, looking for 5. At 32, looking for 5. At £32, selling it away. At 32.
SR 177 8594.
Thank you. Lot 181. 181. Start me at 400. Start me at 400. Start me at 400. Start me at 400. 400 I'm looking for. Start me at 400. 400 I'm looking for. No interest at 4. Long way short there, but see us after. Lot 182. And start me at £60. At £60,
150.
5.
150.
150, thank you, at 150. At 150, 160 I'm looking for. At 150, 160 I'm looking for. At 150, 160 I'm looking for. At 150, at £150.
SR 317.
Right. 183. You are my sunshine. I start at £80, looking for 5. At 85 now, in the room at 85. At 85, in the room at 85. In the room at 85, 95, sir, 95. Got 100 here, 110, 110. You're just ahead, 120 now. At 120, 130, 130 in the room at 130. At 130 with you, sir. At 130, 140, 150, 150 now. At 150, 160, 170, 170. At 170, at 170, 180, 190, 190. At 190, 200 I'm looking for. At 190, 200 I'm looking for. At 190. At 190 pounds. Selling it away. At 190 to 170. Thank you. 184. And I start straight in at £80, looking for 5. Have you bid on the wrong one, sir?
No, I bid on the.
Yeah, you got it.
You said 217.
No, 170.
Sorry, I apologise.
That's your bidding number, sir. I'm at 184, 90. Thank you. 95, 100, 130 now. 140. Looking for 150, 150, 140 on Easy Line.
150 here.
150, hang on, 160, it's all coming in, 170 sir, 170 now. In the room at 170. In the room at 170.
180.
180, 190, 190 now. In the room at 190. At 190. 200. At 200. At 200. At 200. At 200. On the sale route at £200. I'm selling at £200.
SR 177 8594.
Thank you. Lot 185. 185 and I start straight in at 120. 130 now. In the room 140, 150, 150. At 160, 170, 170. In the room at 170. In the room at 170. At 170. 180, 180, 190, 190 now. In the room at 190.
200.
200, 220. At 220. At 220. At 220. In the room at 220. 240 I'm looking for.
240.
240, 260, 260 sir. Thank you. At 260, 280 I'm looking for. At 260, 280 I'm looking for.
280.
280, 300, 300, thank you. At 300, 320 I'm looking for. At 300 in the room. At 300, 320, 320, 340, 340 now. At 340, 360 I'm looking for. At 340, 360 I'm looking for.
360.
360, 380, 380 now. At 380, 400 I'm looking for. At
400.
400, 420, 420, thank you sir, at 420. In the room at 420. At 420. At 420, 440 I'm looking for. At 420. At 420. Last time, hammer's coming down. At £420. Yours sir, 178. Lot 186. And I start straight in at 280.
300 pounds.
At 300. At 320. At 320. 340 I'm looking for.
340.
340 now. 360. Easy Live at 360. 380. 400.
420.
420. Sale room. At 420. At 420. At 420. 440 now. At 440. Easy Live at 440. 460 I'm looking for. At 440. At 440. Last time of asking. At 440. 2701. Lot 187. English School. Start me at £50.
40.
At 40. At 40 looking for 2. At £40 looking for 2. At £40 looking for 2. At 42 looking for 5. Easy Live at 42 looking for 5. At 45. At 48. At 48.
50.
50 now. It's 2 of you bidding at the same time. At 50. Easy Live at 50. 55. Easy Live. Easy Live at 55. 60 now, sale room, at £60, in for
No,
5.
no, I've got 55.
Somewhere 55.
No, sorry, I've got a room bit of 60 there. 55, easy line, 55. Easy line,
£60.
£60. That's what I had. At £60, in for 5. At £60, sale room. 65, easy live. Easy live at 65. 70 I'm looking for. 70 I'm looking for. At 65. At 65. Last time of asking. At 65. 2691. Lot 188. And I start at £10. Is there 12? At 10, looking for 12. 12 in the room. At £12, 15 now. 18, sir. 18 now. At 25, 25, 28, so 28. 35 now. 40, 42, 45, 48. I'll come back to you. At 48, 50, sir. At 50 now. In the room at 50. At 55. 60, sir. 60 now. In the room at 60, looking for 5. At 65, 70. At £70, looking for 5. At 75, 80. At £80, 85 I'm looking for. At £80, in the room at 80. Looking for 5. At 85, 90. At £90, looking for 5. In the room at 90, looking for 5. At £90, at £90. At £90, 95. 100, no. At 95, good battle. At 95, easy live. At 95, you sure, sir? Last time, asking. At, yeah, 100? At 100. In the room at 100. 110 I'm looking for. At £100. At £100, selling it away at 100.
110 on how much?
Oh. They had the chance.
Okay, fine.
Yeah, they had the chance. So
So it's room bid, yeah?
yeah, I did put room bid. Wasn't it? Yeah, 100. 189. Lot 189.
What was the number?
224. 189. And start me at £50. Start me at 50. Start me at 50. At £50. At £50. At 30 then. At £30. At £30. At £30. 10 if you like then. £10. No interest. 10. Thank you, sir. Just ahead of the net. £10 in the room. 12 I'm looking for. 12. 15, sir? No. At £12. At £12. At £12. Selling it away. At £12. 589. Lot 190. Start me at £30. Start me at 30. Start me at 30. Start me at 30. £10 then. £10 I'm looking for. Thank you. 10. Looking for 12. At 10. Looking for 12. At 10. Looking for 12. At 12 now. 15. At 15. At 15 in the room at 15. 18 I'm looking for. At £15. 18 now. 20. You're coming back at 20. No, at £18. At £18 selling. 22. 22. At 22. On the sale room. At 22. 25 I'm looking for. At 22. 25 I'm looking for. At £22.
SR 140164.
Thank you. Lot 191. And start me at £30. Start me at 30. At £30. At £30. At £30. 10 if you like. £10 I'm looking for. £10 I'm looking for. No interest at £10. Lot 192. David Bell again. Start me at 30. Start me at 30. At £30. At £30. 10 then. £10. No interest at £10. Lot 193. David Bell again. Start me at 30. At £30. At £30. At £30. 10 then. £10 I'm looking for. No interest at £10. Lot unsold 194. Start me at 30. Start me at 30. At £30. At £30. 10 then. £10 I'm looking for. £10. No interest at 10. Past that. 195. David Bell again. Start me at 30. Start me at 30. £10, 10, thank you, 12 I'm looking for, 12 I have, 12, 15, 15 now, in the room at 15, 18 I'm looking for, at £15, at 18 now, 20, no, at £18, at £18, selling it away at 18, 685, lot 196, David Bell, again start me at 30, at £30, at £30, at £30, at £30, 10 then, £10 I'm looking for, £10, £10 I'm looking for, £10 I'm looking for, no interest at £10, lot 197, David Bell, start me at 30, at £30, at £30, £10, £10 I'm looking for, £10, no interest at 10, lot 198, David Bell, again, start me at 30, at £30, at £30, 10 then, £10 I'm looking for, no interest at £10, lot 199, David Bell, start me at 30, £30, 10 then, £10 I'm looking for, no interest at 10, 10 to an arm, at £10, at £10, 12 I'm looking for, at £10, selling it away at 12 now, 15, at 15 now, at £15, 18 I'm looking for, at £15, 18 I'm looking for, at £15, 147, lot 200, David Bell, start me at 30, at £30, at £30, at £30, at 10 then, at £10, at £10, at £10, no interest at 10, 10 to an arm, looking for 12, at £10, looking for 12, at £10, selling it away at 10, 147, lot 201, all on board, there we go, World War Planes, and start me at £80, at £80, at £80, at 60 then, at £60, at £60, 40 then no less, £40 I'm looking for, £40, £40, no interest at 40, past that, lot 202, start me at £40, start me at £40 at £40, at £40 at £40, 35 no less, 35 I'm looking for, 35 I'm looking for, no interest at 35, 35 I have, at 35 looking for 8, at 35 looking for 8, at 35 at 35, selling it away at 35, 573, lot 203, and I start straight in, at £75, 80 I'm looking for, at 75, 80 I'm looking for, at 75, 80 I'm looking for, at 75, at 75, at 85 now, at 85, 90 I'm looking for, at 85, at 85, 90 I'm looking for, at £85 and away I'm selling at £85, 2594, lot 204, and start me at £10.
Got 55, is that?
55, well, 55 I'll take at 55. Do I see 60? At 55, at 55, 60 I'm looking for, at 55, at 55, I'm selling it away at £55.
SR treble 1, 5178.
Thank you. Lot 205, start me at £10. Start me at 10, £10 I'm looking for, 10 I have, 12 I'm looking for, 12 I have, 15 I'm looking for, at 12, 15 now, 18 I'm looking for, at 18 and 20, at £18, 20 I'm looking for, at 20 now I'm looking for 2, at 22 looking for 5, at 22 looking for 5, at 22 looking for 5, at 25 looking for 8, at 28, at 28, 30 I'm looking for, at 28, 30 I'm looking for, at £30 looking for 2, at 32 now, at 32 looking for 5, at 32 looking for 5, at 32, at 32, at £32, at £32, at 35 now, at 38 now, 40 I'm looking for, at 38, 40 I'm looking for, at 38, at 38, at £38, selling it away at 38, 2573. Lot 206. Start me at £10. Start me at 10. £10 I'm looking for. £10. 10 I have, looking for 12. At 12, 15, 15 now. 18 I'm looking for. At £15, 18 I'm looking for. At £15, at £15, at £15, 18 now at 18. At 20, looking for 2 now. At £20, looking for 2. At £20, at £20. At £20, selling it away at 20. 2573. Lot 207. Start me at 80. At £80, at £80. At £80, at 60 then. At £60, at £60. At £60, 40 then, no less. £40 I'm looking for. £40 I'm looking for. £40. No interest at 40. Pass the lot. Lot 208. And start me at £30. Start me at £30 at £30. At £30 at £30. £10 then, at £10 I'm looking for. £10 I'm looking for. No interest at £10. Pass that one. 209. Start me at 85. Start me at 90. Start me at 90. Start me at 90. Sorry. 85, I saw it. 85, it's coming to the end. 85. 90 I'm looking for. 85, 90 I'm looking for. At 85, at 85, no interest.
90 bid.
90 bid. At £90, at £90, at £90, 5 I'm looking for. At £90, looking for 5. At £90, looking for 5. At £90, at £90. At £90, selling it away at 90. 2515. Lot 210. And start me at 100. I start at 100 with me. 110 I'm looking for. At 100, 110 I'm looking for. 100, 110 I'm looking for. At 100, 110 I'm looking for. At 110, 120 with me. At 120 with me. 130 I'm looking for. At 130 I'm looking for. At 120. At £120. On commission at 120 to C2690. Lot 211. 211. Start me at £10.
Yep.
£10 I have. Looking for 12. At 10, 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 looking for 12. At £10, selling it away at £10 to
SR 588055.
588055.
That's it.
Lot 212. 212. Start me at £10. Start me at £10. £10 I'm looking for. £10 I'm looking for. No interest at £10. Lot 213. Start me at 13 or less. £30 I'm looking for. £30 I'm looking for. £30 I'm looking for. At £30 I have. Looking for 2 now. At £30 looking for 2. At £30 looking for 2. At £30 at £30. So I'm selling it away at £30. 2573. Lot 214. 214. Start me at 55 I have. At 55,
60.
looking for 60 now. 60, 70 now. At £70, looking for 5 at 75. At 75, 80 I'm looking for. At 75, at 75, 80 I'm looking for. 80 now. At £80, looking for 5. At £80, looking for 5. At 85 now. At 90, in the room at 90. In the room at 90, looking for 5. At 90, 95 now. 100, sir? No, at 95. 100 now. Easy live at 100. At 100, 110 I'm looking for. At 100, 110 I'm looking for. At 100, 110 I'm looking for. At £100. At £100, selling it away at
Bidding 110.
110. At 110. 120 I'm looking for. At 110, 120 I'm looking for. At 110. At £110, sale room selling it away at 110.
SR 167 1312.
Lot 215. The plate there, starting at £20. £20 I'm looking for. £20. £20 I'm looking for. 10.
We have
20 now. At 20 look for 2. At £20 look for 2. At £20, easy live at 20 look for 2. At £20 at £20. At £20 and away I'm selling at £20. 2655. The Cinnabar box, and I start at £50. At £50. At £50 look for 5. 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 At £50 and away I'm selling at 50 to 6880. Lot 217. 217, and I start at 22 looking for 5.
65. Yeah.
65 now. At 65 looking for 70. At 65, 70 now. At £70 looking for 5.
75.
75 now. At 75, 80. At 80 now. Easy live at 80. At £80, 85 I'm looking for. 85 I'm looking for. 85 now. At 85, 90 now. Easy live 90. At £90 looking for 5. At £90 looking for 5. At £90. At £90. At 95. At 95 now. 100 I'm looking for. At 95, 100 now. At 100, 110 I'm looking for. At 100, at 110. At 110, 120 I'm looking for. At 110, sell room. At £110, I'm selling and away at 110.
SR 133 7158.
Thank you. Lot 218, and start me at £10. £10 I'm looking for. £10 and screen. All I ask is 10. £10 I'm looking for. No interest at £10.
10. Got 10 here.
I'll take 10 on the hammer.
SR 162 411.
16241. And my last lot, 219, and I start straight in at £20 looking for 2. At £20, 22 now, in the room at 22. At 22, looking for 5. At 22, looking for 5. At 22, 25. 28, 28, in the room at 28. At 28, 30 I'm looking for. At 28, 30 now, 32. At 32, at 32, in the room at 32. At 32, at 32, at 35, 38. At 38, at 38, 40 I'm looking for. At 38, 40 I'm looking for. At 38, at 38, at £38. Last time of asking at 38. To 224. Thank you very much. Yeah. Thank you very much. Will now take over, but just remember it's his first time up here, so be gentle. And he's even got his own gavel.
I have. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and people on the internet. Starting me off today, lot 220. Start me off at £10. So £10. Do I win £12 online? £15 now. Looking for 18. Do I see £18 anywhere? 15 online. Do I see £18 anywhere? £18 on the Easy Live. Looking for 20. £20 on Easy Live. 22 now. 25 next bid. 22 at the moment. 25 next bid. 25 on Easy Live. Looking for 28. Do I see £28 anywhere? Looking for £28. 28 we have. 30 next bid. Looking for 30. 30 we have. 32 next. 32 we have. Looking for 35. Do I see £35 anywhere? Easy Life still has this at £32. Looking for 35. Do I see £35 anywhere? Fair warning, with the Easy Life bidder at £32 has sold. And this number is 6, 5, 5, 30, £2. Lot number 221, Chinese ancient Buddhist temple brass here. Start me off, we already have bids in here, £48. Next bid is £50 on there, 55 now, looking for 60, 65, 70, 75, looking for 80, looking for the 80. We have 75, looking for 80. Do I see £80 anywhere? We have 75, looking for 80, with Easy Live at 75, looking for the 80. Fair warning, with Easy Live at 75, any more bidding, in the room or online, 80 we have now, looking for 85, we have 85, looking for 90, 85 we have, looking for 90, 85 to 90, 85 we have, looking for 90, fair warning, Gal's going down at 85, that is sold to the Easy Live bidder at 655 for £85. Lot number 222, starting off at £100, £100 anywhere, £100, looking for the £100. Do we have £100 anywhere online, sale room, Easy Live? Looking for the 100. In the room, any interest in the room? Blank face in the room, looking for the 100 here. Can't go any lower. It will remain with us at £100. Fair warning. That is sold. Lot 223. Start me off. We already have auto bid in on Easy Live at £10. Start looking for 12. £10 we have 15 already. Looking for the 18. £15 we have. Looking for 18. Do we see £18 anywhere? We have 15. Looking for 18. Fair warning, Easy Life has this at £15. Any more bidding here? Oh, £20 on the hammer. Keep that open. It's with Easy Life at 20, looking for 22. Do we see £22 anywhere? With Easy Life at 20, looking for 22. Get your bids in quickly, please. At £20, looking for 22. Fair warning. That is sold to the Easy Life bidder 6499 at towards that £20. Lot 224. Already bids in here, £10 starting off, looking for 12. £10 we have, 15 already, looking for 18, 20 now, 25, 30 now, 35, 40, looking for 42, £42 anywhere. We have 40, 45 now, looking for 48. Do we have £48 anywhere? It's with Easy Live at 45, looking for 48. Do we see £48 anywhere in the room or online? Any action on sale in there, James? Round 50 now, on Easy Live, 55. Bid, looking for 60, 60 we have, looking for 65, do we see £65 anywhere? We have 60, looking for 65. Fair warning, it's with Easy Live at 60. Do we see £65 anywhere? It's going to remain, it's going to stay with our Easy Live bidder here at £60. Fair warning, sold to £690, £60. Alright, moving on to lot 225, a collection of Chinese painted Jada eggs. Start me off at £50, looking for 50. Do we see £50 anywhere? Looking for 50. £50 anywhere. Do I see £50 anywhere? Looking for 50. Let's drop that down, half the estimate, £25. Do we see £25 anywhere for these Jada eggs? Lot 225, great things. Looking for £25. Do we see £25 anywhere? Fair warning, £25 bid. On Easy Live 25, is that 28? 28 bid? Looking for 30, looking for 30. We have 28 in the room, looking for 30. 28 in the front row, looking for 30. Easy Live, are you coming back in at 30? They are £30 against you. Would you like 32? 32 in the front row, looking for 35. Do you see £35 anywhere? In the front row at 32. Easy Live, are you coming back in? They are with the Easy Live at 35. Would you like to bid 38? 38 with our front row bidder there. 38. 40 on Easy Live. Are you coming back in at 42? Shake your head at 42. With Easy Live at 40. Any more bidding here? With Easy Live at £40, looking for 42. Do we see £42 anywhere? Fair warning, it's going to be sold to our Easy Live bidder for £40. Let's sold to panel number 550 for £40. Alright, moving on to lot 226. We've got some silk paintings here. We already have a bid on Easy Live at £10, looking for 12. Do we see £12 anywhere? We have 10, 12 at the back of the room, looking for 15. £15 against you, sir. 18, sir? 18. 20 now, 22, 22, 22 with the room bidder, looking for 25, 25 for 25 in the front row, looking for 28, 28, sir. 28 with you, sir. Looking for 30, would you like 30 in the front row? 30 in the front row, 32, sir. 32, it's all in the room bidding here, this is good stuff. We have 32, 35, 35 with Margaret in the front row, 38, sir. 38 with you, looking for 40. Shake your head at 40, with you at 38, sir, at the back of the room. Leaning against the door at £38. Fair warning, any more bidding at £38. Let's sold to you, sir, 164 for £38. All right, lot 227. We've already got a bid on Easy Live here, starting me off at £10, looking for 12. Do we see £12 anywhere? We have 10, looking for 12. We have 10, looking for 12. Do we see £12 anywhere? We have 10. I can and I will sell at £10 per day. 12 with you. 15, 18. You come back in at 18. 18 with you. Looking for 20. £20 we have. 22. Would you like? 22. We have a room bidder at 22, looking for 25. Easy Live, you coming back in at 25. It's with our room bidder at 22, looking for £25. Do we see £25 anywhere? No further biddings with our room bidder at £22. Fair warning. And sold to a room bidder, panel number 151 at £22. Lot 228. Some snuff boxes here. Start me off at £20. Look for 20. Do we see £20 anywhere? £20 in the room, £20 online. Any bidding here? £20. £20 looking for 20. Drop that down to 10. Let's see what they do at 10. We've got 20 on the sale room. 20 on the sale room. Looking for 22. 20 on the sale room, looking for 22. We see £22 at 22 in the room, looking for 25. 25 on the sale room, 25 on the sale room, looking for 28. 28, would you like? 28 if I may, 28 you have. It's with you at 28 in the room. Sale room's now bidding now. 30 for the sale room, looking for 32. 32, are you sure? Sure, positive for the front row. No more bidding from the front row. It's with the sale room at £30, looking for £32. Fair warning, it will be yours at the sale room, £30. As sold.
SR 140
140
164.
164. Sorry, how much did I sell it for?
Sort of £30.
£30, excellent stuff, thank you. Lot 229, fantastic piece of this. Start me off, Crystal Elephantine statue. Start me off at £300, looking for 300. Do we see £300 anywhere? 300 £300, we're looking for 300. £300 anywhere, looking for £300. Can't go any lower, has to be 300, we're looking for 300. Any interest online, any interest in the sale room, any interest on Easy Live? Fair warning, this will be passed at £300. Remain with us. Lot number 230. Start me off at £10 for this, £10. Looking for £10. Do I see £10 anywhere? £10. We're looking for £10. Any interest online? Any interest in the room? £10. £10 anywhere. Can't go any lower. Has to be £10. £10 we have. £10. Looking for 12. Do we see £12 now? £12 anywhere? £12 anywhere. We have 10. Looking for 12. Do we see £12 anywhere? Fair warning. This will be sold and can be sold to our Easy Life bidder at £10. And that is 571. £10. Lot 231. Start me off at £200. £200 anywhere. Looking for 200. £200 anywhere. It's a good lot this. £200. Do I see £200 anywhere? £200 online. £200 the sale room. Let's drop that down to £150. £150 anywhere. £150. £150 anywhere. Looking for £150. Let's drop that down to 100. See what happens. Half the estimate. Can't go any lower at £100. Looking for £100. No interest. This will remain with us. It's been passed at 100. Lot 232. Start me off at £100. We already have a bit of 80. 80 we'll take. Looking for 85. 80 we have. Looking for 85. Looking for 5 here. We have 80. Looking for the 5. We see £5 anywhere. It's with Easy Live at £80. Looking for £5. We see £5 anywhere. With Easy Live at £80. Fair warning. Get your bids in quick. It's going to be sold at £80 to Easy Live. It's sold to 6. £80. Lot number 233. Start me off with £100 to this. £100. £100 anywhere. Looking for 100. £100 anywhere. £100 online. £100 in the room. Any interest here? At £100, let's drop that down to 70. £70 anywhere. Looking for 70. £70 anywhere for this. 233. £70. Let's drop that down to 50. Half the estimate. Can't go any lower. At £50. We're looking for 50. Any interest online? Fair warning. This will remain with us at £50. That's passed. Lot number 234. Start looking for £100. Do we see £100 anywhere? Looking for 100. £100 anywhere. There was interest on this online. Do we have anything online? Anything in the room? Looking for £100. £100 anywhere for these two coronation silks here. £100 anywhere. £100 anywhere. Looking for 100. Let's drop that down to 50. Half the estimate. £50 anywhere. Looking for 50. £50 anywhere. Fair warning. If you can't get this sold for 50, this will remain with us. Fair warning. That's passed. Lot number 235. Start me off at £80. Prisoner of War photograph frames. Really interesting lot this. Start me off at £80. £80 anywhere. Looking for 80. Looking for the 80. looking for the 80. Any interest in the room? Any interest online? Let's drop that down to 50, half the estimate. £50 is anywhere, sorry. That was supposed to be 40, but £50 anywhere. £50 anywhere, looking for 50. £50 anywhere. £40 then, half the estimate, £40, looking for 40. £40 with you, sir, looking for the 42. 42, so we had 40, it's your bid. 45 now, sorry, 45 you'd like for 48. 48 with you, sir, in the room. 48 in the room, looking for 50. Looking for 50, easy live, you coming back in at 50. 50, we have 55, sir. 55 with you, looking for 60, 60, 60 anywhere. We have 55, looking for 60. 60 on easy live, 65, sir. Shake the head at 65, with easy live at 60. Looking for 65, do we see £65 anywhere? With easy live at 60, looking for 65. Fair warning, it'll be sold to an easy live bidder at £60. They're sold 5.5. £60. Lot 236. We have 3 antique shot flasks. Start me off, we already have a bit of £10 in easy live, looking for the 12. £12 anywhere. We have 10, looking for 12. We have 10, looking for 12. Do we see £12 anywhere? We have 10, looking for 12. I will and I can sell at £10 to easy live bidder at £10. Fair warning. 12 we have, looking 15 or now, looking for 18, we have 15, looking for 18, do I see the £18 anywhere? Looking for the 18, we have 18 now, looking for 20, we have 18, looking for 20, £20 anywhere, 18 we have, looking for 20, 18 we have, looking for 20, do we see 20 we have, looking for 22, £22 now, we need the 22, £22 we have, 25 anywhere, looking for 25, we have 22, looking for £25, £25 anywhere, fair warning, get your bids in quick. It's going to be sold to an easy live bidder at £22, 25 now, looking for 28, 28 now we have, looking for the 30, 28 we have, looking for the 30, 28 we have, looking for the 30, fair warning, ham's going down at 28, they're sold to panel number 46 at 28. Lot number 237. Start me off at £80, looking for the 80, £80 anywhere. Do we see £80 anywhere? £80 in the room, £80 online. Do we see £80 anywhere? Looking for the 80, drop that down to 40, half the estimate. £40 anywhere, looking for the 40. £40 anywhere, £40 online, any interest online, any interest in the room? No, blank face in the room, looking for the £40, we see £40 anywhere. Fair warning, £40 we have on easy live, looking for the 40, looking for the 42 now. 40 we have, looking for 42, do we see £42 anywhere? 40 we have, looking for 42. Fair warning, this will be sold to an easy live bidder for £40. They're sold 588. £40. Lot number 238. Starting off at £70, looking for 70. We see £70 this World War II RAF navigator's tunic and hats. £40 anywhere. Sorry, 70. Let's ask now for 40. Looking for £40. We see £40 anywhere. £40 anywhere for this. £40 anywhere. Looking for 40. 35, half the estimate. Won't really low. At £35. Looking for 35. We see £35 anywhere. Looking for 35. Any interest online? Any interest in the room here? It's a good piece for £35. Fair warning, this will be passed. Lot number 239. We already have a bid in straight away at £10 on easy lives, looking for 12. £10 we have, looking for 12. Do we see £12 anyway in the room anywhere? Any interest? 12. 15 now on easy live, looking for the 18. 15 we have, looking for 18. Do we see £18 anywhere? 20 we have now, looking for 22. Do we see £22 anywhere? 20 we have, looking for 22. Any more bidding from easy live? Any bids from the sale room here? At £20 on easy live. Fair warning. They're sold to panel number 527. £20. Moving on to lot number 240. A good collection of military badges here. Starting me off, let's start off this at £50. Looking for 50. Do we see £50 anywhere? £50 online. £50 anywhere. Looking for 50. 5-0. Looking for 50. £50 anywhere. Let's drop that half the estimate, £25 anywhere, looking for 25, do we see £25 anywhere? Any interest in the room? £25 we have on easy live, looking for the 28, 25 we have, looking for 28, 25 we have, looking for 28, 25, looking for 28, do we see £28 anywhere? 25 we have on easy live, looking for 28. Fair warning, this will be 28 now we have, looking for the 30, looking for 30, get your bids in quick, 30 we have now, looking for 32, do we see £32 anywhere? 30 we have, looking for 32, do we see £32 anywhere? We have 30, looking for 32. This will be sold to my easy live bidder at £30. 32 now we have, please get your bids in quick, bid quickly here. 35 now, excellent stuff, looking for 38, do we see £38 anywhere? We have 35, looking for 38. looking for the £38. We have 35. Fair warning, this will be sold to our Easy Live bidder at £35. They're sold to 58994, £35. Lot number 241, start me off at £40, looking for £40 anywhere, £40 anywhere, looking for the 40, 4-0, looking for 40, £40 anywhere. Do I see any interest at £40? Easy Live, sale room, any interest here? Let's drop that down to 20 then. 20 we have on the sale room. Sale room bidding now at £20, looking for 22. £22 anywhere, 22 on Easy Live, looking for 25. Sale room, you coming back in, it's against you at 22. 25 now on sale room. Looking for the 28. Easy Live, you coming back in at 28? They are, 28 on Easy Live. Sale room now, 30. 30 they have on sale room, looking for 32. It's 30 on sale room. 30 on sale room, looking for 32. Easy Live back in at 32. Good little battle here between the two platforms. Looking for 35 on the sale room. 35 now on sale room, looking for the 38. 38 on Easy Live now, looking for the 40. Looking for the 40. 40 back where we started, at £40 on sale room, looking for the 42 now. 42 we have, looking for the 45, £45 anywhere. Are you coming back in sale room? Are you coming back in with 42, with Easy Live 42? Are you coming back in at 45? It will be sold. 45. 45 now on sale room, thank you very much. Looking for the 48 now on Easy Live, looking for the 50. Easy Live, you're coming back in at the 50. Easy Live, you're coming back in with, it's with the Easy Live, sale room, you're coming back in at 50. We're looking for 50. Easy Live has it at £48. 50 now on sale room, Looking for the 55 on Easy Live. 55 you have on Easy Live now. Looking for the 60, £60 anywhere, £60. We're looking for 60. Easy Live has it at £55. Any further bidding at £55. Fair warning, this will be sold to Easy Live at £55. It's sold to an Easy Live bidder 637. £55. Lot number 242. Start me off at £30. This Masonic Regalia sword. £30 anywhere. Oh, sorry. Yeah, £30 anywhere. We're looking for 30. £30 anywhere. £30 anywhere. We're looking for 30. £30 anywhere. Do I see £30 anywhere? We can drop half the estimate. 15. Let's see what happens at 15. £15 anywhere. £15 anywhere. We're looking for 15. In the room with you, sir, at £15, looking for the 18, £18 anywhere, with the room bidder at £15, looking for 18. Next bid's 18, we have 15, looking for 18. It will be sold to our room bidder at £15. There's no further bidding. Fair warning. It's sold to you, sir. Bidder's number, please, 208. £15. Again, if you like that lot, sir, you might be interested in this one. Let's start it off at £15. £15 straight away with you, sir, looking for the 18. Do I see £18 anywhere? We have 15 with our room bidder, looking for the 18. Do we see £18 anywhere with our room bidder at 15, looking for the 18? Fair warning, it'll be sold to our room bidder at £15. They're sold to the same bar as last, 208. £15. Lot number 222, we have 244, some cavalry passing swords. Start me off at £50. £50 anywhere for these. £50 anywhere. Two swords here. £50. £50 anywhere. Looking for 50. Let's drop that half the estimate. £25 anywhere. Do we see £25 with you, sir? Looking for 28. Do we see £28 anywhere? With you, sir, at 25. 28 we have online. 32 now. 32. 35, sir. 35 now. We have 38 now. Looking for the 40. Do you like 40, sir? 40 with the room bidder. Looking for 42. 42 against you, sir. 45. Shake the head at 45 with our Easy Life bidder at £42. Looking for 45. Do we see £45 anywhere? So with our Easy Life bidder at £42. Fair warning. This will be sold to Easy Life bidder at £42. Sold to 72442. We have an auto bid that takes us lot 245 straight in at 320. Next bid is 340. 320 we have, 340 in the room. 340 in the room. Looking for 360. 360 on sale room. 380, sir. 380 with you. Looking for 400. Do we see £400 anywhere? We're looking for 400. 400 on Easy Life. Looking for 420. 420 with you, sir. 480. 440 on sale room. Have you got any interest? 440 on sale room. 460, sir. 460 with you. Looking for 480. 480 now. We have 460. Looking for 480. Next bid's 480. We have 460. Looking for 480. With our room bidder at 460. 480 on the sale room. £500 with you, sir. We have 500. Next bid is 550. Looking for the 550. 500 with our room bidder, looking for 550. Do we see 550 pounds anywhere? Looking for 550 with our room bidder at 500. Fair warning, will be sold to our room bidder at 500 pounds. That's sold to you, sir. And 178, 500 pounds. Thank you. Lot number 246. Really interesting piece of recent history here. Start me off at £80 for this, £80 anywhere. Homemade Afghan percussion rifle. Do we see £80 anywhere? £80 anywhere. Looking for £80, do we see £80 anywhere? There's half the estimate, drop that down to 40. £40 anywhere, Afghan percussion rifle. Interesting thing. £40 anywhere, looking for 40. 4-0, looking for 40, do we see £40 anywhere? Online, in the room at 40, looking for 40. This will be passed at £40, we can get no bids. That is passed. Lot number 247, map of Wiltshire here, some good local interest, bidding straight in at 30, looking for 32, we have 30, looking for 32. £32 anywhere, we have 30, looking for 32, do we see £32 anywhere? We have 30, looking for 32. Fair warning, this will be sold to an Easy Life bidder at £30, 32, 35 now, 35 we have, looking for 38. 35 we have, looking for 38, do we see £38 anywhere? 35 we have, get your bids in quick. Fair warning, it will be sold to our Easy Life bidder at £35. It's sold to 724 at £35. Lot number 248. Start me off at £50 this lot. £50 anywhere for the map. £50 anywhere. Isle of Wight map here, looking for 50. £50 anywhere, half the estimate, 25. Looking for £25. £25 anywhere, half the estimate. At £25 the Isle of Wight map. £25 anywhere. Any interest online, any interest in the room here? Fair warning, this will be passed. Can't get any bids. Lot number 249. Start this off at £650. Looking for 650. Looking for 650. Do we see £650 anywhere? Fantastic photo here by Robert Andrews and Drury. Looking for 650. £650 anywhere. Do we see £650 anywhere? Any interest online? Any interest in the room? It's a great photo, good local interest. We could drop this down to £600. Any interest at 600? Any interest at 600? Do we see £600 anywhere? This will remain with us at £600. That's all. Lot number 250, Robert Morden framed maps. Start me off at £80. Looking for £80 anywhere. £80 anywhere. £80 to the frame Robert Morden maps. £80 anywhere. Looking for 80. 80-0. Looking for 80. £80 anywhere. £80 anywhere. £80 anywhere. Let's drop that down to 50. £50 anywhere. £50 to Robert Morden maps. £50 anywhere. £50 to Robert Morden. £50 anywhere. Any interest at 50, any interest online, any interest in the room at £50, looking for 40 then, let's drop that down to 40, £40 anywhere, looking for £40, we see £40 anywhere, looking for 40, we cannot get any bids on this for £40, this will remain with us with £40, fair warning. Lot 251, start me off at, we already have bids in on Easy Live at £110, 110, looking for 120. 110 we have, looking for 120. 110 we have, looking for 120. 120 now on Easy Live, looking for 130. £130 anyway, we have 120, looking for 130. £130 anyway, we have 120, looking for £130. So we have £130 anywhere. It's a great globe this. At £120, Easy Live has it. Fair warning, any interest on the sale room is with our Easy Live bidder at £120. That's sold. 2, 5, 20. Lot 252. We have a bid already in at £10. Start me off at, we have 10 looking for 12. We have 10 looking for 12. Do we see £12 anywhere? 12 on sale room, looking for 15. £15 anywhere. Easy Live, are you coming back in at 15? They are. £15 with Easy Live, looking for the 18. £15 with Easy Live. Sale room, are you coming back in?
I'm at 30.
You're at £30 now. £30 we have on the sale room, looking for 32.
40.
40 now, looking for 42. Do we see £42? We have 42. Looking for the 45. Do we see £45 anywhere? Any further bidding on the sale room? Easy Live back in at 45. Sale Room, you coming back in at 48?
Yeah.
They are 48 on Sale Room. Easy Live, you coming back in at 50. They are 55 as the next bid. Easy Live has it at £50.
Yeah.
Sale Room 55 now, looking for 60. Do we see £60 anywhere in the room? Any interest? Sale Room at 55, looking for 60. Easy Live, you coming back in at 60. It's against you at 55. Fair warning, this will be sold to our Sale Room bidder at £55. That's sold for 5.
SR 1806101.
1806101. And that was 55. Next lot is 253. Start me off at £70. We have 55, looking for the 60. £55 we have on Easy Live, looking for the 60. £300 straight in. This is excellent stuff. At £300, looking for the 320. Do we see £320 anywhere? We have 300, looking for the 320. We have 300 on the Sale Room, looking for 320. Do we see 320 anywhere? We have 300, looking for 320. Fair warning, if there's no further bidding, this will be sold for £300 to our Sale Room bidder. Any interest on the Easy Live area? Shake of the head. No interest on Easy Live. It's with our Sale Room bidder at £300. Fair warning. £300 to
SR 878 345.
7, 8, 3, 4, 5. And that was £300. Lot 254. We've got cigarette cards here. Start me off at £20. Looking for £20 anywhere. Do we see £20 anywhere? We're asking for £20. We're looking for £20. Half the estimate then. Let's drop this down to 10. £10 anywhere. Do we see £10 anywhere? We're looking for £10. £10 we have on Sale Room, looking for 12. We have 10, looking for £12. Do we see £12 anywhere? We have 10, looking for 12. Do we see £12? Looking for 12. We have 10, looking for 12. Do we see £12 anywhere? Fair warning, I can and I will sell to our Sale Room bidder at £10. 12 now on Easy Live. Sale Room, you're coming back in at 15. It's with our Easy Live bidder at £12. Looking for £15. We see £15 anywhere. We're looking for £15 anywhere. Fair warning. Gavel's going down at £12 with our Easy Life bidder, and that is 703. 703. £12. Lot number 255. Let's start this off at £20. £20 anywhere. We're looking for 20. £20 anywhere. 20 we have. 20 we have. Looking for 22 now. 20 we have. Looking for 22. Do we see £22 anywhere? We have 20. Looking for 22. Any interest in the room? Any interest in the room? 22 we have now on Easy Live. No interest from the room here. We have 22, looking for 25. Do we see £25 anywhere? Any interest on the Sale Room? Any more bidding on Easy Live? This will be sold for £22. No further bids. Fair warning, gavel's going down at £22. That is sold to an Easy Live bidder. And that is 550. 550. Lot number 256. Collection of cigarette cards here. Start me off at £40. £40 anywhere. Looking for £40 for cigarette cards. Any cigarette card collectors in the room? Any online? Easy Live or Sale Room? Looking for 40. Looking for the 40. Do we see £40 anywhere? Let's drop that half the estimate at £20. Looking for £20. We can. £20 we have. Thank you very much. £20 on Easy Live. Looking for the 22. Do we see £22 anywhere? On Easy Live at 20. Looking for £22. Looking for 22. We have 20. Looking for £22. Fair warning. This will be sold to our Easy Live bidder at £20. Sold to 733. 2. Lot number 257. Some cigars here. Start us off at 150. Looking for 150. Do we see £150 anyway? You've got, sorry, what was that? £160 on the Sale Room. Looking for 170. We have 160, looking for 170. 170 we have now, looking for 180. 180 with you, sir, in the room. Looking for 190. Do we see 190 anywhere? Looking for 190. 190 on the Sale Room. Sorry, you're coming back in at 200. 200 with you, sir, in the room. Looking for the 220. 220 on the Sale Room. Looking for 240. Sir, are you interested at 240? Shaking head at 240 with our Sale Room bidder at £220. Looking for 240. With our Sale Room bidder at 220, looking for 240. These fantastic Cuban cigars at £220, looking for 240. Fair warning, this will be sold for £220. And
SR 787 112.
71124 £220. Lot number 258, a pair of Michigan pipes. Start me off at £150, looking for 150, £150 anywhere, looking for £150, looking for 150, £150. It's good value for money for these things. Let's drop that down to 100 then. £100 for these pipes, £100 anywhere, £100, looking for 100, £100 anywhere, looking for 100. Let's drop that down to 90, so as low as I can go, looking for the 90, £90 anywhere, looking for 90, £90 anywhere, looking for 90. Any interest online, any interest in the room here at £90, looking for the 90, any interest? Shake the head there. At £90, this will remain with us. Lot 259. We have a bid straight in at £10, looking for the 12. £10, we're looking. £10 we have, looking for the 12. Do we see £12 anywhere? Any interest in the room? Any interest online? We have £10 on Easy Live, looking for the 12. Do we see £12 anywhere? We have 10, looking for the 12. 12 we have on sale room now. 15 on Easy Live, coming back in at 18. Sale room bid, are you coming back in at 18? It's against you at 15.
Yes.
£18 on sale room. 20 now. 20. 20 we have on Easy Live, looking for 22. So are you coming back in at 22? This is still half the estimate here. At £20, looking for the 22. Do we see £22 anywhere? So you coming back in? Is your bidder there? No, he's not. At £20 to our Easy Live bidder. Fair warning. They're sold for sorry. 4, 6, 4, 6, £20. Right, my last lot of this little stint here. We've got lot number 260. Smoker's cabinet straight in on Easy Live at £15. Looking for the 18. Do we see £18 anywhere? 18 with you, sir. Looking for 20. Do we see £20 anywhere? 20 we have on the Easy Live. So you're coming back at 22. Shake the head at 22 with our Easy Live bidder at £20. 22. Oh, we have up to 30 now. 32 with you, sir. Is that 32? Are you sure? Are you sure at 32? Our Easy Live bidder has it at £30. Looking for £32. Any interest? Any more interest online? We have 30. Looking for £32. Do we see £32 anywhere? Fair warning. This will be sold to our Easy Live bidder for £30. And that is 5, 3, 4, £30. Thank you all very much.
Well done, Merv. Excellent job.
Thank you.
Okay, lot number 261, which is the Art Deco Sorrento box there. Starting to £40 then, please. £40, please. 20 then for it, please. 20. £20, anyone for 20? 10 then for it, please.
Okay.
10, thank you, on Sarah. £10 is bidding, on Sarah bidding. 10, 12 against you now, James. 15 bid, 15, at 15, 15, 18 bidding now, 18, 20, all on Easy Live now, it's against you, James. £20 then, 2 bid. £22 then, on Easy Live Auctions at 25 now. 25 we're up to, we're running up to 25. Where's 28, James? At £25 then I'm selling on Easy Live now, 25 we're done selling. £25 is via 593. We're off and running. Lot 262, the photographs there. And start with £30 then, please. £30 then, please. 10 for the photos then. Any interest? £10 then, please, for photos. Got to be worth that, surely. £10? Anyone at all? Any interest? Nope, I'm going to pass that lot then. That's been sold. Lot number 263. The collection of stamps there. Start with £100 then, please. £100, please, for the stamps there. 100. £100, please. 100. Any interest at £100 there for the stamps? Any interest at all?
Yes.
Yes, £100 on the sale room. Thank you. On sale room bidding there at £100. At 100 on there. At £100. 110 now. 110 against you on Easy Live then. At 110 on Easy Live now. At 120 sale room now. At 120 sale room. At 120 on the sale room then. 130 against you now. 130. It's £130 then, James, against you and the sale room at £130. I'm selling 140. Thank you. At 140, 150 now against you, £150 at 150, at £150 at 150, selling at £150, we're all done, selling 160 now, 160 at 160, 170 now, £170 then, at 170, at 170 now. Have they got 180, James? 170 then, I will sell at 170, 170, is by 703. We move on swiftly to lot 264. More stamps here. £65 we're up to. At 65, 75, 80's bid now. £80 now, 5 bid, 85 then, at 85, 90 bid, 95 bid, 95, all on Easy Live now. James, you're coming in at 100 then,
Yes.
100, would you like 110? At £100 then, at 100, at £100 then, I'm selling at 100 on Easy Live Auctions, at 100, top estimate, at £100, all done and selling, nothing from the room, all done and selling at 100. £100 is 703, same buyer as last. Lot 265, same lot again then, £65 starting at 65, then at 65, 70 bid now, at £70, 5 bid, 75 then, 80 the bid, 80 bid then, 85 now, 85, at 85 then at 85,
90.
85, 90 on Sarah now, £90, 5 against you James, at 95, £100, Sarah bidding now, 100, 110, at 110 and 110. Now £110 then, on Easy Live then, all done and selling, all done at £110, 110, same buyer as last, 703. Lot number 266, the error stamps there. Stop me £100 then please, £100 then please, £50 then please.
Yeah, 55.
55 is bid, thank you. 55 is bid. 55 then on Serum at 55. Any advance then at 55? Anything from Easy Live? It's made a bid on Serum then at £55. All done at 55 then for the error stamps there. At £55 I sell. Serum bidding.
SR 121 7869.
7869. Thank you, James. Thank you, Sarah. 267 collection of cards there. Start me £10 then, please, for the collection of cards. 10 in the room. Thank you, madam, at £10 then. In the room at 10. 10, 12, 15 against you. 18 in the room now. £18 in the room at 18 now. At 18 now. 20 against you, madam. 2 bid. 5 bid in the room. 25. 25. 25 is in the room. I've taken bid in 25 in the room. Bidding in the room at 25. Easy Live, are you coming back? 28 against you now, madam. 30 now, in the room at 30. £30 in the room at 30. 32 against you now. 32. At 32, thank you anyway. At £32 then on Easy Live then. At 32 I'm selling. At £32 then on Easy Live Auctions at 32. £32 is 586. Lovely, thank you. They found something last minute, didn't they? Thank you. Lot number 268, the soldiers there, £10 is bidding online at 10, looking for 12 now, at £10, online at 10. At £10, any advance then at £10 then please, 10, 12, 15 bid, 6, 20, £20 then, £28 bid, 28 then, at 28 then, at £28 then, at 28, any advance then at 28. At £28, or Easy Live Auctions then at 28, any advance then at £28, 30 bid, £30 is bid then at £30, any advance then at £30, selling at 30, we all done at £30, selling then at £30, all done at 30, £30 we're sold as well after. CT96, thank you online. Lot number 269, collection of Lego there. I'm in on the book, slightly below estimate at £35, at 35, at £35, at 35, at £35, at 35, at 38, thank you, £38 is bid now, 38 I've taken on Sarah, at £38, Sarah bidding, Easy Live, you coming in, at £38 on the Sarah, the large collection of Lego then, at 38 then, we're all done, £40 is bid now, £40 bid, at £40 then, at 42, thank you, 42, at £42 then, at 42, 5 bid, at £45, at 45, at £48 then, on the Sarah, £48 on the Sarah now, at 48, any advance then, at 48 we sell, we're done at 48, 50 the bid now, 50 bid, they coming back James, 55, thank you, at 55 then, at £55, at 55, any advance then, all done at 55, 60 bid now, 60 the bid, at £60 then, 65 then on the Sarah, 65 Sarah in bidding now, at 65, any advance at 65, all done at 65, £65.
SR 185 3347.
Lovely, thank you very much, James. Lot 270, £10 is bid then, 10, 20. I've got 30 now here, on commission at 30, at £30 with me at 30. It's my commission bid, 32 then, commission out at £32 then, on Easy Live then, at 32. Any advance at 32 then, at £32, at 32. All done at £32. £32 then, I'm 38 bid, 40 bid now. 40 bid, £40 then at £40. At £40 then, are we all done at 40 then? Selling at £40, Easy Live Auctions has this at £40. £40 then is 684. Lot number 271, collection of Cindy dolls there. Starting at £60 then please. £60 please. £30 then please. Any interest at 30? £30 please for them, otherwise I'm going to move forward.
Yeah, 30.
£30 sale room bidding, thank you. £30 then at 30, any advance 2 bid, 32 now, 32, at 32 then, at 32 then you've got 35 bid, 35 bid, 35 on sale room now, 35.
40 now.
40 now bidding at £40 then, we've jumped a bid at £40 then, at 40, any advance then at £40 then. I'm selling at £40, all done, and selling sale room bidder now at £40. £40.
SR 162 411.
Lovely, thank you James, thank you Sarah then. Lot 272 then, Sydney Dolls then. Starting at £80 then.
170.
170, thank you, £170 at 170. At £170 then. 180 bid, 180 now, 190. £200 is bid. £200 now, £200, 200. At £200 with the Cindy Dolls then. 220 I've got, too late, 40 now, 240 bid, 240 then, £240 then for Cindy Dolls, 260 bid, £260 at 260, at 260, at 260, James, have they got 280, at £260 then, are we all done? At £260 I sell online now to Easy Live Auctions at £260, last chance Sarah at 260, 260, and we're sold to 599. Lot 273, the one ball's there. I have two identical bids and they're both £30, so I'm starting at 30. At £30 with me, £30, looking for two. 32 then, they're both out. At 32, Sarah bidding now, £32, 35 bid, thank you Jane, 35, 8 bid, 38 I've got on here, looking for 40 now, 2 bid, jumping a bid there at 42, at £42, at 42, any advance then at 42, 5 bid, 45 on the Sarah now, £45, Sarah bidding, 48 bid, £48 then, £48 on Easy Live Auctions, 50 bid, 50 the bid, 50 bid, at £50 on the Sarah on my left, at 55 against you now, at 55 against you, at 55 against Sarah, are you bidding? 60 pounds, Sarah bidding now at 60 pounds, at 60 pounds, are we all done at 60 then? Selling at 60 to the Sarah bidder at 60, last chance Easy Live at 60 pounds, I sell 60 pounds,
SR 183
183,
6214.
6214, lovely, thank you. Lot number 274, Nintendo DS Lite, etc, etc. Start with £40 then please, £40 then please. £40 then please. £40, any interest at 40, I can't get a low, it's got to be 40. Any interest, otherwise I'm going to pass that lot. £40 please, any interest? £40 online, thank you, £40 then, on Easy Live at £40. Made a bid then, at £40 we sell, all done at 40. £40 is 684. Lot number 275, vintage Cindy dolls there, in the original boxes as well. Start with £30 then please, £30 then, £30 then, any interest at 30? £30 is bid, thank you, at £30 then, at 30, any advance then at 30, on Easy Live Auctions at £30, 2 bid, £32 now, at 32, at 32, 5 bid, 35 now, 35, looking for the 8 please, at 35 then, at 35, all done and selling then, Easy Live Auctions has this one, at £38 now, on the Sarah now. £40 now, £40 against you James, £40.
42.
42 now, Sarah bidding now, 42 then. At £42 we're all done, and selling at 45 now on Easy Live Auctions at 45. Any advance then? 48 then, 48. A nod of the head from James means it's a bid. At 48 we're going, at 48. All done, £48 then, selling 50 bid now. 50 against you, Jim. At £50 then, 55 then, at 55. At 55 then, at 55. We all done? At £55 I'm selling now to Sarah Room at 55. £55.
SR 183 6214.
6214. Familiar number there. Lot number 276, the Cindy closed. £10 is starting then at 10. Looking for 12 now, please.
18.
£18 is bid now. £18 then on Sarah now.
22.
22 now bid. 22. Thank you. At £22 at 22. Any advance then at £22 then. At 22. It's very quiet for the room. At £22 all done and selling then at 22. 22.
SR 162 411.
162 411. Lovely. Lot number 277 then. The vehicles there. Start me at £100 then please. £100 then please.
80.
£80 is taken and £80 on the Sarah at £80. At £80 and at 80. Any advance then? At £80 and any advance at 80. I'm selling that at £80. All done at £80 and all done and fair warning then at £80. All done and selling at £80. £80.
SR 687 269.
269. Lot number 278. Engaged there as well. Start me £20 then for the collection. £20 please. 20 then. 10 for them all then.
10.
£10 is bid. Thank you. On Sarah at £10 then. 12 against you now. 12 against you. At £12. £15. £15 in the room I've taken 15. Thank you, madam. In the front row at £15 as well. 18 against you now, madam. At £18. 18. 20 now. 20's bid. Would you like 22? It's a lovely collection. 2 bid. 22. Thank you. At £22 then. Looking for the 5 bid. Shaking the head. You're speaking for them, are you, James? At £22 then. All done and selling at £22. I'm selling the room to you, madam, at 22. 151 is the buyer for £22. Thank you. Lot number 279, the Oxford 176 boxed vehicles there. And start with £40 then, please. £40, please. £40 then. £40 is bid on Easy Live then at £40. At £40. At 40, looking for the 2, please. At £40 then. It's a maiden bid of 40 then online on Easy Live Auctions at £40. All done and selling for £40. £40 sold, made a bid, 713 the buyer. Lot number 280, similar lot again then. Start with £40 and all, please. £40 then, please. Any interest? £40 then, please. It's got to be 40, otherwise I'm going to pass it. Any interest at £40? £40 is bid then. At £40 then, all done. And selling then online at £40. £40 is buyer 713. We move along now to lot number 281, a similar lot again then. Start with £40 then, please. £40, please. £40 then. Can't go lower, it's got to be 40. Thank you. 41, £40 is bid. 42 now is bid. 42, 45. At 45, at 45, at 45. All done at 45 then. 48 then. At 48, at £48. At 48, at 48. 50 bid. 50 the bid now. 50 bid. At £50 then. At 50. We all done at £50 then. Selling online at £50 then. All done. Selling at 50. £50 then is 713. Lot number 282. Collection of toys, cars, vehicles there again. Start with £30 then, please. £30 then, well below estimate 30. £30 is bid, thank you. 2 bid, 32 bid, now 32, 5 bid, 35, £40. At £40 then, 42, 45, 48, £48, 50 bid now, £50 is bid. £50 then, 55 then, 55. At £55, we all done at 55 then. Any further interest then? At £55, 55, at 55. All done at 55. Fair warning and selling at £55, we all done at £55, I sell. £55, sold to 713. Again, another familiar number there. Lot number 283, collection of vehicles again then. Start me £40, please. £40, please. £40 then, any interest at 40? 40's bid then, straight on online at 40. At £40 then, at 40, any advance then at £40 then. Online it's the maiden bid of £40 then for all those cars there, 40 for 40, all done and selling at £40. £40 is 713. Lot number 284, the Engage box vehicles again then. Start with £50 then please. £50.
80.
£80 is bid then, on sale now at £80 then. At £80. At 80. Any advance then at 80? Anything from Easy Life? I've been so keen earlier. At £80 then. £80 then, I'm selling to the sale room this time. At £80, all done, and selling at 80. £80 is bid.
687 269.
Thank you. Lot number 285, the Meccano there. And bid £10 online. £10, straight in at £10. At 10. Any advance then at £10 for the Meccano there at £10. At 10. Any advance then at £10. We all done, it's the maiden bid then. I sell at 10, 12, 15 bid is bid now. 18 bid now. £18 is bid. At 18, 20 is bid now. £20 is bid. At £20 then at 20. All done at £20. I'm selling at 20. Fair warning. Selling at £20. £20 is buyer 716. Lot number 286, the collection of toys there. £18 is starting online at 18. 22 bid. 22 now. 22. 5 bid. 25 now. 25. 8 bid. 8 bid. 28 then. All on Easy Life. Nothing from the room or the sale room then. 30 bid. Now you're coming in the room at £30 in the room. At £30 in the room at bid. 32 against you, sir. 5 bid. Back with you in the room at 35. At 35 against you. 8 now. 40 bid. £40 in the room at £40. 42. 45 bid. 45 in the room. At 45 now. £45. At £45. Selling then in the room at 45. Last chance online. And Sarah at 45 then and selling in the room. 224 is the buyer. £45. We move along now to lot 287. The teddy bears there. Start me at £50 then, please. £50 then. £40 is bid. £40 is bid. At £40 then on Sarah at £40. You've got 80 in there. £40 then. 50 pence each. Okay, £40 then I will sell at £40. All done and selling at £40. £40.
SR 559 078.
078. Excuse me. Vintage teddy bear in the form of a monkey there. Start with £10 then please. £10 for the monkey. £10 second row there. £10 is bid. At £10. £10 front row now. We're bidding against each other, are we? £12. £15 with you, sir. £15 with you, sir. Would you like 18, madam? No? You left so early then. At £15 then. At 15. In the room at 15. At £15. I'm looking for 18 online. You're coming in online at 18? Last chance is coming. I'm selling second row at £15. All done at 15. £15 is buyer 176. Thank you very much. Good, strong bidding there from the room. 289 then, the FIFA World Cup there. TY Beanie Babies. £10 for all of those, please. £10. A lifetime collection there for £10. £10, well done, Manfred. At £10, front row bidding there at £10 then. At £10. Any advance then at £10 then. 12 at the back, 12 in the room. 12 right at the back, £12. £15 close by. 18 at the back, standing, would you like? 18 right at the back at 18. At 18. At 18, 20, front row at £20, the front row, okay, at £20, front row bidding there at £20, all done, and selling, front row now at £20, all done at 20, £20 is buyer 151, £20 there, 290, Beatrix Bears there, and you've got £10 straight in online at £10, we're looking for 12 now please, any interest there, any further interest I should add, £10 then, online at 10, looking for 12, 12, 20's jumped to now, 5 bid, 25 bid, 30's bid now, £30 is bid, 35 is bid now, £35, 35, £40 is bid, £40 is bid at £40, any advance at 40, 5 bid, 45 then, at 45, 48 bid now, at 48 then, at £48, at 48, all done at 48, last chance coming at 48 then, Easy Life has that one at £48, buyer 639. Lot number 291. The Stife Bears there, starting at £100 then please. £100 then please. 100. £50 then, please. £50 then, please. Any interest at 50? £50 is bid, thank you, at 50 for the Stife Bears. 5 bid now, 55. At 55 then, 55, 60 bid, 60 bid. At £60 then, at 60. At £60 then, at 60, at 60. Any advance at £60 then, 65 in the room now. 65 in the room at 65. At 65, any advance then? I sell in the room, 70's against you now. Would you like 75? 75 in the room now, back in the room at 75. At £75 then, in the room at £75. I sell in the room at £75. £75 is buyer number 164. Lovely, thank you very much. Lot number 292 now, the Timothy Richards Spencer House model there, with me at £240 now, at 240, 240 now. At 240 then, at £240 then, at 240. At £240 then, at 240. Any advance at £240? Looking for 260, please. At £240 then. It's with me at £240 then. All done at £240 then. Fair warning at 240. That's unsold. 293. The model car there. £10 is starting online at 10 then. At £10 then, at 10. Any advance then at £10? At £10 then, any advance at 10, 12 in the room now, 12 is bid in the room, at £12, in the room at £12 then, 15 against you sir, £18 is bid now, at 18, 20 against you now, 20 against you, 25 now, in the 22, sorry, in the room, 22, in the room at 22,
25.
25 down Sarah room, 25, Sarah room bidding there at £25, all done, and selling at £25, £25,
SR 612 37.
37, thank you. Lot number 294, the Spitfire on the wooden chrome base there, and the piston there for the Vulcan bomber. £30 start me please.
60.
£60 is bid, thank you James. On Sarah at £60 then, at £60. Looking for 5 now please, at £60 then. At £60, at 65. 65 now, Sarah now, 65. Any advance then? At 65 then, at 65. At £65 I sell at 70, front row now, £70 in the front row at £70, 75. Would you like 80 sir? £80 front row now, £80 in the front row, 85 against you now, 90 in the front row, 95, £100 now, front row bidding now, 100, 110. £110 then, sure. At 110 for your last chance sir, at £110 I'm selling the internet bid, it's against you sir, at £110. 110,
SR 106 4180.
lovely, thank you. Lot 295, the model cars then, £10 is bidding online, at 10 looking for 12 now please. At 10 then, online, 12 bid, 12, 15 bid I've got now against you James, 15, £18 now, 18, 20 I've got against you. At £20 then, at 20, £20 then, at 20, at £20, are we all done at £20 then? Fair warning then, at £20, all done, at £20, all done. £20 then is by 716. Lot number 296, £55 is bid at 55 then, on Easy Live then at £55, at 55, any advance then at 55. At £55 then at 55, any advance? £55, all done. I sell to Easy Live Auctions at 55. 55 is by 581. Lot number 297, Hornby 00. Start me £100 then please. £100 then please. £50 then please. £50 then. Any interest at 50? £50 is bid. Thank you online at £50 then at 50. Any advance then at £50 then at 50. We all done at 50. I sell at £50 all done. £50 is buyer 571. Lot number 298, Triangman, £10 is starting online at 10, looking for 12 now please. Are you bidding sir?
298, we've got a telephone on it, so.
Okay, no problem. So you're bidding 12? £12 on the telephone. £15 against you. £18 now. 20 against you. 22. 25 with me. 28 then. On the telephone at 28. If it is on the telephone at 28. At £28 then. Are we all done at £28? All done at £28. Fair warning at £28. All done at 28. £28.
C6985, sir.
6985. Thank you very much, Gordon. Thank you to the telephone bidder there. Lot number 299, the triangle again. £65 is bid. 65. That's 65 then. Looking for 70 now. That's £65. Made a bid then at 65. We all done at £65. Selling to Easy Live then at 65. £65 is 566. Is that one for you? I heard you, Kim. A lot 300 is the Hornby collection there, 00 gauge, and £65 is my start at 65 then, at 65. Looking for 70 now, please. £65 then at 65. At £65. We all done at 65. It's online then at £65. Fair warning, all done, and selling at 65. £65 is buyer 566. Lot number 301, 00 rolling stock there, 65 is bid again at 65, looking for 70 now at £65. We all done at 65, it's made a bid, I sell at £65. 65 is buyer 566. Lot number 302, £75 starting online at 75 then. Looking for 80 now please, at 75 then. Any advance then at 75. All done then, made a bid then, that's £75 we sell. 75 is 566, same buy as last. Lot number 303, £65 is bid at 65, looking for 70 please, at £65 then. Online at 65, any advance then, all done and selling at 65. £65, 566. Lot 304, start me at £50 then please. £50 then please. £50 then please. 20. £20 then please. £20 is bid, thank you. At £20 then at 20. Any advance then at 20. At £20 then, all done at 20. Online now I sell at £20. All done selling at 20. 571 the buyer for £20. Lot number 305, Hornby 00 gauge. £40 is starting online at £40 then, looking for 42 now at £40 at 40. Any advance there at £40. Selling, made a bid online then, we sell to Easy Live Auction. Sarah's very quiet for these. At £40 we sell. £40. 566. Lot 306. £40 is bid then, online at 40, looking for 2 now. £40 then, at £40. Any advance then at 40 then. All done at 40 then, made a bid online at £40. £40 is by 571. Lot number 307, vintage live steam workshop there, the German ones. £10 then is bid at 10, looking for 12 now please. 12, 15 bid, 15, 18, 20 bid, 22 now. £22, 22, 25 bid, 28 bid, 30 bid. £30 then, at £30 then, at £30, 32 then, at 32, 35. At £35. Any advance at £35, all done at 35 then. Selling at £35, online at 35. £35 is 716. Lot number 308. The 00 gauge there. And start with £40 then please. £40 then please. Any interest at 40? £40, any interest at 40 please? You're going to have to pass this lot if I can't get 40. £40. That's unsold. Lot number 309, straight in at £200 at 200. Any advance at 200?
220.
220, thank you. 240 against you.
260.
260, 280, 300, 320. Come on, Jade, push them. 320, where's 340?
Yes.
340 is a yes, thank you. You've got 340. 340 on the serum. That's £340 then on the serum at £340. all done. 340 then, selling at £340, all done. 340,
SR 162 8390.
8390, lovely, thank you very much. Lot number 310, bid £32, all done at 32 then. At 32 on Easy Live Auctions at £32, 32, 35 bid, 35, 38 against you then. 38 against you now, James. It's against £40, 42 against you. £42. At £42 then on Easy Live Auctions at 42, all done at £42. Fair warning at 42. £42 is by at 566. Lot number 311. Starting at £80 then please. £80 then please. 40 then please. Any interest at 40? £40 is bid online at £40 then at 40. Any advance at 40 then? Are we all done at £40 then? Fair warning at £40. All done at £40. £40. 571 the buyer. Lot number 312. And the 00 gauge there again. Start with £50 then please. £50 then please. £50 then please. Any interest at 50 please? £50 then please. £50 then. Any interest? I'm going to have to pass this one. It's unsold. Lot number 313. Start with £40 please. £40 then. Any interest at 40? £40 then. I'm going to have to pass this otherwise. The lowest I can go. £40 please. It's unsold. Lot number 314. 400 gauge locomotives there. Start me at £10 then for those please. £10 then please. Any interest? £10. Any interest? £10 is bid online on Easy Life then at £10 then. At £10. Online at 10. At £10 then. We all done at 10. 10. 12 in the front row. Thank you. At £12. Sorry about that. 15 against you. 18 in the front row. At £18 then in the front row. At £18. You scared them off. At £18. All done at 18. £18 is by at 151. Lovely, thank you very much. Lot 315, the Flying Scotsman sign there, and the lamps as well then. Start me £20 then please. £20 then please. £20 please. Any interest at 20?
Yes.
20 in the front and third row at £20 then, thank you. At £20 and at 20. Any advance then online at £20, all from the room at 22 at the back. 22 at the back, 25. 28 then, 28, £30, 32, 35, 38, £38 with you madam at £38, right at the back at £38, yours madam at 38, any advance online or from the room, £38, £38 is 115, so £38. Lot number 316, the photographs there, start with £30 then please, £30 then please, 10 for them all then please, £10 for them all. £10 then. Any interest at 10? £10 then please. Any interest? I'm going to pass these. It's unsold. We move on now to lot 317. The aeronautical photographs there. Pictures of World War I and II, airplanes, Brown Brothers, etc. Starting £200 then please. £200 please. £100 then please. 100. Any interest at 100? 100. Any interest? Otherwise, I'm going to pass this lot. Then unsold. We move along now to lot 318. The photographs again. Start me at £10 for all of those, please.
42.
42. Thank you, Kim. Thank you, Sarah. £42 is bid at 42 on the Sarah at 42. At 42.
55.
55. 55. £55 is bid at 55. At 55. At £55 on the Sarah then at £55. Any further interest from the Sarah or Easy Life or from the room? We're selling that at £55. £55 is sold to buyer.
SR 270533.
Lovely, thank you very much. Lot 319 then, the photographs again then, £10 is bid, 10, £15 is bid, 18, 20 is bid, 2 bid, £22 now on Easy Live at 22. At £22, any advance at 22? At £22, we all done at 22. All done at £22 then. Fair warning at £22. All done at 22. £22 is 703. We move along now to lot number 320. We're up to £12 then, bidding at 12. At £12 then, at £12. At £12 then. At 12. 15, thank you, Kim. At 15 then. 15, Sarah and Billy. 18 against you, Kim. It's £18 against you. At £18. 20 on Sarah now. £20, Sarah. 22 on Easy Life now. 25 now. 25. At 25. On Sarah then at 25. Any advance then at £25. All done. And selling then at £25. £25.
SR 270533.
Lovely, thank you very much. Lot number 321 now, and £10 is bid. At £10, then at 10, 12. At £12 bid. At 12, then at 12. Any advance at 12? At 12, 15?
20.
20,
22.
20, 25. £25 then on the Sarah 25 for the photographs there. Any advance? 35 now. 35 at 35. Good strong bidding on these. At £35 at 35 at £35. All done at 38. Thank you. £38. Any advance at 38 then? At £38. £40 then is bid at £40 then at £40. Any advance then? At £40. Are we all done? At £40 then. Fair warning at 40. Sarah and bidder for £40.
SR 270533.
Lovely, thank you. Lot 322, shipping related this time. £10 is bid. At 10 then online, 12 bid now, 12 bid. At £12. At £12. Sarah, are they coming in this time, Kim? 15? £15 is bid, £18, £20 now with me, 2 bid, £22, 17, £30 is bid now, and Sarah at £30. At £30 on the Sarah at £30.
That's running.
Up to 65.
We're up to 65, I'm being told. £65. 85 now, 85. Shout them out, Kim.
100, sorry.
£100. £100 then, £100.
100, 160.
160. Do you want to go up here and do it?
180.
180? 180? 180?
180.
180. We're slowing down, are we, Kim?
Yes.
Let's stop bidding. 180. At £180 then. At £180. You've heard it here. At £180 then. On Sarah at £180. We've done at 180. 180.
SR 1806101.
Lovely, thank you. Lot 323, the pen and ink drawings there. We've got a slightly below bid estimate, commission bid here of £140 then, at £140, at 140, at 140. Looking for 150, please. At £140 then, at £140 then. Any advance then at £140 then. All done at £140 then. Selling to the commission bidder at £140. £140. CT 13. Lot 324 now. The motorcycle badges then. You've got 45 online at 45, then looking for 50 now, please. At 45, 48 bid at £48, at 48. Any further interest then? At 48, 50, front row bidding now. £50 in the front row, 55 against you, madam. £60 in the front row, at £60 then. At £60, 65 against you. There's 65 against you. Some good badges there, £70. £70 is bid, 75 against you. 75. You sure? You're leaving so early at £75. At £75 then I'm selling internet bidder at £75. Last chance at 75. £75 is buyer 732. Lot number 325 is the Cheltenham Cup interest there. Start with £70 then please. £30 then please. Any interest at 30? £30 then please. Any interest at all at 30? No, I'm going to have to pass that lot then. It's unsold. Lot number 326 now, the Cheltenham Cup race card there signed as well. Start me at £10 then for those please. £10 for all of those please. Any interest then? Any interest at all? I'm going to have to pass those. No, those are unsold then. Lot number 327, the cricket bat there. And I have a commission bid here at £150. At £150. Sorry, £100. Sorry, apologies. 100. £100 is with me on commission at 100 then. At £100. Any advance then at 100? At £100. At 100 then. On commission at £100 then. All done at £100. I'm selling. It's a made a bid and it's a commission bid as well at 100. £100 is buyer 277. Lot number 328, the leather gun carrier. Start with £30 then please. £30, got to go at 30 surely. 10 please. £10 then please. Any interest at 10? 10 in the room, thank you. £10 in the room at £10 then at 10. Any advance then at £10? Oh, you all done at 10. 12 bid now. 12 against you, sir. £15 bid now. £15 in the room. £15. Still cheap at 15. At 15. Any advance then? £18 then against you. 20 in the room. At £20 then in the room at 20. At £20. The bid is in the room at 20, Ed. £20 in the room. At £20 then. All done at 20. Fair warning then. At £20 I sell in the room at 20. 22 in time. £22. 25 then. Back in the room at 25 then. At 25 then. At 25. Are we all done at 25 then? Fair warning then. At £25. £25 is buyer 224. Thank you. We move on now to lot number 329. The speakers there. Start with £30 then please. £30 then for the speakers. £30 then please. 30, 10 then for them please. Any interest at 10? Any interest at all?
10.
£10 is bid, thank you on Sarah at £10 then. At £10, made a bid and we're selling at £10 on the Sarah at 10. £10 is sold to Sarah.
SR 162411.
Thank you. Lot 330 now, the standing speakers there. £90 is bid, straight in at 90. At £90 now, at £90. 95 in the room now, 95 in the room. 100 against you, sir. 110 now, 110. In the room at 110, 120, 130 in the room at 130. In the room at 140 against you now, 150 now, in the room at 150, 160, 170 now. In the room at £170, 180, 180. You sure? At £180 then? It's on Easy Live Auctions at 190 then, 190, 190, £200 now. At £200, sure? At £200 then I'm selling. Easy Live Auctions at £200 then. Last chance, sir, at £200 then, sure? £200, thank you. At £200 is buyer 612. Lot number 331, the DVD players and sound mixing deck there. £140 is bid at 140, 150 now in the room, 150, 160 against you, 170, 180, 190. 200, 220 in the room now, 220 in the room, 220, at £220 then, at 220 then, in the room at 240 now, 260 now, 260, it's a reoccurring theme now I'm afraid, at 280, 300 bid, 300, 300, 320, 340 now, 340, at 340, at £340 then, in the Sarah at 340. 340 in the room then at £340 then I'm selling. Last chance was online at £340 I'm selling. 340 sir, your bid number is 169. Thank you. Lot number 332 now, the Swiss music box there. Start me at £80 then, please. £80 then, please. £40 then, please. Any interest at 40? 40, thank you, madam. £40. 42 now. 42 is against you. 45, 48, £50. 80. We've got £80 now against you both. 85, 85, 90. £90 with you, madam. 95. £100. 110 now. 110. 110. At 110. At 110 with you, sir. At 110. It's against the internet. At £110. Are you all done? At 110. You're, sir, at £110. I'm selling at £110. 110 is by 224. Lot number 333. The wind-up gramophone there. Start with £10 then, please. £10 then, please, for the gramophone.
£10.
£10, yes. That's what I'm asking for. You got that, Kim?
Yeah.
Lovely.
There you go.
£10. On the Sarah at £10. At £10. I thought you were repeating what I was repeating. A lot of repeating. £10 then. On the Sarah I have at 10. Any advance then at £10? Are we all done then? It's the main bid on the Sarah at £10. All done. Sold at 10.
SR 10567.
Lovely, thank you. 334, the wind-up gramophone there. Start me at £80 then, please. 65 is bid, thank you, at 65. At £65 then. On the Sarah at 65 then. At 65, any advance then? It's made a bid at £65. All done. At £65, I'm selling to the Sarah bidder at 65. £65 is
SR 1853769.
lovely, thank you very much. Lot number 335. The gramophone here, and I've got a commission bid here at £30 with me on £30 there. At £30. Looking for 32 now. At commission bid, my commission bid at 30. At £30 on commission with me at £30 then. Are we all done? At £30 is my commission bid then. It's not that one's bid. No, it's with me. At £30 then. All done. At £30 then. £30 is by 190. Lot 336 then. Start me £100 then, please.
80.
£80 in bid then. I'm looking for 5 then. At £80 then. I'm looking for 5. At £80 then. 85 in the room. At £85 in the room at 85. Looking for 90, please, Kim.
90.
£90 is bid. Would you like 95, sir? 95 bid. Back in the room at 95. £95. Are we all done then?
100.
£100. Would you like 110? 110 in the room at 110. In the room at 110. At £110. Are we all done? At £110, I'm selling. Yours, sir, at £110. 110 is by 200. Thank you. Lot number 337. The cylinders there. £60 start me, please.
95.
£95 is bid. At £95. At 95. At 95. Looking for 100, please. £100 in the room at 100. At £100 is in the room. 110 against you, sir. 120 now. 120. At 120. At 120. 130. Would you like 140 bid? In the room at 140.
150.
150. 150 against you, sir. 160. £160 at 160. At 160, I'm selling in the room at £160. Last chance at 160. 160. Same buy as last. Buy 200. Lot 338. The concertina there. Start with £400 then, please. £400.
500.
£500. Thank you, Kim. Thank you, Sarah. At £500. At £500 then. At 500. £500. 550 against you now, Kim.
£600.
£600. On the Sarah at £600 then. Sarah bidding at £600. 650 now. £650 then at 650.
700.
£700. Sarah bidding now. 700. At 700 then. 750 now. 750.
800.
800 now. 800. At £800. At £800. At 850 now.
900.
£900 then. £900, 950 now, 950. Can we make it 1,000? Push it for 1,000. It's 1,000. I'm being told it's 1,000. It's £1,000 on the serum, 1,000. At £1,000. At £1,000 on the serum, 1,000. At £1,000. Are we all done at £1,000 then? I sell to the serum bidder at £1,000. That's Kim's bidder at £1,000. All done at 1,000. £1,000.
SR 1876407.
Lovely, thank you very much. We move along now, 339 Beatles then, and I bid £30 commission, starting at 30, at £30, at 30. Any advance then at £30? At £30, 32 bid, 32 then, at 32, at £32. We all done at 32, at £32. Any advance then at 32? All done. I'm selling then Easy Life then at 32. £32 is buyer 709. Lot number 340, 55 starting for Elvis Presley there. Artist of the Century, £55 starting, looking for 60 now. At £55, at 55. Any advance then at £55 then? All done. At £55 then, I'm selling at £55 on Easy Live. 55 is buyer 507. Lot number 341. Country Farm Free Range Egg sign there, wooden sign there. Start me at £10 then please. 12, that's the way to do it, Kim. 12, 15 in the room I've got now, £15 in the room I've got. In the room I have £15, I've got £18 against you both now. 20's bid now, you're back in the room at 20. In the room bidding at 20. In the room it's 22 against you now, sir. 25 now, 28 bidding, it's 30. 32, 32. Do you like 35 now? 35 in the room at 35. £38 now is against you, sir. £40 bid. £40 in the room, 40, 42, 45, 48, £50 then. £50 in the room, 55, 60 now. In the room it's £60, 65, 70 now. In the room it's 70, 75, £80 in the room, 85, 90 in the room now, 95, £100 in the room, at £100 in the room, 110. Sure, at 110 you've come so far, thank you, £110. At 110 I sell Easy Live Auctions at 120, at 120, 130. Thank you anyway, at £130 then I'm selling at £130 then on Easy Live Auctions at 130. 130 is by 730. Lot number 342, the enamel sign there. London sign. £100 start me please. £100 then. 100. £50 then. £50, thank you. At £50 in third row, at £50 then. 55, 60's bid now. 65 in the room now, 65. 65, 75 is bid against. The £80 now is 85 bid. 85, £85 now. 90's bid, 5 bid, 95. Is rolling on, would you like 100, sir? 100, 110 is against you already. At 110, at 110, at 120 now in the room at 120. At 120, 130 now. 140 bid in the room, 150 against you. At 160 bid, 160 in the room at 160. 170, 170. Thank you anyway. At £170 on Easy Live then. At £170, 180's bid, 180, £190 at 190. At 190 then. At 190. Any left at 190? At £190, all done. At 190 I sell. What, £200? Just in time at 200. At £200 and at 200. At 200. At 200. Any advance then? At £200, your last chance. £200 is buyer 580. Well. Oh. Lot 343. We've had lots of interest in this lot. It's a really nice lot. Where should we start? Tell me, Kim. Talk to me. £800. We're starting at £800. At £800. At 800. At 800. Looking for 50 now. At £800. At 800. Any bidding from the front row? You're looking puzzled. At £800. At £800. At 800. You're welcome to bid if you wish, madam. I will wait. At £800 then. At £800 then. Online on the sale room myself. All the work's been done already for me. I'm merely calling out the numbers at 800. £800 is sold to buyer.
SR 1896208.
Thank you very much. Lot number 344. Incoming water. Collection of watercrafts. Good collection as well. Start at £100 for them all, please.
80.
£80 is bid. Thank you, Kira, at £80. That's very good, isn't it? £80 then is bid at £80. 85, that's against you, Kira. It's against Sarah at 85 then. On Easy Live at 85. 90 bid, too late. At £90, at 90. At £90, at 9-0. At £90. On Easy Live Auctions at £90. At £90, 95 with me, I'm afraid. 95. At £100 is bid. 100 on Easy Live Auctions at 100. At £100, at 100. At 100. 110 now. 110. At 110. At 110. 120. 120 now. £120. At 120. Any advance then at 120. 130, 130, Easy Live now, 130 then. Any further interest then? At 130 then. Are we all done? 140 now, 140, I've got 140 here on Easy Live Auction. They're just coming in that bit too late. Come on, Sarah. At £140, are we all done? 150, 150 you're in. At £150 then. Easy Live, you're coming back at £150 then. I'm selling then at £150. 150.
SR 51124.
Thank you. Lot number 345, autographs again. John Denver frame print there, in signed and felt tip. Bing Crosby. Lorna Loft, me and my shadow, a family story. Lovely. £50 is bid at £50 and at £50 is bid at £50 on Easy Live and at 50. Looking for £55 at £50 and at £50 and at 50. At £50. At £50. Any advance then at £50? We all done? Made a bid then, I'm selling at 50. £50 is buyer 580. Lot 346, the bookends, £12 is bid. £18 is bid. 18, 20, 22, 5, 25. 25 in the room, I've taken 25. 30 now. 35, 32 now. 32, 35, 35. 35, 38, 38 online, it's all online, £40 in the room, £40 in the room, I've got 40 in the room, £40 in the room at 42 now, against you, sir. Sure, 45 bid, 45 now, £45 is bid at 45, 48 bid now, at 48 then, at 48 then, at 48 then. Any advance at £48 then, all done, at £48 then, fair warning, at £48, £48 is 667. You okay?
Fine, yeah.
Yep, we sorted out. £48 to Easy Live, 667. Lot number 347. Start with £60 then. £60 then, please. £60 then, please. 60, £30 then. Any interest at 30? Otherwise, I'm going to pass this.
Oh, my hammer.
Well, I've got a bid on the Google Hammer as well, so I've got 30. I'm going to start that at £30 on Easy Live. £30 on Easy Live then. I'll take 32. At £30 then.
Yeah.
32, yep. Is sale room at 32 then. At 32. At £32. You're coming back Easy Live, 35. At 35. At 35. At 35 on Easy Live Auction. £35. Any advance then?
Yeah,
£38. £38. At £38 then. At 38. Coming back Easy Live, £40 now. £40. At £40 then. Any advance then at £40 then. At £40 then. All done at £40 then. Selling at 40. £40 is Easy Live, 684. Lot number 348. Books there, starting £80 then please. £80 then please. £80 please. £40 then please. Any interest at 40? I'm going to pass this lot then. It's unsold. Lot number 349, the book's there, £10 is starting then. £10 then, online at £10. Any advance then at £10? 10, 12, 15 bid now. 15 is bid at £15 and at 15 and 18 in the front. Oh, no, you're bidding in the front row. £18, you're getting ready to bid. £18, 18 in the front row at £18. At £18 in the front row. At £18 then 20 I've got on 20 I've got on Easy Live. I did have, it's gone somewhere. If you reverse that. You need to just, you've got
A
these.
bit too far.
Yes, you put in an extra bit.
Oh, yeah,
Go to there.
£20 then on Easy Live Auctions then. I'm looking for 22, please. 22 now. I've got 22 now in the front row. James is a helper. Come on, James, you can help him. At 22 in the front. 25 now on Sarah. At 28 now in the front row. £28 in the front row. At £28, front row now.
30.
£30 on Sarah. Thank you, Kim. Thank you. £30, 32 now in the front row. 32.
Great value.
35.
Yeah.
35 on Sarah. £38 then. Thank you, madam.
40.
£40 then on the Sarah. Sure. It's taken a longer time to get it, hasn't it? I understand, Margaret. £40 then. At £40, all done. At £40. £40 to the Sarah.
SR 162411.
Lovely, thank you, Kim. Thank you, Sarah. £350 then. Various books in this lot then. Start with £30 then, please. £30 then. Any interest at 30? £30 then. Any interest? Otherwise, we're going to pass this lot. It's unsold. Lot number 351. Various first editions there. Start with £20 for the lot, please. £20 is bid there at 20. At £20 then. Online at 20. At £20 then. At 20. Any advance then of selling then? At £20 then. All done. I'm selling at 20. £20 is by 527. Lot number 352. The autographed contemporary novels there. Many first editions included. Start with £20 again, please. 20 then. £20 please. All those there. 20. £20 then, please. Any interest at 20? 20 on bid then at £20 online at 20. Any advance then at £20 then. Selling, it's the made a bid online and selling at 20. £20. 744. Lot number 353. Lord of the Rings trilogy there. Start with £50 then, please. £50 for Lord of the Rings there. £50 then. £30 then, please. £30 then. Any interest? I can't go low, it's got to be 30. I'm going to pass that lot then. £30 I've got the bid online at £30 then. At 30. All done. Oh, don't leave, don't leave. £30, selling at 30. £30 is by 734. Don't know, you can get through it. Yeah, you do. Lot number 354. The book there, signed, £10 is starting there at 10. Any advance at £10 then? At £10. £12 on Sarah, £15 is bid. Now on Easy Life, are you stuck in an extra bid? Okay, go. Yeah, go back. Yeah, 12 with Kim. And then it's the Easy Life bid that's up there.
Oh,
Yeah, that's it, £15. At £15 then on Easy Life. Then
22.
£22 then is bid. Thank you. 22 on the Sarah, 22. At £22 on the Sarah. At 22. Looking for 25 now, please. At 22 then. Any advance then? At £22 then. Selling to the Sarah bid. I've got 25. You've got 28, Kim. Come on, James. You'll have to keep it. £28. At £28 on the Sarah. At 28.
30.
I've got £30 on Easy Life. So I can see these ones there. At £30. At £30. At £30 then. At 30.
22.
£32 on the Sarah. At £32, Sarah there. At 32. Any advance at £32? Selling? Set 35 now. 35. At 35 now.
38.
£38 then. Sarah bidding now. 38. Any advance then at 38? I'm selling at £38 on the Sarah. All done at £38. 38.
SR 23 1695.
95.
Yep.
Lovely, thank you. Lot number 355, the Hampshire Hunt there. Start me at £10 then, please. £10 then, please. Any interest at £10 then? £10. £10 in the front row, thank you. And £10 then in the front row then. Only 200 copies, one's here today. We'll try and look for the others for you. At £10 then, all done and selling at 10 in the front row. Sold to you, madam, at £10. Pile 151. Lot number 356, the sexton there, and I move on straight in at £95, at 95, at 95 for the sexton there, at 95, at 95. Any advance at 95 then? On Easy Live Auctions then, at 95. Are we all done at 95 then? Fair warning, selling at 95. £95. 665. Lot number 357, various items. £10 is starting online at 10 then. Looking for 12 now, please. 10, 12, 15 bid, £15 now, 15 then. At 15 then, 20's bid now, £20 then. At £20 then, at £20. Are we all done at £20 then, at 20? Any advance then at 20? At 20. Any advance then? Selling then at 20, 22, just in time, madam, thank you. At 22 in the front row. At 22, looking for 5 now. 22 then, front row and selling. £22 is by 151. Lovely, thank you. Moving along swiftly to lot number 358 is the telescope there, and £10 is starting online at 10 then. Looking for 12, please. At £10 then. Any advance then? At £10. Made a bid then. Online we sell, and all done and selling at £10. £10 is by 527. Lot number 359, the doctor's bag there, and one other bag as well, equipment, sorry. £50 please, £50 then, £50 then please, £30 then please, any interest at 30, 30 in the back, thank you, at £30 then, at £30 then. A ride at the back, the room bid is £30, at the back we're selling, at 30, any advance then, at £30 then, I sell, right at the back at £30. £30 is by 164. Thank you. Lot number 360, the Swarovski binoculars here. And lots of interest already. £420 we're at 420.
500.
£500 then on the Sarum at 500. Sarum then at 500. At 500. At £500. At 500. At £500. 550 against Sarum Kim. At £550. Let's make it 600. No. At £550 then. At £550. Push them for another bid, please. 550 then. I sell. Easy Live Auctions at £550. 550 is sold to buyer 739. Lot number 361. The cameras there. And start me at £80 then, please. £80 then, please. £80 then. £70 then, please. £70 then, please. Anyone interested in cameras in the room? Any photographers amongst us? Clearly not today. Pass that lot. Lot number 362, the Leica there, 150 starting, and £150 at 150.
190.
190, thank you. Sarah bidding at 190. At 190 then. At 190. At 190.
200.
£200 now. On the Sarah now. £200 I've got on the Sarah. No, you've just jumped a bit there, Claire. No, you've got it. It's room bid at 200. So, £200 then. On the Sarah at £200. At 200. At 200. Any advance at 200 then? Easy Live. 220 is against you, Kim. 220 against the Sarah, 220. Any advance at 220? I sell then to Easy Live Auctions at £220. All done at 220. 240 now. 240 on Easy Live at 240. Any advance at 240 then? Last chance at 240. I sell at 240. 240, 588. Lot 363 is the Olympus camera there. £10 is bid at £10 then. And 10 then, online is 10, 12 bid now, 12, 15 in the front row, £15 in the front row, 15 bid in the front row, £15, 18 against you madam at 18, 20 in the front row now, £20 in the front row at 20, 22 against you now, £25 is bid now, 25 at 25, 28 against you now, £30 is bid at £30 then, at 30, at 30, at 32 against you, at 32, 35 then, at 35, at 35, at 35, at 35, front row now, at 35 we sell, 35 is by 151. Lovely, thank you. Lot 364, photographic equipment here, £65 starting at 65, £65, at £65, at 65. Any advance at £65, at 65, 70's bid now, £70 at 70, at £70, at 70. Any advance then at £70, at £70. All done, selling at £70, we sell 75 on the hammer, I'll take that at 75. At 75 then, 75 on Easy Live then, at £75, all done, at £70, your last 75, your last chance at 75, 75, 588, lot number 365, and it's with me at £40 then, at £40 online at 40, looking for 42 then, 42 with me, 42 with me at 42, at 42 with me at 42, I'm looking for 45 please. At 42, it's with me at £42, at 42, at 42. I'm looking for 45 then, please. At £42, at 42. Any advance at 42 will remain unsold at £42 then. All done at 42. That's unsold. Okay, we move on to lot 366 now, and you've got 32, I've got 35 here on commission, 35 with me, 35, 38, 40 with me, £40, my commission bid, with me at £40 then, at £40 then, at 40, any advance, 42, 45 with me, 45, it's my commission bid, 45, 48, 55 bid, £55, it's my commission bid still against you, at £55, at 55, any advance at 55, commission bid then at £55, 60 in the room now. Commission's out. 60. Right at the back at £60. We sell at £60. Back row at £60. £60 is by 204 for £60. Lot 367 pens then. Cartier there. £55 is starting at £55. Any advance at 55 then? At 55 then. At 55 then, at 55, any advance then, at £55, all done online then, at 55 I sell, 55 is buy at 653. We move on now to lot number 368, the gold Parker there, £60 start me please, £60 then, on the other pens as well, £60 then, £30 then, any interest at 30? Any interest at all? Are they going to pass that lot? Pass that lot. Lot number 369. The collection of pens again. £10 is starting now. Online at 10. At £10. Any further interest then? At £10 then. For the collection of pens there. At £10 then. Any advance then? At £10. 12 in the front row now. 12 front row. 15 against you, madam, already. 15, £18 against you. 20 in the front row now. Bidding at 20. 22 is against you now. 25 bid now. 25. At 25 then, at £25, 28 bid, 28, 30 with me, 30, 30 online. What's that bid? You've taken another bid, £30. At £30 then, £30, that's it, £30, got it. At £30 then, all done. At £30, I'm selling at 30 on Easy Live Auctions at £30. £30 is by 531. Lot number 370, cased vintage Mickey Mouse ballpoint pen. There we go, look. And £40 is bid, £40. At £40, 5 bid, 48 bid, £48 now, 48 then. Looking for 50, please. 48 for Mickey Mouse. For £50, Kim. For Mickey Mouse is bid. At 55 is already against you. 55 against you, Kim. Against Sarah then. 55. 60 for Mickey. £60 for Mickey. That's 65 for Mickey. £65 for Mickey Mouse. That's £65 for Mickey Mouse pens. £70 for Mickey Mouse pens. That's £70. That's 70. Any advance at £70. That's 7 and 0. That's £70. Any left? Easy line. That's £70 then for the Mickey Mouse pens. All done. £70 is
SR 1280621.
lot number 371. The pens then. Start me £40 then, please. £40. £10 then. £10 for their collection then. £10 right at the back at £10 at 10 then. I've made a bid in the room at 10. Any advance there? At 10. Right at the back then. Yours, sir, at £10. Made a bid. And all done. Selling at 10. £10 is 204. Lot number 372. £70 is starting now. £70 for the typewriters then. 70, 80 bid, 80 bid now. 5 bid, 85 now. 85 is bid. At 85 then, any advance then at 85. At 85 then, all done at £85. Fair warning, selling at £85 on Easy Live Auctions at 85. 85 is by 608. Lot number 373, the walking cane there. £50 start me please. £50 then, it's a nice cane, nice hand there. Wearing a wristwatch as well. £50, you all right there, Kim? £20 then. £20 please. 20 at the back, thank you. 20 right at the back. I've got a bid of 20 already. It's in the room at 20. At 20, 25 now. 25 is against you, sir. Would you like 28? 28 at the back. In the room, £28. In the room, 28. 30 is against you now. £30 against you. Would you like 32? 32 in the room at 32 then. At £32. 35. 38 in the room, £38 in the room at 38, 40. £40 then, at £40 on Easy Live Auctions at 40. £40 is by 740. Lot 374, walking stick. This time it's in a stitched shoe. £20 start me please. £20 then. £20 then, any interest at 20? 10 then for it please. Any interest? Going to pass that one. It's unsold. Lot number 375, an Art Nouveau wedding dress there. Start me £20 then please.
55.
£55. 55 then, on Sarah at 55. £55, on Sarah at £55. At £55, at 55. Any advance? 55 there, on Sarah. It's running. What are we up to then? Shout them out, Kim. £100 we're up to, £100. You've got to tell them at home, or I've got to. £100, at 100, at £100. 110 now, 110. 110, at 110, at 110, at 110. 110 on the Sarah then, at 110. Any advance then? At £110, we're selling. 110.
SR 1108354.
Lot number 376, the silver gilt threaded sari then. Start me at £100 please.
160.
160 is bid at 160. At 160, at 160, at £160 for the sari then, at 160. Any advance then? I'm selling
180.
180. 180 on the serum now. At 180, at 180, at 180, at 180, at 180. At 180, all done at £180 on sale at 180, 180.
SR 5838886.
Lovely, thank you very much, Kim. Lot number 377, the crocodile skin handbag there, £50 please. £50 please. £50 then. £20 for it then please. 20. 10 then for it. Any interest at all? Nope, we're going to have to pass that one as well. That's unsold. Lot number 378, the vintage leather suitcase there. Where are we for this then? Start with £30 then please. 30. 30? No. 10? 10? £10 then? Any interest at 10? £10 is bid, thank you, online at £10 then. At £10, at £10 then, at 10. Any advance then at £10? At 10, are we all done? At £10. All done, and selling online at £10. £10 is 6.53. Lot number 379, £12 is bid then. £12, 12, £18 is bid now. 18, 22 bid, 22, 28, 28 then at 28, at £28 then at £28, at 30 bid now, £30, 32 is bid, at 32. Any advance then at 32. Are we all done? £32 then. Selling online at £32 then. Fair warning at 32. £32 is 668. Okay, we're moving on to various clothing and jackets here. I'm sure you've all seen it. Lot number 380, the winter jackets there on book at £10 then for these ones there. At £10 then. Any advance then at 10? At £10 then. Any advance at £10 then for the jackets there? £12 is bid, thank you. 15 against you now. £18 is bid. 18. £18 now again. At 18 against Sarah at 18. 20 is bid. 22 then. £22 on Easy Live Auctions then, at 22. Any advance then? I sell at £22, all done, at £22, fair warning at 22. £22 is 511. Lot number 381, the cashmere jackets there, £10 is bid then, at £10 then, at 10 any advance at £10, 10, 15 bid, 20 is bid now, 20 bid, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50. £60 is bid now, 65 bid, 65 now, at £65 at 65. Any advance then at £65 on Easy Live Auction at £65, all done and selling at 65. 65, 604. Lot number 382, the leather jackets there, £85 is bid, at 85 then. Looking for 90 now, at £85 at 85. At £85 at 85. Any advance then at 85? Are we all done at 85 then? I'm selling at £85 on Easy Live Auctions at 85. £85 is 566. Lot number 383. £80 is bid at £80 then at £80 then at 80. At £80. Any advance then at £80? At £80 on Easy Live Auctions at £80 then. Any advance at 80? Anything from the sale room? 85 in the room now, at £85. In the room at 85 then, in the room at £85. I'm selling, room bidder now, at 85, all done at 85. £85 is sold to buy at 102. Thank you. Lot number 384. £10 is starting now, this time at £10 bid. At £10, any advance then at 10. At £10 then. At 10, any advance at £10. At 10 then, any advance at £10. It's a made a bid there, 9 suits there for £10, all done. I will sell. I've got 15, would you like 18, sir? Yes. 18 is bid, 20 I've got against you, 22 now, 22, thank you, 22 then, at £22 then. On Easy Live Auctions at £22, all done and selling at 22. £22 is by 511. Lot number 385. Pinstripe suits there, £40 is bid at £40 then. At £40 at 40. Any advance then at 40. At £40 then. All done at £40 then. All done, selling then, made a bid online at £40. All done and selling at 40. £40 is by at 511. Lot number 386, 7 suits this time, £10 is bid at £10 then at 10, looking for 12 now please. 12, 15 is bid now, 15 bid at 15 then at 15. Any advance at 15 at 20 is bid now. At £20 is bid at 20. Any advance then at 20. 5 bid, 25 bid at £25. Any advance then at 25. I'll be all done at 25 then. I'm selling then on Easy Live Auction. 28, thank you. 30 is bid against you. 32 now, 32. At 32 is bid. At 32 then. At 32 then. Are we all done at 32? Selling at £32. Fair warning, I'm selling at 32.
35.
35 just in time, Kim. 38 against you now. 38 against you. 38. 38. Put him under pressure, Kim. 38. £38. Selling at £38. All done at 38. £38 is Easy Life by 511. Lot number 387, Suits and Blazers. £10 is bidding there at 10, looking for 12 now. At £10, at £10. At 10 then, at 10. Any advance at £10 for the Blazers there? 10, 12 in the room now. 15 against you, sir. 15 against you. Would you like 18? 18 is bid in the room at £18. In the room at 18. 20 against you now, sir. It's 20 online. 22 in the room. 22 in the room at 22. Claire, 22 in the room? 25 against you now, sir. 28. The next bid's 28. 28. 30. 30. £30. 30. At £30, it's with me on Easy Live Auctions at £30, all done. At £30, I'm selling at 30. £30 is buyer 511. Don't worry, plenty more suits coming up. Lot number 388, £10 starting then, at £10 then. At £10, 10, at £10, at 10, and looking for 12 now. There's collection of suits, 8 in the lot, £10 is bid at 10, and looking for 12, 15 is bid now, 15 bid, at 15, at £15 at 15, at £15 at 15, any advance at 15, at 15, all done selling at £15, all done selling, 18, just in time, 20 against you already, at £20 is bid, at £20 at 20, at £20 at 20, all done, and selling at 22, 25, £25, 28, 30, £30, careful, £30, bit of pressure here, £30 then I'm selling at 32, 35, £35, 38, 40, £40 then at 40, £40 then I'm selling at 40 to Easy Live Auctions at £40. £40 is buyer 511. Lot number 389, £22 is starting at 22. Looking for 5 now, please. £22, 25 in the room, £25 in the room, £25 in the room at 25, 28 against you, sir. 28, £30 back in the room at 30, 32 against you, sir, 32. 35, 38 online now, £38 online. There's 55 pairs in there, £40, 42 against you already, 42, 45, 48 against you online, it's £48 now, still less than £1 a pair. 55 I've got now, 55, 55, £55 on Easy Live Auctions, still excellent value. £55 for 55 pairs of designer trousers there at 55. All done. Last chance, I am selling online at 55. Online at £55, buyer 714. Lot number 390, various Hugo Boss ties then. £10 is starting then, at £10 then. At 10, looking for 12 now. 12, thank you. £12 on the serum, £12 at £12. Any advance then at £12? At £12. At £12. Any advance then I will sell at £12, all done, and selling at £12. Fair warning at 12. £12.
SR 117 2541.
Thank you very much, Kim. Thanks, Sarah. Lot number 391, the Armani design ties there. And they're with you at 12, £10. I've got £12 there. £12 with me at 12. At £12, then at 12. Any advance then at £12? At £12. At £12.
15.
£15 then on Sarah at 15. Sarah and bidding at £15 then at 15. At £15 then at 15. At 15. Any advance then at £15. All done. At £15 I'm selling on Sarah. £15. Sarah and bidding there.
SR 117 2541.
Lovely, thank you. Okay, bear with me one moment. Some late entries for bids. Chat amongst yourselves. So, no problems, no, we've just got some late entries for bids. I'm going to have a glass of water. Flavoured by Will. Okay, lot number 392 is the collection of ties there, 8 in the lot this time. I've already bid £32, £32, lovely collection of ties there, good colours as well, 32, looking for 35 now, at £32, 32. Any advance then at £32, made a bid online, we will sell £32, 504. On number 393, the ties there, Versace, Fog, Harrods there. £12 is bid for these then, at 12. Anyone not wearing a tie who needs a tie? £15, £15 in the room, £15 in the room at £15. At 15, 18 is against you, so would you like 20? At £18 then, at £18 then, all done.
20.
At 8.20, thank you on the sale room. Fresh blood there online, £20, 22 is against you now, Kim. At £22 then, at 22 then, against you, Kimberly. At £22, Kimberly is against you, 22, all done, and selling on Easy Live Auctions at 22. £22 is buyer 604. Lot number 395, the John Lobb shoes there, and they're in on the book at £65. At 65 then, 75 is bid, 85 bid now, 85, 90 is bid, 95, £90, sorry, £90, at £90, at £90, at £90, at 90, any advance then at £90, at £90, any advance then, at 95 then, cost a lot more than that, I can assure you, £100 at 100, don't they will, they cost a lot more, £100. At £100 I will sell them, at 110 then, at 110, 120, £120 then, at 120, at 120, at 130 then, 130, at 130, £130 then, at 130, any advance, 140 now, at £140 then, at 140, at 140, at 140, at 140, all done, at £140 then, 150 now, 150, £150 then, at 150, at £150 then, at 150, at £150 then, all done, at £150, all done and selling, your last chance, Easy Live, all done and selling, 150, don't panic, there is some more coming up shortly, lot 1, and here they are, lot 395, £65 is my start, looking for 70 then please, 65, at £65, any advance at £65, £75 is bid now, 75 then, £85 is bid, £90 is bid, 90, £90 at 90, any advance then at £90 at 90, all done at 90 then. I will sell at £90 then, last chance, and selling at £90, all done at £90. Oh, my voice gone there. Bring that back. £90, 90. There we go. 604. Lot number 396 now. These shoes again, 32 is bid. 32 at £32. Any advance at 32 then?
35.
35, thank you Kim. 35, 38 against you already at 38 on Easy Live Auctions at 38.
40.
£40 is bid at 42 now, 42 at 42 then is bid at 42.
45.
45 at 45, 48 bid at 48 then. At £48 at 48, any advance then at 48? At £48 at 48. All done at 48 then, I sell at £48, all done, last chance at £48. 48, 668. Lot number 397, £22 then is bid for the coats there, the overcoats, £22 then. £22 then. Any advance then? £22. I will sell. Made a bid then, £22 then for all those coats there. 6 coats for £22. We're done and selling at 22. £22 is 5511. Louis Vuitton coat then, and I bid £40 then, £40. At £40, at £42 is bid now, 42, at 42, looking for 45 now, at £42, at 42, any advance then, at 42 then, are we all done, at £42 then. Fair warning then, I'm selling online to Easy Live Auctions at £42, last chance coming at 42, £42 is by at 604. Lot number 399, the Panama hats then, and they're with me at £80 then, at 85 now, at 85 I'm looking for 90 please, at 85 with me, at 85, looking for 90. I've got 85, it's with me at 85, no I've got 85, there we go, and I'm looking for 90, at £85 with me at 85, looking for 90 please. Easy Live, you coming back? At £85, it's with me then, last chance coming, at £85 then, fair warning being given, at £85. That's unsold.
Oh no.
Okay, lot number 400 now. The hat's there, £22 bid, 22 then, at 22 then, at 22. Any advance then at £22. All done at £22, 25 then, 25. In the room at 25, at 25, 28 against you sir, at 28 against you sir, £28. Would you like 30? At £28 then, I sell then online at £28. £28 is by 653. Lot number 401, collection of cigarette cards there. Starting at £10 for all of those, please. £10 then, please. £10, yeah. You got £10? Yep. £10 on Sarah at £10. At £10. £10. At £10. All done. And selling then, it's the maiden bid on Sarah at £10. £12. Thank you. Nice and loud, Kim. £12. At £12. At 12 on the Sarah at £12 then. Selling on Sarah at £12. £12.
SR162411.
Lovely, thank you very much. Lot 402, the christening clothing there, Victorian and later. Start at £70 then, please. £70 then, please.
55.
55 is bid, thank you, at £55. On the Sarah at 55, at £55. Any advance at 55 then? At £55. We all done at 55 then. I sell at £55 on the Sarah room. It's 60, just in time, £60. Just in time, that one, Claire, wasn't it? It's £60, yeah. Nearly got
65.
65 on Sarah then, 65. You coming back? That's £65 on the Sarah room then. At £65, all done, and I sell at 65, £65.
SR879320.
87.93.
20.
20, lovely, thank you. Lot number 403, the lace there, £18 is my star. At 18, I'm looking for 20, please.
60.
£60, that's the way to do it, Kim. £60 on the Sarah at £60 bid. At £60, Sarah bidding at 60. At 60.
75.
£75 now, £75, 75. Some interesting looks coming from the audience and from staff as well. It's at £90 now. We've got £90 against you, Kim. £90. There's some very nice lace there. At £90. At £90. At 90. At £90. At 90. At 95 now on the Sarah. £100 is against you now. 110 now. 110 now. It's 110 against the Sarah. Sarah, are you coming back? At £110 then, I'm 120 now, 120 on the Sarah, 120 on the Sarah, 120. The bid is on the Sarah at 120. At £120 then, are we all done at 120? Fair warning then, I sell at £120. £120 120.
SR 1108354.
Lovely, thank you. Lot 404, the rug there, £10 is bid. At 10, I'm looking for 12 now, please. At £10 then. Any advance then? At 10, 12 is bid now. £12 is bid then. At £12, any advance then? £15 is bid now. 15 then. At 15 then. At 15. At 18 I've got here. 18, you got 20?
Wait a minute.
What's going on? At £18. At £18 for the decorative rug. £20 now on the sale room. At £20 on the sale room at 20. At £20 then on the sale room at £20. All done and selling. Then 22 now on Easy Live Auctions against you and the sale room. 25 then, thank you. 25 sale room bidding now at 25. At £25, we all done. 28, thank you, Claire. At 28, Claire's joining in now at £30 now on the sale at 30. At 30, we're selling at £30. Last chance at 32. £32 at 32. At 32. At 35. 35 now on the sale at £35. At 35. Any left at 35? 38. At 38 then. Easy Live Auctions at 38. At 38. 40 for the rug. We're still going strong at 40. At £40. At 40. At 40. 42 now. Easy Live Auctions at 42. At 45. At 45. At 45. At £45. Any left at 45? 48 now. Bid. 48. Let's make it a 50. At £48. 50? 50's bid. Thank you, Kim. On the sale at £50. Looking for 5 now. At £50 then. All done. I'm selling to the seller bidder at 55 now on Easy Live Auction. At 55. At £55. At 55. Any left? Last chance, seller room. At £55 we sell. £55 is 681. Only all lots is as good as that. Okay, we move along now to lot number 405, rug there. Start me at £50, please. £50, please. 20 for it, please, then. £20, please. £20 is bid, thank you, at £20, then at 20. At £20, at 20. Any advance, then at £20. 22 now is bid, 22. At 25 bid, 25, £28, right at the back. Taking up 2 seats there, 28 there, at 28 there, at 28, 30's bid against you there. Would you like 32? You've left so early, but you've come late. At £30 then, all done. At 32 then, at 32 then, on Easy Live Auctions, 35 bid, 35, 38 now, 38, at 38, looking for 40 now. At £40 is bid, at £40, at £40, at £40, all done at 40 then, on Easy Live, 42 then. 42, at £42, are we all done? At £42, all done. 45 bid, 45, at £45, 45, all done. Selling at 45. £45 is 681, same buy as last. Lot 406, £10 is starting then at 10, 12, how much? £75, good strong bidding there from the Sarah and Kimberley there at £75, at 75, 80's bid already on Easy Live Auctions at 80, at 85, thank you, at 85, at £85, at 85, looking for 90 now please, £90 is bid on Easy Live then, at 90, at £90, at 90, any 95 then at 95 bid, at £95, at 95, all done, at £95 then, 100, 110, 110 is rolling on at £110, at 110, at 110 on Easy Live Auctions then at 110. 120, thank you, 120, at 120, at 120, at 120 then. Fair warning, at £120 then all done, at 120 on the sale room. 120.
SR 47767.
Lovely, thank you. Lot 407 is two. Yeah? Doing a change, substitution. Lot 407 is the 2 Persian rugs there. It's my commission bid with me at £30. On the book at 30. At £30 now. 32, 35 with me. 38, 40 with me. 42, 45 with me. 48, 50 with me. 55, 60, my commission bid still. 65, 70. £70 on commission at £70, 75, 80 with me. £80 then. My commission bid is £80. It's with me at £80 on commission at £80.
1995.
1995, 100 with me. My commission bid 100, 110 with me. 110 at £110. It's my 120, 130 with me. It's my commission bid at £130.
140.
140, 150 with me. My commission bid at £150.
160.
160, 170 with me.
180.
180, 190 now. 200 now with me at £200. It's my commission bid still at £200. My commission bid at 200. At £200 on commission at 200.
220.
220. Commission is finally out at 220. You're in on the sale room at 220. I sell to the sale room bidder at £220. 220.
SR 36 27.5.
Lovely. Thank you very much. We move on now to lot 408. The moulds there. Sconces, sorry. Plaster ones. Start me at £30 then for them all. £30 then, please. Any interest at 30? £30 then, please, for all those. Any interest? Otherwise, I'll pass those. Any interest at 30? Unsold. We move on to collection of ladders, lot 409. Start with £30 for the ladders then, please. The wooden ladders there for 30. £30 then. Any interest at 30? Any interest at £30 then, please? Nope, we're going to pass those as well then, unfortunately. It's unsold. The cartwheels there. £70 for those cartwheels there. £70 then. £50 then, please. £50 then, please. 30 then. Any interest at 30? £30 then. Any interest at all? Otherwise, I'm going to pass those as well. It's unsold. Lot number 411. There's someone we recognise. Oh, there he is over there. Look. We're just selling your lot for you, Ali. Lot 411.
Does it come with it?
He does. He comes with it free for a day's work. Start me at £200 then, please. £200 then, please. £200 then for the sign.
220.
220. Thank you on Sarah at 220. Sarah bidding now at 220. At 220. At £220 then at 220. Any advance then at £220 then at 220. At 220. All done then. I'm selling at £220. 220. Well done, Ali.
SR 58 48 88.
Lot 412 now is the servant's bell then. £65 is bid. It's £65. It's 65. Any advance at 65? It's £65. Online on Easy Live then it's £65. I sell. All done and selling at 65. £65 is by 597. Lot number 413. The garniture there. Start me at £90, please. £90 then, please.
80.
80 I'll take at £80 then is bid at 80. £80. Any advance then at £80 then? At £80 then. All done at £80 then. Fair warning then, I am selling at £80. All done and selling at 80. £80.
SR 124 16 20.
Lovely, thank you. Lot 414. The long case clock there. Start with £30 then, please. £30 there for a long case clock. £30 then. £30 then. Otherwise, I'll pass that. £30 is bid. Thank you. At £30 then is bid. At £30 then. At 30. At £30 then. Are we all done at £30? Main and bid online at £30 then. All done at 30. £30. Online bidder at 609. Lot number 415. The table clock there. Start with £600, please. £600 then. £600 then. £400 then, please. The clock. Any interest at 400? We're going to pass it. £400 at the back. At £400. In the room at £400 then. At 400. In the room at £400 then. I will sell in the room at £400 all down. £400 is buyer number 164. Lovely, thank you very much. Lot number 416, the long case clock there, and £18 there for a long case clock at £18, at £18. Any advance then at £18? At £18, I can sell it at £18. Are we all done? And selling at £18 is 609. Lot 417 at similar lot again, £18 is bid as well at £18 then. At 18, any advance then at 18. All done then, and selling at £18. 18 is buyer 609. Lot number 418, the long case there, start me at £100 then please. £50 then please. Any interest at £50 please? £50 then please. No, I'm going to have to pass that lot. Oh, got £50 there. £50 is bid at £50 then. All done and selling, made a bid at £50. £50 is buyer 609. Lot number 419. Mantle clock there, start me at £20 then please. £20 then please. £20 then, £20 is bid then at 22 bid, 22 now, 22, 25 bid, 25, £25, 25 then. At 25, 8 bid now, 28 then, at 28, 30 the bid now, £30 is bid, at £30 then, 30, at £30. Are we all done? Selling then at £30, online at 30, £30, 717. Lot number 420, the carriage clocks there, start me at £50 then please. £50 please. £50 then please.
40.
40 I'll take him, thank you on Sarah at £40 on Sarah at £40 then. At 40, 42 is against you already, 45, 48 then. 48 then, at 48 then, at £48, at 48, at £48. Are we all done? At £48, all done and selling at £48, all done and selling at 48. £48 is 745. Okay, and we move on to lot number 421. Where should we start for this? £30 for this clock then please. £30 please. £40 is bid, thank you. £40 is bid at £40. At £40 then. At £40. Any advance then at £40. 42 bid now, 42. At £42 at 42. 45 bid, 45 bid on Sarah at 45. Any advance? £48 is bid at 48 then. At 48. At £50 is bid now on Sarah at £50 then. Thank you. £50 bidding at £50. At 50. 55 against you now, Kim. It's against you, Sarah, at 55. 60. £60 is bid. Thank you. At £60. At £60. At 65 then. At 65. At 65 then. £70 is bid now. £70 then. At £70. At 70. Any advance then? At £70 then. 75 then. At 75. At 75. 80 pounds now. At £80 then. £80. 85 now. Against you at 85. At 85, all done at 85. £85 is buyer 717. Lot number 422, the standard lamp there. £50 start me please. 20 for it please then. £20 then please. 10 for it. Any interest? You're going to have to pass that one. Lot number 423, the lamp there, and I have a bid here starting at £25. At 25, looking for 8 now. At £25, at 25 then. Any advance then at 25? At £25, at 25 then. All done, I'm selling at £25 then. All done, selling at 25. £25 is by CT13. Lot number 424. The chandelier there. Start me at £100 please. £100 then. 100 then. £50 please. Any interest at £50 please? £50 please. No, we're going to have to pass that lot. Unsold. Lot number 425, the angle poise there. £10 bid online at 10, 12 in the room now. Bid trading in the room at 12. 12 in the room I've taken at £12. In the room at £12. Looking for 15 now. It's still cheap at £12. I will sell in the room, yours madam, right at the back at £12. 15 just in time. £18 is bid now, £18 in the room. At £18 then, at 18, looking for 20 now please. All done and selling at 18 in the room. 184 for £18. Lot number 426, the lamps there. Start me at £10 for the both then please. 10 is bid, thank you madam, at 10. At £10 in the room at 10. Looking for 12 now please. At £10 in the room at 10. Any advance then I will sell at £10. All done and selling at 10. £10, same bar as last, 184. Lot number 427, the GWR style lamps then. £10 is bid then online. 12 bid with you madam at 12. 15 against you. 18 bid in the front row. 20 now. 22. 22, you're in at 22. So your bid madam at 22. You're bidding at 22. 25 now. 25, 28, 30, 32, 35, 38, 40, 42. 42, yours madam at 42. At £42, at £42, all done and selling at 42. 189, £42. Lovely, thank you. Lot number 428, collection of lamps, £55 is bid at £55, at 55, at £55. Have you all done at 55? At £55. Selling, made a bid then, online at 55. 60's bid, £60 now. 65 now, at 65. At £65, I'm selling at 65. All done at 65. 65, 609. Lot number 429, the Blue John style lamps, £80 is bid. £80. Kira, have we got a good bid on that one?
85.
85, thank you, at 85. 90's bid here then.
95.
90, 95, 100. Well, I've got 100 now. Would you like 110? 110 in the room. 120 against you. 130 now in the room. 130 in the room I've got. £130 then in the room at 130. At 130 then. At £130. Back of the room then at £130. All done and selling at 130. Your sale 130 is buyer 164 for 130. Lot number 430. The bronze there. Lamp there. £50 start me please. £50 then please.
40.
£40 is bid. Thank you, Sarah, at £40 then. At £40, at 40. Any advance then at £40?
45.
45, thank you. At 45 now on the Sarah at 45.
50.
50 is bid now. £50 is bid at £50 then. At £50 then at 50. Any advance then at 50? At £50. Have we all done at £50 then? At £50 then. All done. Selling at £50. £50, Sarah in bidder there.
SR 52, 59, 89.
Thank you very much. Moving along now to lot number 431, the column lamp there, and I bid £45 on commission online at 45, at 45 then, at 45, at 45. Any advance at £45 then? At 45 then. I'm selling then on Easy Live Auctions at £45. £45 is sold to buyer 589. Lot number 432, the pineapple lamps there, and one other as well. £10 is starting at £10 then, at 10, at 10, at £10 then, at 10, at 10. Looking for 12 now, at £10, £15 is bid, at £15 then, at 15. Any advance then? Any advance then? At £15 then, all done. I will sell at £15, all done at 15. £15 is buy at 504. Lot number 434, the Murano 433 is withdrawn, so we're moving on to 434, which is the Murano lamp there, the Barbini one. Start with £20 then for that please. £20 then please.
12.
£12 is bid, thank you, I'll take that. At £12, that's the way to do it. At £12 then. On to Sarah at £12. At 12. Any advance then? At £12. Are we all done then? I'm selling then at £12. £12.
68, 85, 79.
Lovely, thank you. Lot number 435. The lamps there. Start with £40 for all those, please. £40 for those lamps then. £20 then for the lamps, please. 10 then, please. 10. Any interest in 10? I'm going to have to pass those otherwise. Unsold. Lot number 436, the shades there. £10 for the shades then. £10 then. Any interest in the shades there? £10 is bid, thank you, online at £10 then. At £10 then. At £10 then. Are we all done at £10 then? Fair warning then, at £10 then. All done and selling at £10. £10 is 681. Lot number 437, the pillar light there. Start me at £10 then for the pillar light, please. Any interest? £10, please. Any interest at all? It's unsold. Lot number 438, the vanity box there. Start me at £70, please. £70 then, please.
55.
55 is bid, thank you, at £55. At 55. At 55 then, at 55. Any advance then? 60 now on Easy Live Auctions. £60, Kim. At £60, at £60. You're looking for 5 now. It's a nice vanity box, that. At £60 then, all done. At £60. Fair warning, at £60. £60 is by 745. Lot number 439, the walnut Davenport there. Start me at £50, please. £50 there for the Davenport. Moving on to furniture now. £50, please. £30 then, please.
35.
I've got 30. Would you like 32? I'll give you 32. 32. 32. 32 in the room at 32. At 32. 35 now. 35. 38 now is bid. 38. You've left so early, sir. At £40. 42. You seemed keen earlier. At 42. 45 bid. £45 now. At £45. At £45 then. All done. At £45. At 45. Fair warning. At £45. £45 is by 609. Lot number 440, the tilt top table there. Start me at £10, please. £10 there. £10 is bid then at £10 then. At 10, 12 is bid now. £12 a bid. At £12 then at 12. At £12 then. At 12 or 12. Any advance then? Selling at 12, 15, 18 bid. 18. Thank you. 20. 20 bid. 2 bid. 22. 25. 28. £28 then, 28 then, all done and selling at £28, 30, 2 bid, 32, at 32, at £32 then, any advance at 32, selling at £32, 32, 6, 6, 2. Lot 441 now, the cabinets there. Start me at £40 then, please. £40 then, please. £40 then for the cabinets there. Nice display cabinets there. £20 then, please. 20 then, please. £20 is bid. £20 online at 20 then. Any advance at 20 then?
22.
22, thank you, Sarah. 22.
28.
28 now. Jumping a few bids, are we? 28 then.
30.
30, thank you. £30 then.
35.
35.
38.
38.
40.
40.
42.
42.
45.
45. Nice and loud, Kim.
50.
50, thank you.
55.
55. £55. 55. 50, 55. At 55 then. £60. Thank you, Kim. £60.
65.
65. We've made above the top estimate. £65 then. Are we all done at 65 then? Selling. Sarah bidder now at 65. £65.
SR 38. 46. 44.
Lot number 442, the two-door cabinet there, matching the previous lot. Start with £30 then, please. £30, please. 10 then, please. 10.
12.
Got 10 here. 10. You've got 12, so that'll be worth it.
I've got 20 now.
15. You've Going the wrong way, aren't we? We're fighting against each other. You've got, how much have you got? 20?
20.
£20. I've got 22 now. 22. Now we're back on track. 22 on Easy Live Auctions at 22.
25.
25. £25 at 25. 28 then. 28. Thank you. 28.
30.
£30 is bid. £30 then. And £30. 32 against you now. 32 against you.
35.
35. £35. At 35 then, I'm selling at 38 now. 38.
40.
£40. £40 then. 42 now. 42.
45.
£45 is bid at 45. At £45 then, I'm selling at 45 to the sale room. £45, sale room bid of that.
SR 1595040.
Lot number 443, the tea table there. Start me at £10 then, please. £10 then, please. 10 in the room, thank you very much, madam, at 10. At £10. Looking for 12 now, please. At £10 in the room. It's there to be sold at £10 then. At £10, any advance? 12, thank you. 15 behind you. At 15 behind you. 18 close by. 20 now, 20. Would you like 22, sir? 22, 25, 28. £28 close by then at £28. Yours, sir, at £28 then, all done at £28. Buyer 102 for £28, thank you. Lot number treble 4 now, £85 we're up to, 95 bid, 95, 100, 110, 130 now. £130 now, 130. At 130, at 150, 150, I've got 150, at £150, at 150, at £150, it's with me at 150. I need 160. Yes, me. Yeah, you're sorry, no, you're Easy Life. Come on, Ed. £150, at £150, at £150 on Easy Live Auctions then, at £150. All done and selling there, 160 in the room. Thank you, 160 in the room, at 160 in the room, at £160. All done, selling, you're sir, at 160, 160, 176. For 160, thank you. Lot number 445, we've got a telephone bid.
Yes, sir.
I don't know where he is. Oh, he's over there. Telephone bid from Gordon. Start me at £100.
He's asking
£100 I've got, or 100, it's easily worth that.
110. 110. Is that yes, sir?
110, too late I'm afraid, they've got to be quicker.
120. 120.
120 on the telephone, 120 on the telephone, 130 against you, 140, 150, 160, £160, you coming back Easy Live? At 160, 170,
180. Yes.
180, thank you, £180 on the telephone, at 180, Easy Live. Talk to me, Easy Live, tell me what you want. £180 then, on the telephone with Gordon, at £180, all done, and selling at 180, 180.
C6983, sir.
Lovely, thank you very much, Gordon. Lot number 446 now. The cabinet there, £40 is bid, £40 is bid. At £40, looking for 42 now. At £40 then, 40. Any advance at £40? It's the maiden bid at £40 then. All done at £40. Fair warning at 40. £40 is sold. 2547. Lot number 447, the teak dressing table and mirror. £170 is starting at 170. £170 at 170. At 170, I'm looking for 180 now. At 170, any advance at 170. At £170 then. Selling at £170, we've done at 170. 170. 547. Lot number 448 is the Monk's bench there. You've got 70, I've got 75 now, 75, 80 with me. £80 is with me at £80. At £80, £80, £90 again with me, it's £90 with me at 90. at £90. On commission at £90 then, at 90. Against you, easy live at 90. Any advance then? 95, 100 against the room now. It's 100 with me on commission. 110, you're in at 110. You're sir at £110. In the room at £110 I sell. 110 is by 176. Thank you. Lot number 449, the swivel desk chair, £110 is bid online at 110. At 110, at 110, £110, at 110, at £110. Any advance then? 120, thank you. 120 online at £120. All done at 120 then. I sell at £120. 120. 643. Lot 450 now is the David Lindley extending Burwood table there. With me at £1,800, at 1,800, at £1,800 now, at 1,800 now, at £1,800. 2,000 you have, 2,000. I've got 2,100 against you. At 2,400 then, 2,400. At £2,400 on the serum at 2,400. At £2,400 on the serum now, 2,400. At £2,400, £2,400. Any advance at 2,400 then? Any advance at £2,400? I will sell at £2,400. Last chance at £2,400. All done and selling on Sarah at £2,400. 2,400.
SR 58, 48, 88.
Thank you to Sarah. Okay, moving on now to the lot number 451, the pair of Burwood tables, David Lindley again. Start me at £600 please.
1900.
£1,900, that's the way to do it. £1,900, at £1,900, at £1,900 for these, at £1,900, at £1,900, and looking for 2,000. Telephone bids, talk to me. You're looking at me barefaced.
We're bidding on the next one.
Thank you, Will. Is anyone bidding on this? No? Okay. And £1,900 then, I will sell on Sarah now at £1,900. Last chance. At £1,900, we've done at £1,900. £1,900.
SR 58, 48, 88.
Thank you very much, Kimberly. Lot number 452, the coffee table then. Start with £300, please.
440.
440, thank you, Kim. 440 now. At 440. 460 on the telephone with Will at 460. I'm looking for 480 now. They've left early, haven't they? 480 up with James's telephone. £500 now. 500 on the telephone with Will at £500.
550.
550 with James.
Oh, sorry.
600 £600 now with Will.
650.
650 on Sarah now. 700 then. 700 with Will. £700. 750 with James now. £750. £800 now with Will.
850.
850 with James. 900 now with Will. 950 with James. £1,000 at 1,000. £1,100 now with James. £1,200 with Will. £1,300. £1,400 on the telephone with Will. £1,500 with James. Talk to me, Will. 1,550 I'll take. 1,600. Push them for a bit, Will. This is their last chance.
1650.
1650. At £1,650 then, thank you. £1,650 now. On Will's telephone at £1,650, I'm selling yours, Will, at £1,650. Sold at £1,650.
I'm just going to call out your number here, which is C6881.
Lovely, thank you very much, Willie. Lot number 453 now, which is the David Lindley dining chairs now, and I bid £600. £600 then, at £600. 650 on James's telephone. That's 650 on James's telephone. £1,000 now, £1,000 on the Sarah. 1100 now, 1100 on Sarah. £1,100, Sarah bidding now. 1300 now, 1300 then. £1,500, £1,500. £1,500. £1,600 now on the telephone at £1,600. £1,700. £1,800 now on the telephone with James at £1,800. £1,900 on the Sarah.
So it's, yeah.
£2,000 now. £2,000 now on the telephone with James. £2,000. Any advance, James?
2,200.
2,200.
Next one would be 2004. Yes, please.
2,400.
2,600.
2,600.
Next is 2,800.
2,800. Thank you. £2,800.
3,000.
£3,000. 3,000. £3,000.
3,200.
3,200 then. 3,200.
3,400.
3,400.
2004 was bid. Next is 3,600. Yeah.
3,600. £3,600. At £3,600.
3,800.
3,800 now on Sarah.
Next bid is 4,000.
£4,000 now. £4,000 now on the telephone with James at £4,000.
4,200.
£4,200 on the Sarah at 4,200.
Next bid is 4,400.
4,400 now. £4,400. 4,600 on Sarah at 4,600. 4,800 now with James on the telephone at £4,800.
5,000.
£5,000. £5,000. Next bid's 5,500.
Okay, the next bid is 5,500.
5,500 then.
6,000.
£6,000. £6,000 then.
5,500.
6,500 now on the telephone at 6,500.
7,000.
£7,000 now. 7,000.
5,500.
At £7,000. 7,000. Any advance there? 7,500. Thank you. At 7,500 on the telephone. Back with you, James. At £7,500.
8,000.
£8,000 now. £8,000. £8,000 now on the Sarah at £8,000. 8,500 then. 8,500.
9,000.
£9,000. £9,000.
9,500.
At £9,000 then on the Sarah. At £9,000 then I'm selling to Sarah Villa. Last chance, James. At £9,000 I'm selling on the Sarah. They all done? Are they out? 9,200. 9,200.
Yes.
At £9,200 then.
9,500.
9,500. £9,500 then. On the Sarah at £9,500 I'm selling at 9,500. All done at selling at £9,500. 9,500.
S1 58, 48, 88.
Lovely, thank you, Kim. Lot 454, the walnut side table there. Starting with £40 then, please. £40, please. £20 then, please. 10 then, any interest? £20 I've got, thank you. £20 then at 20. And 22 then at 22. At 22 then, at 22, at £22 then, are we all done? 5 bid, 25 bid, at 25 then. Any advance then at 25, at £25, are we all done? 25 then. Fair warning then, at £25, all done and selling at 25. 25, 681. Lot number 455, the desk chair there. Start with £300 please. What have you got, Kim?
240.
240 there. I've got 240, I need 260.
280.
300? You got 280 I've got. 280. 300 on the telephone. 300 then.
320.
320 on Sarah now. 340 on the telephone.
360.
360 on Sarah now. 380 I've got. I've got 380, it's against you both. 400 on Sarah's. Bid quickly if you want to get your bid in. £400. 420 now. 420 on Easy Live. 440. 460 now.
480.
480. Sarah bidding now. 480. £500 now.
550.
550 now. 550. £600 on the telephone.
650.
650 on the Sarah. £700 on the telephone.
750.
750 now on Sarah. £800 now on the telephone.
50.
850 Sarah now. £850. £900 now on the telephone at 900.
950.
950 then. £1,000 now on the telephone at 1,000. 1,100 now. At 1,100, thank you. At £1,100 then. On Sarah then, all done at £1,100 then. Fair warning being given at £1,100.
Alright.
£1,100.
SR 58, 48, 88.
Oh, I see. Oh, okay. Oh, well, thank you so much for being in.
Lot number 456 then is David Linley as well. Who's got a telephone bid for this one? James, it's not you, is it? Okay. £200 is bid online at £200 then. At £200 then, at 200 then. Any advance at £200? Kim, are they bidding? At £200 then, I will sell at £200 then, online at £200. Made a bid then at £200. We've done at 200. £200. 536. 457. £85 is bid at 85. At £85. Looking for 90 now. At 85 then for the chest. 95. I've got 95 here already, Kim. At 95. 100 bid. 100. At £100. At 100. At 100 then. At 110 now. 110. At 110. At 110. 120. Thank you. At 120. 130 I've got. 130. £130 then. At 130. At 130. Have they got 140, Kim? At 100. 140 bid. Thank you. 140. At 150 now, £150 then, at 150. At £150 then. On Easy Live Auctions then, at £150 we're done at 150. 150. 643. Okay, lot number 458. We're straight in at £800, at 800, at £800, at 800. We liked this, didn't we, Will? Hey.
Sadly, yes.
Yes. That shows one good thing, we've got good taste. At £800, at 800, at £800, at 800. Any advance then at 800? At £800, at 800, £900 is bid now. 900, at 900, at 900. I know. £900 then. at £900. At £900 then, all done. At £900 then, I will sell at £900. Fair warning at £900, all done at 900. £900 is 575. Lot number 459, the Globe Wernick, 120 starting at £120 then. 140 now, £140 is bid at 140 then. At 150 at the back of the room, at 150, back of the room, 160 against you, sir. 160 now, 160 then. 170 in the room at 170 then. £170 then at 170. Back of the room at 170. All done? Yours, sir, at 170. 170 is buyer number 164. Thank you. Lot number 460. The Monk's Bench there, £55 is bid at 55, 65 bid, 75 bid, 85 bid, 95 bid. Change of the scene, is there? 95 bid, 95 at 95, 100 and 110 at 110 now, at 110, at 110, at £110 at 110, at 110, all done, selling at £110, all done at 110. 130, 130 now, 130 then, at 130, selling at 130, all done at 130, 130, 590. Lot number 461, the Urkel table there, and £10 is bid at 10, looking for 12 then please, at £10, 12 in the room. 12, 15 bid, 18 bid, 20 bid, 5 bid, 30 bid, 5 bid, 40 bid, 5 bid, 50 bid, 55, 55, at £55, at 55, at 55, at 55, selling at 55 on Easy Live Auctions. 55 is 729. Lot number 462 is withdrawn, so we move on swiftly to lot 463. £80 is bid at £80. Looking for 85 now, please. At £80. At £80. James will help you with that one, won't you, James? 85. Probably the heaviest thing in the world. 85. I'm sure it's full of lead. £85 is bid at 85. 85. Any advance at 85? I'm selling at 90. Thank you. At 90. At £90. At 90. At 90. Any advance then at £90? 5 bid. It's against you, James. At 95. At £95, are we all done at 95? £100 at 100, at 100 then, at 100, at £100 I sell, sale room, £100.
That's our 122 8460.
464, table and chairs then, starting at £10 then please, £10 then. Any interest at £10 then please? £10 then, any interest, otherwise I'm going to pass this. Unsold. Lot number 465, £55 is bid at 55, looking for 60 now. At 55 then, at £55, looking for 60 please. 60. £60 is bid, £60 bid at 60, on the serum now. Any advance at 60 then, selling at 60. Last chance at £60 I sell. £60 is buyer.
SR 122 8460.
Lovely, thank you. I'll go with their continental sideboard, it seems. Lot number 466, the cartwheel bar there. Starting £80 then, please. £80 then. 65 is bid, thank you, James, at 65. 65 on the sale at 65. Any advance then at 65? I'm selling at 65. Last chance coming at £65. 65.
SR 185 3769.
Lovely, thank you. Lot number 467, £65. I've got 80 starting with me on commission at £80. At £80 with me on commission at £80 then at 80. Any advance at £80 then? At £80 with me on commission I'm selling at £80. £80 is C4367. Lot number 468 now, and £80 is starting online at £80. Looking for 5, please, at £80 then. At 85 bid, 85 now. At 85 for the bench then. At 85 then, at 85. Any advance at 85 then. I'm selling at 85. Last chance, and all done, and selling at 85. 85 662. 469, the chairs then, starting at £10 then please. £10 for the chairs then. £10, any interest? Otherwise I'm going to pass these at 10. It's unsold. Lot number 470, the contemporary chest then, starting at £20 then please. £20 then please. 10 for it then please. Any interest at 10?
Yep.
£10? £10 is bid, thank you on Sarah at £10 then at 10. Any advance then I will sell at £10, all done. And selling at £10. £10 is
SR 122 8460.
lovely, thank you very much. Contemporary chest of drawers then, lot 471. Start me at £70 then please. £70, £30 then please.
190.
190 at £190 at 190 at 190 then at £190 at 190 then. Selling at £190 then. All done and selling at 190. 190.
SR 150 9191.
Lovely, thank you very much. 472 now, and I've got a bid here of £30. At £30 then. At £30 on commission at £30. It's with me on the book at 30. Any advance then at £30. I'm selling them on commission at £30. 32 just in time, Jimbo. At 32 then, at 32, at 32, at 32 then, all done, and selling at 32. 32.
SR 122 8460.
Thank you very much. Lot number 473, the Garden Conservatory Furniture. Start me £100 then for it, please. £100 for it, please. £100 for it all. £50 there, please. Any interest at 50? To pass that one then. It's unsold. Lot number 474, table and chairs there, pine ones as well. £50 please. £50 then. We've got a commission bid here of 20 then. It's a start. £20 on commission at 20. At £20 then. At 20. Any advance then at 20?
22.
22, thank you. Commission left early?
28.
28, thank you.
30.
30. At £30 then. At sorry?
32.
32 then. 32. At 32.
35.
35. At 35. At 35. At 35. At 35. All done and selling at 35 to Sarah. 35.
SR 767 691.
Lovely, thank you. It's 472. The cast iron marble top table. £55 is bid at 55 then. At £90 is bid at 90 then. At £90 then. At 90. Any advance then at 90.
100.
And £100 is bid at 100 then. At 100. What do you like? 110 in the room. 110 in the room. 110 in the room.
120.
120 now. 120 on Sarah. 120 Sarah. Thank you.
140.
130. 140 you've got. 140 on
160.
160 bid. 160.
170.
170. 170. You're lucky there.
180.
180 now. 180 on Sarah. 180 on the Sarah. The bid is on £180 on the Sarah.
190.
190. Thank you. 190 Sarah. At £190 then, I'm selling on the Serum at 190. 190.
SR 156 2112.
Lovely, thank you. 476. Contemporary hardwood chest of drawers again then. Similar to the previous slot. You got a bid, James?
Yeah, 170.
170, thank you. At £170. At 170. At 170. Also equally as heavy. At £170. At 170. Fair warning then. Selling at 170. 170.
SR 150 9191.
Lovely, thank you very much. Lot number 477, chest of drawers then. Similar style. Bid.
75.
£75, thank you. You tell me how to do it. At £75. 85 bid. 85 now. At 85. At £85 then. At 85. At 85. Any advance then at 85. Selling at 85. 90 bid now. 90 I've got.
95.
95 then. 95 then. At 95. On the sale room at 95. Any advance then at 95. Selling. Sale room in and out at 95. Last chance easy life at 95. 95.
Same buyer.
SR 1509191.
150 9191.
Block 470 8 now, the chairs then, and I got £160 on commission with me. It's with me at 160.
170.
170 I've got. I'm looking for 180, please, James.
Yes,
180, thank you. 190 now. 190. 190 then at £190 then. £200 then. £200 then. Thank you. £200 on sale at 200. At £200 then. At 200. Any advance at 200 then. At £200 then. All done. At £200 I sell on sale room. 220 just in time at 220. 240 now. 240. Nice chairs at 240. At £240 then. At 240. All done. £240. 240.
SR 291045.
Lovely, thank you, James. Thank you, Sarah. 479. The whatnot there. Stub in £100, please. £100, please. £80 then for it, please. £80 then. £70 then for it, please. £70. Can't go lower. It's got to be 70. I'm going to have to pass it. 70 bid. Thank you. It's £70. I'm selling then on Easy Live Auctions at £70. £70 is 167. Lot number 480 now is the table and chairs then, and I bid 120 at 120 at 120 then, £120 then at 120. Any advance then, £120 then, selling on Easy Live Auctions at 120, all done at 120. 120. 547. There we go, lot 481, straight in at £400, at £400, at £400, at 400. Is anyone in the room interested? 420, at 420. Anyone in the room interested? Anyone got a home office? 440 then, 440, 440 now, 440. Still time, sir, if you wish to bid, at 440, at 440. At £440 then, all done at £440. Selling online at £440, Easy Live Auctions. £440, 742. Lot number 482, £240 starting at 240 then, at £240, at 240, at 240 then. 260, thank you, 280 back with me at 280, 320 now I've got, James. At 320, at 340, 360 I've got already. At 360, 380 now, 400 with me. At 400 then, at 400 then, at £400, at 400, 420, 440 then, 440 with me at 440, at £440 then, at 440 then, at 440, at 440, all done then, at £440, selling at 440, 440 is buyer 552. Lot number 483, £10 is bid then, at £10 for the tables there. Looking for 12 now, please, for the G-plan tables then, at £10 there, at 10. Any advance then? I will sell, it's the main bid, 10, 12 bid, 15 bid now, James. £15, at 15, at 15, at £15. Selling at 15, 18, last chance. 18. 18, thank you, at 18 and 20 bid, 2 and 0, at £20 then, at 20. Selling at £20 then, last chance, at 20, 22, 5 bid. 5 bid at 25, at 25, and it'll be all done at 25, 25, 547. Lot number 484, £60 is bid, the chair there, the Windsor armchair. At £70 a bid, £70 bid, 70, 75, 75, at 75 then, at 75 then, at 75, at 75 then, at 75, all done at £75. Selling at 75. Any advance at 75? I sell at £75. 75 is 643. Lot number 485, coffee table then. £10 start me please. £10 then please.
Yep.
£10 is bid, thank you. £10 online at 10. At £10 then. Are we all done at £10 then? At £10. All done at £10. Sorry, we're keeping you up, sir. £10 then. All done at £10 then. Fair warning is selling at 10. £10, sale room bidder there.
SR 170 6752.
Lovely, thank you very much, James. Lot 486 then, and you've got 85, that already rules of commission paid out. £80 I had, 85 is online then. At 85, then at 85, 95 bid, 95, 110, 120, 130 bid, £130 then at 130, at 130, at 130, at £130 at 130 then. Selling at £130 at 130, we're all out and done, selling at 130. 130 is 643. Lot number 487. Start me at £10 then, please. £10 then, please. £10 in the room, thank you, at £10 then. In the room at 10. I will sell at 10 as well. Any further interest at 12 bid? 15 bid in the room, 15 in the room, James. At 15, in the room at 15. They're coming back, 18 bid, 20 bid. 20 in the room, £20 then at 20. At £20 then at 20. Sell 22, 25. 28, £30. £30 then at £30 then at 30. At £30 then at 30. Any advance at 32? 32, thank you anyway. At 32, selling on my left. Sarah bidder now at 32. £32.
SR 117 6696.
6696. Lot number 488. Various items there. £10 is my start on Easy Live Auctions. 10, 12 bid. 12 bid. 4 items in the lot there. £12 then. At 12 then. Any advance at 12? I sell then at £12. All done and selling at 12. £12 is 643. Lot number 489 now. The units there. £70 is bid. At £70 then. At £70. At 70. Any advance then at 70? At £70 then. All done at 70?
75.
75 now. 80 bid now. £80 is bid. £80 then at 80. At £80 then on Easy Live Auctions at £80 then. They're coming back, James? At £80 then. All done and selling at 80. 80. 547. Lot 490. The fold over card table then. Start me £100 please. £100 then please. £190 then please. £90. Any interest at 90? I'm going to have to pass this lot if I can't get a bid. £90. £90 is bid at 90 then. At £90 then, all done and selling at 90. £90 is 681. Moving along swiftly to lot number 491, the table. The piano's still there. You've got 10, I've got 15 here on commission. £15 on commission. At £15, at £15 then on commission. At £15 on commission. At £15, £18. Now I've got 18, James, too late, right? £18 at 18 then on Easy Light 20 then. Sarah bidding at 20. At £20 then at 20. At £20 then, are we all done? At £20 then. Fair warning at £20. £20.
SR 122 8460.
Thank you. Lot 492 now is the display cabinet there with the silk cushion there. Start with £300 please. 300 then. £300 then. £200 please. 200 then. £150 please. 150. Any interest at £150 please? No, we're going to have to pass this lot. Unsold. Lot number 493. Start me at £10 for those bits there. £10 please for the mirror and the table there. The unit. £10. £10 is bid online at 10 then. At £10 then. At 10. Any advance? I sell then. At
12.
10, 12, thank you. £12 is bid. 12, 15 bid. 15 now. At 15 on Easy Line now. £18 is bid. At 18 then. At 18. Any advance then? £20 is bid. At £20 then. At 20. At £20 then. 22 and 22 on Sarah. At 22, 5 bid. 5 bid. 25 then.
28.
At 28, thank you. At 28 then. 30 bid. At £30 then. At 30. At 32 now. Sarah now. £32. All done at 32, 5 bid, 35, at 35, £38 now, £38, £40 is bid, at 42, at 42, at 42 then, 45,
48.
48, £50 is bid now, £50 then, 55, £60 is bid now, 65, £65 and £70 is bid. Easy Live then. £70.
75.
75. £80 is bid. It's taking a long time, isn't it, this one? 85. £85 then, I'm selling at £90. £90 then. They're bidding, James? £90 on Easy Live Auctions at 90. Fair warning at 90. 90 is 705. Lot number 494, the bronze glass table there of the elephants then. Starting at £60 then please. £30 then please. 30, any interest at 30?
Yep.
£30 is bid, I've got 32 now I've got, 32 now I've got,
38.
35,
40.
40 I've got, 42 against you now,
45.
45 now, 45 on the Sarah,
48.
48 bid, £48 on Easy Life I've got, £50 then on Sarah, 55,
60.
60 on the Sarah, 65, £65 then, on Easy Live Auctions at £65, all done,
70.
that's 70, £70 then, 75, 75 then, that's £75 then, all done, at 75, £80 then, at £80, 85 now, 85 then, at 85 then, fair warning, at 85 I sell, 90 just in time, 90, 95, £95. Any further interest then? At 95, your last chance now, fair warning at 95, 95 is 733. Lot number 495 is the table there, my desk, sorry. Start me at £100 then please, £100. 100, £50 then please. £50 then, £50 is bid, thank you, at £50. At £50, 55, 60 is bid. £60, it's £60. £60 then at 60. Any further interest then at £60? All done at £60 then. Fair warning at £60. £60 is 662. Lot number 496. Chest of drawers there. Starting £20 then for those. 20 in the front row, thank you, £20. Front row bidding at 20. At £20. In the front row at £20. All done at £20 then. Fair warning, I'm selling a made a bid of 20. £20 is buyer 189. Thank you. Lot 497, similar lot again. £20 then. Thank you. £20 bid at £20 then. At £20. Any advance at 20 then? At £20 then. Selling again. 20. £20, 189. Lot number 498 is the whatnot there. Start me at £50 then, please. £50 then. Waited all day.
I waited all day.
I'm glad you got me. I'm glad you got
I
me.
was determined.
Yeah, well, you've done well. You had no one else left. Just mostly staff. Lot 498 is the whatnot. Rosewood there. £50. Start me, please. £50. £50 then, £30 please, £30 then. 10? 10 I bid. I've got 30 now already. Oh, whoa. I've got 30, I've got 30 on here, I'm afraid. With 32 in the room now, 32 in the room. 32, 35 against you, sir. 38 now, 38. 38, 40 against you now. 42 now. 45. 45, 48 now. £50. £50 then at £50. Online at £50. All done and selling at 50. 55 just in time. 55. At £55 then I'm selling in the room. It's worth the extra bid at 55. 55 is buyer 102. Thank you. Lot number 499. The whatnot. Lots of interest in this. Start me at £10,000.
£10,000.
Start me at £100, please. Yes, please. A 100. £50 then, please. 50. Start me at £50, please. 50.
50, sir.
50 taken. Thank you. On the telephone at £50. At 50 for the dumbwaiter at £50. At £50. 55 now. 55.
60. Yes,
£60 on the telephone at £60 then. That's £60. 65 against you.
70.
£70 now. £70. £70 on the telephone at £70 then. Your last chance online at £70. I'm selling at £70. All done at 70. £70.
70. CT 478, sir.
Lot number 500 now. Mahogany side table. We need there. And the tall share, is that tall share? This is white. Okay, white table. £70 start me please. £70 then please. £30 then please. Any interest? Any interest then? £30 is bid, thank you for £30 then. At £30, 32, 32 then, 32 then, at 32 then, at £32. Are we all done? At £32 then. Selling at £32. £32. 688. Moving on now. So, lot number 501, the Italia armchair there. Start with £50 then please. £50 then. £20 then please. £20 then please. Any interest at 20? 10 then for it please. Any interest? No, I'm going to have to pass that by. Unsold. Lot number 502 now. £80 is bid now. At £80 then for the mirror. At £80 then. At £80. Any advance at £80 then? I'm selling at £80. It's a maiden bid. On 85, thank you. At 85 then in the room at 85. At 85. At 85. Any advance then? At £85 I'm selling at the back. At 90 is against you. At £90. Surely one more bid, madam. You've got to try. You've got to try. We want you to try. We want you to try. £90. At £90 then. All done. At £90 then. Fair warning, I'm selling at 90. £90 is buyer 733. Lot number 503. The Sorcerer's mirror there. Start with £300 then, please.
650.
Lovely. 650. £650. Rare item, aren't they, Ed? Rare item, lovely. It is a nice example, you're absolutely right, that's why it's 650. That's £650, at £650, at 650. Any advance at £650 then. Selling to the Sarah and bidder at 700 now, 700 now, £700. 750, thank you, 750. At £750 then, at 750. Are we all done at 750? Fair warning then, I sell at £750, 800 then, £800. At 800 then, at 800 then, 850 now, 850, at £850 then. Any advance, Jimbo? At £850 then, all done, I'm selling at 850, 850.
SR 328 737.
Lovely, thank you very much. 504, the decorative mirror to frame there, £30 is starting, at £30 on commission at £30. Looking for two now, at £30. Anyone interested in mirrors in the room? £30 then, at £30 then, at 30. At £30 then, it's got my commission bid, at £30 I will sell. Last chance at 30. £30 is C4327. 505, the pub mirror there. Start with £50 please. £50 then. £50 then please. Any interest at 50? 45 I can take if it helps. £5 off. Otherwise I'm going to have to pass it. Unsold. Lot number 506. Similar lot again. Start with £45 please. Any interest? Unsold. Lot number 507, £12 is bid, at £12 then, at 12. Any advance then at £12 then, at £12 with the mirror there, at 12, 15, thank you, at 15 then, at 15, £18 is bid, at 18, at £18 then, 20 is bid, 22 now, 22, at 22 then, at 22, 25, 28, £28, 30 then, £30, and Sarah at £30 then, all done at £30 then, I'm selling at 30. All done and selling at £30 at 32, just in time. At 32, at 32, 35, at 35, on the Sarah at 35, at 35, 38 now, at 38, at £38, at 38. Are we all done? At £38 then, on Easy Live Auctions at 38, 38, 643. Lot number 508, the table and chairs there, hardwood ones as well. Summer is coming. £200 start me please.
220.
220, thank you, £220. At 220. At 220 on the Sarah at 220 then. At 220. Any advance then at 220 then. At £220 then at 220. All done? Selling then at 220. Sarah a bidder there.
SR 569 495.
495, lovely, thank you, James. Lot number 509, the garden table and chairs there. Start me at £200 then, please. £200 then, please.
160.
160 is taken, thank you. £160 then, 160, 180 bid, 180, £180 then, 180, 190 now. £200 is bid, 200,
240.
240 bid, £240, 240, at 240, at £240, 240, 260 now, 260, at 260, 280 I've got now, it's 280 to me. I need 300 from you, James. At £280, at 280, at 280, at 280, at 280, at £280, £300 is bid, at 300 then, at £300, at 300, at 300, £300. At £300, 320, 320, at 320, at 320, at 320 now, at 320, all done, at 340, Sarah now, easy life, are you coming back please, at £340, at 340 then, at 340, all done, at 340, to the Sarah room, at 400, 340,
SR 109 9724.
9724.
24.
Okay, lot 510 now, £40 is starting for the garden ornaments there at £40 then, at 40.
42.
42, thank you, 45 against you, 45, 48, £50 is bid, £50, at £50 then, at £50, at £50 then, at 50, at 50, at £50, at 50, 55 in the room I have, at 50, 55 in the room, 60, £60 against you sir, at 60, you've got a helper to ready to load them for you as well, well done, at £60, at £60, would you like 65 sir? No, you're out. At £60 then I'm selling, lucky for you Will, at 65 now on Easy Live, at £65, at 65 then, at £65, all done. I'm selling to Easy Live at 65, £65, Easy Live, 637. Lot number 511, the final lot of today, let's make it a good one. Start with £50 then please, £50 please, it's probably cost a lot more than 50. £50 then please, £30 please, £30 then, 10 for them please, I've got 30, too late, £30 then, at £30 then, at 30, any advance at £30, I'm selling then to Easy Live Auctions at £30, sold at £30, thank you very much ladies and gentlemen, we shall see you in a month's time for our sale on June 4th.